Chapter 522. The tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree is really miraculous. My soul aptitude has finally promoted to superior level 7. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he revealed a smile. Soul aptitude is extremely important for warlock cultivation. The fleshly body is easy to cultivate, but the soul is difficult to temper. Warlocks can strengthen their fleshly body through various secret methods, but the cultivation of the soul is extremely difficult. It is very difficult for warlocks with low soul aptitude to condense a soul seed and a soul core. Apprentice warlocks with soul aptitude below level 3 have no hope of condensing a soul seed. Warlocks with soul aptitude below level 4 have no hope of evolving a soul seed into a soul core. Warlocks with soul aptitude below level 5 have no hope of promoting to a bright world warlock. Warlocks with soul aptitude below level 6 have no hope of promoting to an infinity warlock. In order to break through the shackles of soul aptitude, human warlocks have developed countless precious elixirs that can improve soul aptitude. However, the further one goes, the more difficult it becomes to improve soul aptitude. Therefore, many human warlocks have to implant the bloodline of a powerful existence and use the power of the bloodline to break through the shackles of soul aptitude. At the time, because of the shackles of soul aptitude, the Taboo Lord massacred the Aurum race and used the blood essence of the Aurum race to improve his soul aptitude. The Apple of Wisdom has greatly improved Yang Feng's wisdom, allowing him to easily comprehend all kinds of knowledge and learn all kinds of secret methods. But it can't improve his soul aptitude. However, superior level 6 soul aptitude is enough for Yang Feng to practice cultivation until the Warlock Monarch realm. Originally, Yang Feng planned to look for elixirs that can improve his soul aptitude after becoming an infinity warlock. He didn't expect to get a gift from the Fuso God tree in the Fuso subcontinent. Next is the real deal. With a flick of his wrist, a scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed appeared in Yang Feng's hand. He stared at the lotus seed with a scorching shade in his eyes. After experiencing the 8 warlock dynasties, the human warlock civilization has been progressing, and various powerful elixirs have been developed. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, as long as one had enough magic crystals, one could buy potions that could upgrade one's soul aptitude from inferior level 1 to superior level 7. Of course, elixirs that can promote superior level 6 soul aptitude to superior level 7 soul aptitude are extremely expensive. Even infinity warlocks will feel very distressed when buying these elixirs. They will have to spend all of their wealth to buy them. However, a treasure that could help a soul aptitude break through from a high grade 7 to a low grade 8 soul aptitude was a peerless treasure that could only be found by luck. Even for infinity warlocks, it is very difficult for them to get their hands on one. They can only rely on luck. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Battle Demonic sect controls one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces and has a population of more than 100 billion people. However, the sect doesn't have a treasure that can allow a warlock's level 7 soul aptitude to break through to inferior level 8 soul aptitude. That was why the seed of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus was so precious. Once it appeared, countless people would fight for it. It was because of this that when Shi Shui was discovered to have superior level 8 soul aptitude, it caused a commotion in the Battle Demonic sect. Even the great elder Yu Wuxian took the initiative to accept her as a disciple. Yang Feng picked up the scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed and swallowed it. When the seed entered his mouth, it turned into a black mist that entered his soul. A feeling of floating welled up from the depths of Yang Feng's soul, and then in the next moment, it turned into bursts of intense pain, as if wanting to tear him to pieces. The distance between level 7 soul aptitude and level 8 soul aptitude is called the celestial boundary by warlocks. Even in the most prosperous eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, warlocks with level 8 soul aptitude were peerless geniuses. Many warlock monarchs and Holy Spirit warlocks were geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude. There were also human warlocks who cultivated to the Holy Spirit warlock realm with level 7 soul aptitude, but they were very rare. Although not every warlock with level 8 soul aptitude could become a warlock monarch rank existence, but as long as a warlock with level 8 soul aptitude didn't die, they could easily become a glorious sun warlock or a bright world warlock. Their odds of becoming an infinity warlock were much higher than those of other warlocks. As for the rest of the warlocks, even if they were warlock geniuses with superior level 7 soul aptitude, it would be very difficult for them to become glorious sun warlocks. If they were careless, they would be trapped in the quasi-glorious sun warlock realm, unable to break through forever. A violent pillar of magic energy rose into the sky from Yang Feng's secret room, entered the clouds, and, like a huge black hole, frantically extracted the life magic energy of the immortal Huang Palace and the Battle Demon sect. What happened? In a magic energy pool in the immortal Huang Palace, Huang Yihe opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the magic energy pool. What's going on? What happened? When the Battle Demonic Sect's powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank sensed the change in the Battle Demonic Sect's life magic energy, they were alarmed, and came out of their dwellings. It's the immortal Huang Palace. Could it be that Great Elder Huang Yihe is experimenting with a newly created secret method? The Battle Demonic Sect's powerhouses looked at the black pillar that extracted the life magic energy of the Battle Demonic Sect with curiosity in their eyes. The leaders of the Battle Demonic Sect's branches turned into streams of light and flew towards the immortal Huang Palace, wanting to figure out what was going on. With flashes of light, 3 figures appeared in the immortal Huang Palace virtually in the blink of an eye. One of them was Yu Wuxian, one of the Battle Demonic Sect's 4 great elders. Of the other 2, one was a burly man in his 40s who looked like a man-bear. He was He Liannu, one of the Battle Demonic Sect's 4 great elders. The other was a handsome young man with a medium build dressed in a white warlock robe. He had an extraordinary temperament, and he was Yu Jingang, one of the Battle Demonic Sect's 4 great elders. Yu Wuxian looked at the huge black pillar, where all kinds of strange seals that contained all kinds of laws were constantly appearing, and a complicated look flashed past her eyes. She slowly said, "This is a phenomenon caused by someone's soul aptitude breaking through the boundary of heaven and man. Old geezer Huang, who lives in that cave abode. Heaven-man boundary." Sure enough. The hearts of He Liannu and Yu Jingang shook slightly. Looking at the huge black pillar, their eyes revealed a complicated look. Huang Yihe's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. "That's Yang Feng's dwelling. I didn't expect that his soul aptitude could break through the heaven-man boundary and reach this point. Haha. I've really picked up a treasure." When Huang Yihe casually agreed to accept Yang Feng as a personal disciple, he just wanted to form a good relationship with Shi Shui. After all, with her heaven-defying aptitude, it wouldn't be a problem for Shi Shui to become a bright world warlock in the future, and she might even become an infinity warlock. He never expected that Yang Feng, whose aptitude in his eyes wasn't good, could even be said to be inferior, could climb to this position step by step. Yu Wuxian's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated glint, and she finally revealed a smile. "Both brother and sister are peerless geniuses. It seems that the Battle Demonic Sect has hope for prosperity." Shi Shui and Yang Feng had a close relationship. The stronger Yang Feng was, the more beneficial it would be for Yu Wuxian's branch. He Liannu sighed regretfully. "It's a pity. If only I had accepted such a disciple." Yu Jingang nodded slightly, and his eyes shimmered with regret. At that time, when Shi Shui caused a sensation in the demonic fighting sect, He Liannu and Yu Jingang had traveled to other places and weren't in the sect. Otherwise, Shi Shui wouldn't have won, and Yang Feng might have been taken in by them. Huang Yihe was even happier when he saw this, and he burst into laughter. Haha. Standing aside, the Battle Demonic Sect Master Lu Wuchen looked at the black pillar of light and listened to the discussion of the 4 great elders. He was suddenly startled, and a complicated look streaked past his eyes. He broke the heaven-man boundary. Yang Feng is really amazing. In the battle demonic sect, there were still quite a few geniuses with superior level 7 soul aptitude accumulated over thousands of years. However, there wasn't a single one with inferior level 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng's soul aptitude broke the Heaven Man boundary, and his future prospects were bright. This made Lu Wuqian a little jealous. This is a phenomenon of breaking the Heaven Man boundary, amazing. Who is that? He can actually break the Heaven Man boundary. The heads of the battle demonic sect's branches came to the immortal Huang Palace. Looking at the black pillar of light, their eyes flashed with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Wang Zhilan looked up at the black pillar of light in the sky with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed slightly. To break the Heaven Man boundary, senior disciple brother Yang Feng is really amazing. Wu Ziming looked at the black pillar of light with a bitter expression on his face, and a sense of dejection welled up inside him. He broke the Heaven Man boundary. I'm afraid that I'll never be able to catch up to him. Wu Ziming was also a genius with a firm will. He had always set Yang Feng as his goal, trying to surpass him and become a personal disciple of Huang Yihe. But now he truly despaired, no longer having the intention to challenge the position of Yang Feng's personal disciple. The black pillar of light that contained countless materialized runes of the laws gradually disappeared. Huang Yihe scanned the area with his Infinity Warlock rank spirit force, and then revealed a smile. It's a success. He has completely broken through the Heaven Man boundary. Yu Wuxian said lightly, "Congratulations, old Huang. Congratulations on getting such a disciple. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future. Besides, his potential is much greater than that of Yuan Yi's. Congratulations on picking up a treasure." Huang Yihe beamed and said, "Haha. Luck, it's all luck." Chapter 523. Not long after the black pillar of light dissipated, a scarlet pillar of light rose from Yang Feng's dwelling and rose into the sky. A tremendous amount of life magic energy was attracted, and countless runes appeared under the power of the law of heaven and earth. When He Liannu saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with incredulity, and he blurted out, "His soul aptitude has broken through again?" Yu Jingang's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy, and he sighed faintly. Once the soul aptitude breaks through to level 8, every increase in level will cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Yang Feng's soul aptitude has broken through again. Huang Yihe's eyes shimmered with delight, and he laughed loudly. "Haha, it seems that the little fellow has gained a lot in the brilliant ancient capital." Yu Wuxian was also a little speechless. She quietly looked at the scarlet pillar of light, and a complicated look flashed through her beautiful eyes. At the time, Shi Shui begged her to accept Yang Feng as a personal disciple, but she didn't think much of him, so she ignored her. She didn't expect that Yang Feng, whom she disdained at the time, would become a freakish genius with intermediate level 8 soul aptitude, only slightly inferior to Shi Shui. Yu Wuxian looked at the crimson pillar of light, and a hint of regret flashed past her beautiful eyes. If she had accepted Yang Feng and Shi Shui at the time, the entire battle demon sect would have been under her control in the future. He broke through again. Amazing. He can continue to break through. His soul aptitude is really amazing. When the battle demon sect's warlocks saw the scarlet pillar of light, their countenances surged, and they commented with envy and jealousy in their eyes. After the scarlet pillar of light lasted for a while, it slowly disappeared. This time, no one left. Everyone looked expectantly at Yang Feng's dwelling. They guessed that Yang Feng must have obtained some heaven-defying treasure, which allowed his soul aptitude to transform continuously. Before long, a white pillar of light rose from Yang Feng's dwelling, absorbed life magic energy from the surroundings, and formed countless mysterious runes. A complicated look in his eyes, He Liannu sighed faintly, superior level 8. His soul aptitude is already comparable to Shi Shui's. Yu Jingang's eyes shone brightly. Maybe Yang Feng also has hopes of becoming a Holy Spirit Warlock. Holy Spirit Warlock. The bodies of Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian trembled slightly, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Holy Spirit warlocks are the most powerful existences in heaven and earth. Every Holy Spirit warlock can kill an Infinity warlock with a casual strike. In front of a Holy Spirit warlock, picking the stars and the moon is just a piece of cake. Even with the help of their divine countries and the countless divine weapons in their divine countries, the strong divine force rank powerhouses of the many planes can't withstand a single blow from a Holy Spirit warlock. Upper Class 8. His soul aptitude has evolved to the upper 8th rank. Amazing! With superior level 8 soul aptitude coupled with the virtual world, if he doesn't die, he will advance to a bright world warlock without a doubt. Moreover, they are bright world warlocks who can contend against Infinity warlocks. The battle demon sex warlocks around the immortal Huang Palace looked at the white beam of light with envy in their eyes. Superior level 8 soul aptitude is simply heaven-defying. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, only Yang Feng and Shi Shui have this kind of soul aptitude. Of course, soul aptitude doesn't represent everything. In history, there have been many freakish geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude who died before they grew up. However, the higher the soul aptitude, the greater the potential of the warlock. After the white beam of light slowly disappeared, the first seats of the battle demon sex branches dispersed with complicated thoughts in their minds. Yu Wuxian and the other 2 bright world warlocks lingered in the immortal Huang Palace for a long time before finally leaving. 7 days later, Yang Feng, who was inside the dwelling, slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light diffused from his eyes. Inside the dwelling, there is a lot of dust, which is the wreckage of high-grade magic energy released by high-grade magic crystals. After Yang Feng's soul aptitude evolved to superior level 8, his cultivation base naturally broke through to the advanced Starry Sky Warlock realm from the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock realm, and his strength skyrocketed again. Yang Feng grabbed a high-grade magic crystal and inhaled. He clearly sensed that the life magic energy inside the high-grade magic crystal was quickly extracted by him, and 80% of the life magic energy was quickly transformed into his life energy. In a breath of time, the high-grade magic crystal was drained of its life force and turned into dust. The higher the soul aptitude, the greater the advantage in cultivation. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he showed a smile. Before his transformation, it would take him 5 minutes to completely absorb the life magic energy inside the high-grade magic crystal and transform it into his life energy. But now, he only needs a breath of time to transform the life magic energy inside the high-grade magic crystal into his life energy. This is the heaven-defying aspect of superior level 8 soul aptitude. With a flick of his wrist, the holy grade secret treasure world ring appeared in Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng looked at the world ring with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. The arrangements of an existence like the brilliant Great Holy seemed to have a profound meaning. The desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity respectively hide 4 origin crystals, which can help warlocks evolve their semi-plane into a small world. The sacred grade's secret treasure, the world ring, was an existence that could stabilize small worlds, making them more solid and difficult to destroy. At this point, a glorious dawn warlock can smash the semi-plane inside Yang Feng with a powerful spell. But once it is transformed into a small world and placed in the world ring, even a bright world warlock rank powerhouse won't be able to destroy it with one blow. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the wind, fire, water, and earth origin crystals fell into the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. At the same time, he quickly operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. As soon as the 4 origin crystals fell into Yang Feng's semi-plane, primal chaos aura swept out, and the 4 origin crystals exploded and turned into wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles. Gales rose, flames rose, floods filled the sky, and the earth shook. Under the effect of the 4 origin crystals, Yang Feng's semi-plane shook, crumbled, disintegrated, and reformed. The entire half-plane was collapsing and reforming, evolving into a small world. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes and turned into the primal chaos magic pupil, and he looked at the collapsing semi-plane. In the vision of the primal chaos magic eyes, while the demi-plane was evolving into a small world, countless mysterious natural runes kept appearing and evolving into a scene of creation. The scene of the end of the world in the semi-plane lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, the semi-plane has completely transformed into a small world. A small sun constructed from pure fire elemental particles appeared in the sky. A majestic wind blew in the small world, and the land stretched as far as the eye could see. There were mountains, hills, plains, and other terrains. A boundless sea also appeared in the small world. After this transformation, the small world inside Yang Feng has become a small world with a radius of more than 3,000 kilometers and an area of more than 9 million square kilometers. The small world is full of vitality and can already accommodate intelligent life forms. With a thought from Yang Feng, the world ring appeared in the small world. As soon as the world ring appeared, countless runes flew out from the world ring and merged with the world origin of the small world. After merging with the Holy Grade's secret treasure world ring, no matter what strong enemies Yang Feng encounters, he can extract the power of the small world through the world ring. Even if he is blasted by a glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse, it won't damage the small world inside him. The world ring isn't an offensive secret treasure, but a precious secret treasure that can maintain and protect the small world inside him. This kind of secret treasure is very rare and precious. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse who has formed a virtual world inside them, they will desperately fight over this secret treasure. After the semi-plane inside Yang Feng evolved into a small world, his cultivation base advanced from the advanced Starry Sky Warlock realm to the pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock realm. After the small world stabilized, Yang Feng took out the 2 secret treasures Shoot the Heaven's Bow and Heavy Mountain Shield. Yang Feng can't see through the quality of these 2 secret treasures. Although he refined them, but he can't use them. The higher the grade of the secret treasure, the more life force it needs to consume. With Yang Feng's current strength, using level 7 secret treasures is already his limit. He can't use secret treasures above level 7. After putting the Shoot the Heaven's Bow and the Heavy Mountain Shield into the small world, Yang Feng began to refine the Lightning All secret treasure. It took Yang Feng a full 10 days to completely refine the Lightning All according to the secret method recorded in the time text. The Immortal Huang Palace, outside a reception hall. Yang Feng said, Yang Feng requests an audience with teacher. Huang Yihe's voice came from inside the reception hall, come in. When Yang Feng entered the reception hall, he saw Huang Yihe sitting on a soft sofa with an ancient book in his hand. Yang Feng took out a jade box and handed Huang Yihe the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seed inside. Teacher, disciple obtained a Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus when he entered the brilliant ancient capital. It was by refining the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus that disciple broke through the Heaven-Man boundary and advanced to superior level 8 soul aptitude. This is a Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seed. Please accept it, teacher. Chapter 524. The fact that Yang Feng obtained the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus couldn't be concealed from those with ulterior motives. The Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus was a treasure that could even tempt Infinity Warlocks. If it wasn't for Huang Yihe's protection, Yang Feng would definitely die once he left the Battle Demon sect. Huang Yihe's eyes lit up, and he showed a satisfied smile and accepted the jade box, Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus. It's your luck to be able to obtain such a treasure. As your master, I shouldn't have accepted such a precious treasure from you. But I really want to break through the Heaven-Man boundary, so I won't stand on ceremony. Huang Yihe asked, how many Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds did you use to promote your soul aptitude to superior level 8? Yang Feng answered calmly, my aptitude is poor. I used a total of 6 Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds to promote my soul aptitude to superior level 8. I still have 3 Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds left. I plan to give Shui, 2 Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds to upgrade her soul aptitude. Yang Feng used 1 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to break through the heaven-man boundary, used 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to promote his soul aptitude from inferior level 8 to intermediate level 8, and used 3 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to promote his soul aptitude from intermediate level 8 to superior level 8. Huang Yihe was an existence comparable to an infinity warlock and Yang Feng's master. If he wanted to attack Yang Feng wouldn't be able to resist, so he might as well be frank. In any case, Yang Feng's soul aptitude has reached superior level 8. Even if Huang Yihe wanted to rob him of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, Yang Feng wouldn't resist. Of course, if he did that, he would be completely disappointed in the battle demon sect. Once he made some achievements in the future, he would definitely retaliate. Shi Shui's soul aptitude is superior level 8, which is already perfect. There's no use in taking the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. With your strength, you can't keep the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. I suggest that you give one to Great Elder Yu Wuxian and ask her to take care of you. Yu Wuxian and I have been stuck in the quasi-infinity warlock realm for hundreds of years. Once we take the scarlet immortal black mist lotus and break through the heaven-man boundary, we should be able to promote to infinity warlocks. With the 2 of us supporting you, you will be able to protect the last scarlet immortal black mist lotus, Huang Yihe said calmly. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian are peerless powerhouses of the battle demon sect who have already formed a virtual world. With their strength, they can contend against ordinary junior infinity warlocks. With the help of the battle demon sect's underlying strength, they can even kill advanced infinity warlocks. It is because Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian are so powerful that they don't dare to take the step to advance to the infinity warlock realm rashly. The stronger they are, the more difficult it is for them to advance to the infinity warlock rank. If they are not careful, they may be in danger of dying. As one of the 10 great sects, only Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian can contend against infinity warlock rank experts. He Liannu and Eugene Gang are also bright world warlocks. If they were to face an infinity warlock, they would have no chance of winning. In order to protect the battle demon sect, Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian can't risk dying and advance to the infinity warlock rank. But now, once they take the 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus, they can break through the heaven-man boundary and advance to the infinity warlock rank by as much as 80%. Naturally, they can attack the bottleneck and advance to the infinity warlock rank. After all, the scarlet immortal black mist lotus is only a holy grade treasure of heaven and earth. At most, it can only make a warlock's soul aptitude reach superior level 8. But to break through from superior level 8 to inferior level 9, an even more heaven-defying Empyrean grade treasure of heaven and earth is needed. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then handed the 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds to Huang Yihe. Then I'll give one of these 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to Great Elder Yu Wuxian and ask teacher to keep the other for me. When I have the strength, I'll come and get it back. If Huang Yihe snatches Yang Feng's treasure, Yang Feng will naturally be unwilling. But after Huang Yihe analyzed the pros and cons, Yang Feng naturally won't be stupid enough to refuse Huang Yihe's good intentions. A treasure like the scarlet immortal black mist lotus isn't something that a mere starry sky warlock like Yang Feng can keep. Only an infinity warlock rank powerhouse like Huang Yihe can keep it. Huang Yihe uttered with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll let everyone know that the last scarlet immortal black mist lotus is in my hands. This way, you won't be in danger." Yang Feng ate 6 of the 9 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds, Huang Yihe had 2, and Yu Wuxian used 1. In this way, the whereabouts of the 9 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds are clear. Those infinity warlocks can only look for Huang Yihe, not Yang Feng. After all, even if they kill Yang Feng, they won't be able to get the scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds. On the contrary, they will offend Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Thank you, teacher. However, I don't think we should keep the last scarlet immortal black mist lotus. It's best to use it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it may bring danger to the battle demon sect." Huang Yihe uttered with a smile, Feng, you underestimate the battle demon sect too much. After I promote to an infinity warlock, those guys won't be anything to fear. With a flick of Huang Yihe's wrist, a yellow crystal flew into Yang Feng's hand. This is a disposable secret treasure light crystal. It can block a full-strength strike of a bright world warlock. When you crush this light crystal, I know that you're in danger. As long as you're in most places on the Cangji Plain, I can sense you. Huang Yihe pondered for a while, and then with a flick of his wrist, 2 secret treasures flew out and fell into Yang Feng's hand. This is a level 7 secret treasure myriad bone shield and a level 7 secret treasure imperial sword. The myriad bone shield can defend against most physical and magical attacks, while the imperial sword can strengthen your manipulation of the law of space. Besides, studying the imperial sword will be of great benefit to the improvement of your understanding of the law of space. Yang Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. One of the 2 level 7 secret treasures specializes in offense and defense. After Feng obtained the 2 level 7 secret treasures, his combat power increased greatly. Without using the power of a small world, he can slay a junior moonlight warlock with his own strength. Level 7 secret treasures are extremely precious secret treasures that can only be fully exerted by glorious dawn warlocks. Only the 10 great sects, the 7 great families, the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and the Magic Note and True God Hall can take them out. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, many rogue glorious dawn warlocks don't have level 7 secret treasures. This is also the reason why rogue cultivators are much weaker than warlocks from major forces. Huang Yihe sighed slightly. What are you thanking me for? Compared to the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, these 2 level 7 secret treasures are not worth mentioning. Feng, if you exchange a Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seed, those Infinity Warlocks will even be willing to exchange a Monarch Grade secret treasure for it. Secret treasures are divided into 9 grades. Above level 9 are Monarch Grade secret treasures, above Monarch Grade secret treasures are Holy Grade secret treasures, and above Holy Grade secret treasures are Empyrean Grade secret treasures. Monarch Grade secret treasures are treasures used by Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. They are one of the trump cards of many powerful forces. The Battle Demon sect has a heritage of more than 10,000 years, yet it has no more than 10 Monarch Grade secret treasures. With the deterrence of Monarch Grade secret treasures, the Battle Demon sect can become one of the 10 great sects without the protection of an Infinity Warlock. Otherwise, the Battle Demon sect would have been breached long ago, all its resources would have been looted, and the territory occupied would have been carved up. Of course, only Infinity Warlocks can exchange the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seed for a Monarch Grade secret treasure. If Yang Feng dares to trade the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus with other Infinity Warlocks, it will be very dangerous. Only some principled Infinity Warlocks will trade with him fairly. Huang Yihe pointed out some of the problems Yang Feng encountered in his cultivation. Under his guidance, the various problems Yang Feng encountered in his cultivation were immediately solved. After Yang Feng left Huang Yihe's place, he immediately returned to his dwelling and began to study the secret methods recorded in the transcendent text. The Time Lord's time text is all-encompassing, and the time secret methods containing the Time Lord's path are even more profound and mysterious. Once you cultivate them to a certain level, you will be able to manipulate time with infinite power. After Yang Feng took a look at the time secret method, he realized that even if he ate the apple of wisdom and his wisdom sword, it would still be extremely difficult for him to study the time secret method. It is a secret method that can only be mastered by a heaven-defying powerhouse with a special talent and bloodline. The 7 Warlock Emperors created the 7 Empyrean Grade secret methods that humans could cultivate. However, no one has ever cultivated the 7 Empyrean Grade secret methods step by step and reached their heights because of different physiques, bloodlines, and fortuitous encounters. There is no way to walk the same path and reach the supreme position. The Transcendent Text is a secret method created by the 3rd Warlock Emperor, the Transcendent Lord. It mainly uses the Transcendent Empyrean imprint to suppress countless Transcendent and use the power of various Transcendent to develop all kinds of strange abilities. The Taboo Lord uses the bloodline of countless powerful beings to strengthen himself, and then purifies the bloodline to give birth to a unique, perfect, and powerful taboo force. Among them, the Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist uses pure power to crush everything. The Transcendent Lord uses the Transcendent Empyrean imprint as a secret treasure and secret method to suppress countless Transcendent and use the power of countless Transcendent to fight in all kinds of strange and almost omnipotent ways. By using the power of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, the weak can defeat the strong. As they have never fought each other, there is no way to know who is stronger between the Taboo Lord and the Transcendent Lord. However, the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body and the Transcendent Empyrean imprint are the quintessence of the two Warlock Emperor secret methods. Yang Feng's Primal Chaos Imperishable Body has been cultivated to the minor completion realm, and his physique is comparable to that of a junior Glorious Sun Warlock. It is very difficult for him to make further progress. He can only study the Transcendent Empyrean imprint and improve his fighting ability. Yang Feng has eaten an apple of wisdom, and his wisdom is extraordinary. In terms of wisdom alone, he is not inferior to an Infinity Warlock. He quickly studied the Transcendent Empyrean imprint thoroughly. The core of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint is to suppress various Transcendent. The more Transcendent is suppressed, the greater the power of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. When the Transcendent reaches the Infinity Warlock rank, a secret treasure must be refined to bear the existence of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. Otherwise, the Transcendent Empyrean imprint cannot be maintained. Chapter 525. The Demonic Divine Lord is really a dangerous guy. If someone refines the Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint, then as long as the Empyrean grade Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint isn't destroyed, then once the Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint is successfully refined, it will be controlled by the Empyrean grade Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint and become a child imprint. No wonder after the Third Warlock dynasty, there was no one else who cultivated this secret method. After carefully studying the demonic divine text, Yang Feng entered the Battle Demon Sect's database and quickly found records about the demonic divine text, the time text, and the taboo text. The demonic divine text is broad, profound, and mysterious. The demonic divine Empyrean imprint is a peerless secret method that allows the weak to defeat the strong. However, except for the first demonic divine Empyrean imprint, other people who cultivate the demonic divine Empyrean imprint can only cultivate a child imprint and be controlled by the first demonic divine Empyrean imprint. Therefore, after the Third Warlock dynasty, very few people cultivated the secret methods recorded in the demonic divine text. Many supreme geniuses among human warlocks have studied the demonic divine text and developed countless secret methods by drawing on the essence of the demonic divine text. Reportedly, the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem Lord created his own Golem text based on the demonic divine text and became invincible in the world. After Yang Feng obtained the demonic divine text, he naturally didn't want the demonic divine Empyrean imprint he painstakingly cultivated to become a child imprint of the first demonic divine Empyrean imprint, so he began to search for information to find a solution. The demonic God Master was indeed the proud son of heaven of an era. He suppressed the world and was invincible. In his era, he was invincible. The demonic divine text was one of the most powerful secret methods. However, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and countless human warlocks have studied the demonic divine text. In the process, countless supreme geniuses have cracked the demonic divine text. As a core secret method of the demonic divine text, the demonic divine Empyrean imprint has been studied countless times. After a little search, Yang Feng found dozens of secret methods to crack the demonic divine Empyrean imprint. If the demonic divine Empyrean imprint was refined into an Empyrean grade secret treasure, then even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wouldn't be able to reverse the process. However, since Yang Feng only suppressed an evil god, it was easy for him to separate the evil god's true name from the transcendent Empyrean imprint. Now that I know the principle behind the transcendent Empyrean imprint, I can use Shizu technology and modern warlock secret methods to create a true God Empyrean imprint that belongs to me. With a thought, Yang Feng plunged into the laboratory. Using the high-grade soul stones and a large number of precious ores he obtained from the Fuso subcontinent as the core, and using the transcendent text and the various alchemy materials in the Battle Demon sect, he began to research and develop the true God Empyrean imprint. Originally, the alchemy materials in the demon fighting sect were extremely precious. Even though Yang Feng was a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, he still couldn't browse them at will. However, the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Yang Feng gave to Huang Yihe was extremely precious and of great significance. All the information in the Battle Demonic sect has been completely open to Yang Feng, allowing him to use the Battle Demonic sect's tremendous underlying strength to advance his research by leaps and bounds. The Apple of Wisdom opened the gate of wisdom for Yang Feng, making his wisdom comparable to that of peerless human warlock geniuses. During the constant research, he made progress at every moment. He had enough wisdom to deduce and analyze the whimsical ideas that suddenly emerged. Yang Feng's god clone in the Feisua plane also used the power of the godhead to deduce all kinds of changes and mysteries. Every god's divinity was comparable to a superintelligent optical computer. It could perform countless calculations, absorb all kinds of faith power, distribute faith power, cast divine spells, and so on. If a god lost their godhead, they would be unable to contact their believers, nor would they be able to respond to the prayers of their believers and release divine spells. Nor would they be able to absorb faith force through the godhead to maintain their existence. Therefore, even if a god didn't die when they lost their godhead, but they would weaken over time and eventually die. It took Yang Feng 3 months to finish developing the true God Empyrean imprint. It's finally done. This is the crystallization of warlock alchemy and Shizu technology. In a laboratory in the Tarandit subcontinent, Yang Feng grasped a golden imprint and showed a smile. The golden imprint was the true God Empyrean imprint. It had all the power of the transcendent Empyrean imprint, but it wasn't controlled by the first transcendent Empyrean imprint. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, the materials for this true God Empyrean imprint are limited, and my refining methods are limited. It's just a level 7 secret treasure, which can only suppress bright world warlock rank gods at most. But for me, it's enough for now. After the level 2 stronghold was established, various munitions factories and research institutes took root in the Tarandit subcontinent. However, with the technology unlocked in the level 2 stronghold, refining level 7 secret treasures was already the limit. With Yang Feng's current technology, he couldn't refine level 8 secret treasures. Yang Feng smiled and willed, and mechanical insects with a pitch-black carapace flew into his hand. However, these 3 months of research weren't in vain. A simplified version of the devourer that can evolve has been manufactured. The mechanical insects that look like black beetles are the simplified version of the insect-type mechanical devourer that Yang Feng made using the Empyrean grade secret treasure material Mysterious Gold God Iron. Devourers are the crystallization of Shizu wisdom and one of the most powerful battle robots. Devourers can devour energy and divide it in battle. No matter what kind of energy it devours, they can break through almost all energy shields. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, if they let the Devourer attack, they will have all their energy devoured by the Devourer and die. Of course, the Devourer is a top-notch battle robot of the Shizu. Even with the top-notch material Mysterious Gold God Iron, Yang Feng can only make a simplified version of the Devourer. After all, Mysterious Gold God Iron isn't the only material that can make a Devourer. However, the simplified version of the Devourer is still very powerful and can devour energy of various properties. Originally, Yang Feng had no way to deal with the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy. After all, he is one of the 12 Holy Spirit Warlocks of the 36 Holy Spirit Warlocks who followed the Time Lord, an existence closest to the Warlock Emperor rank. However, as soon as the simplified version of the Devourer was made, Yang Feng can let the Devourer devour the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy. With a thought from Yang Feng, the 1800 simplified version devourers flew into his small world. With the 1800 simplified version devourers, Yang Feng can absorb all kinds of energy unscrupulously and let the devourers devour them. With this powerful means to fight the enemy, the combat power of his true body has skyrocketed by several times. After developing the true God Empyrean imprint and creating the simplified version of the devourers, Yang Feng began to practice cultivation in seclusion and improve his cultivation base. After obtaining the support of the Fuso subcontinent's huge amount of resources, Yang Feng no longer lacks cultivation resources for a short period of time. As such, he has been practicing cultivation in seclusion and improving his strength. After an unknown amount of time, in the secret chamber, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with divine light and exuded formidable self-confidence. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the secret chamber. In the Battle Demon Sect's flying boat hall, there are huge flying boats engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Each of these huge flying boats can easily fly more than 100,000 kilometers in a day. On a huge flying boat, there are dozens of young warlocks, each of whom exudes starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power. Among the dozens of warlocks, 3 warlocks stand out and form a small circle. As if lofty emperors, they exude an unapproachable aura. The 3 warlocks are Zhang Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, and Zhou Feng, personal disciples of the 3 great elders. They are all talented people, each of whom has practiced cultivation until the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. Besides, they have astonishing means, and can defeat some weak rogue moonlight warlocks. The rest of the warlocks are led by Zhong Sunan. Wang Zhilan, Wu Ziming, and other warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon Sect are among them. Zhang Hanshan frowned slightly and said, "Junior disciple brother Yang Feng hasn't arrived yet?" Zhui Yifan's eyes shimmered with jealousy, and he uttered full of complicated emotions, "He should be here soon. After not seeing him for a few years, I wonder how strong junior disciple brother Yang Feng has become. Superior level 8 soul aptitude, I'm really looking forward to it." With the help of the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, Yang Feng broke through the Heaven-Man boundary in one fell swoop and reached superior level 8 soul aptitude. This matter was no longer a secret in the Battle Demon Sect. When Yang Feng defeated the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang, it caused a sensation in the Battle Demon Sect. But now that his soul aptitude broke through to superior level 8, he became a freakish genius like Shi Shui in one fell swoop. This made the Battle Demon Sect look forward to his future. At the same time, there were many people full of jealousy towards Yang Feng, and Zhui Yifan was no exception. Zhou Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and he said solemnly, "The Time Sky City is a great secret realm left by the Time Lord. There is an original time text in the Time Sky City. If we can obtain treasures in the Time Sky City, we may be able to surpass junior disciple brother Yang Feng in the future." 3 years ago, in the eyes of Zhou Feng and the other 2, Yang Feng was just a rising star in the sect. Although they were optimistic about Yang Feng's future, but they didn't think that the great warlock Yang Feng could surpass them in a short time. But 3 years later, Yang Feng has become the target they need to catch up with and surpass. When they thought of this, the 3 of them had complicated feelings. Chapter 526. Senior Disciple Brother Yang Feng. Senior Disciple Brother Yang Feng is here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Excited, the warlocks of the Battle Demon Sect's younger generation stared at Yang Feng walking over from afar. Yang Feng came from humble origins. The Tyrannid subcontinent is a barbarian land in the eyes of many people from the Great Cloud dynasty, and his aptitude was ordinary. Yet step by step, from a level 2 warlock, he not only promoted to a starry sky warlock, but with the help of the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, his soul aptitude broke through the Heaven-Man boundary in one fell swoop and reached superior level 8. He became a freakish genius with a bright future. If Yang Feng doesn't die during his growth, he has a 90% chance of promoting to a Bright World Warlock, and his chances of promoting to an Infinity Warlock are far higher than those of other geniuses in the Battle Demon sect except Shi Shui. At this time, Yang Feng has become the target of all geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. Every warlock genius regards Yang Feng as their target and object of worship, wanting to become the second Yang Feng. Junior Starry Sky Warlock. His cultivation speed is so fast. In such a short time, he has already formed a Starry Sky core and become a Starry Sky Warlock. Zhong Sunan stared at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in his eyes. At the time of the Great Sect competition, Zhong Sunan was defeated by Yang Feng. He still hasn't given up on chasing Yang Feng. After the fight between Yang Feng and Yi Yuanyang, Zhong Sunan understood that it would be difficult for him to catch up with Yang Feng. Zhong Sunan cultivated bitterly after that, and his combat strength increased greatly. However, he was well aware that he was still not Yi Yuanyang's opponent, and couldn't even withstand a full-strength strike from Yuanyang. Yang Feng, on the other hand, has advanced from a Great Warlock to a Starry Sky Warlock, and his strength has increased by several times. He can now contend against a Moonlight Warlock. Zhong Sunan didn't even have the heart to challenge such a powerful existence. When Zhang Hanshan and the other two saw Yang Feng, their eyes lit up, and they went to greet him. Zhang Hanshan glanced at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam. She exclaimed in admiration, "Starry Sky Warlock. Junior disciple brother, your cultivation speed is really amazing." Since Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang, Zhang Hanshan and the other two haven't seen him again. This was the first time the four of them met. When she saw that Yang Feng had Junior Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, Yang Feng concealed his cultivation base, even Zhang Hanshan couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Because of the astronomical amount of resources required for a virtual world, experts who have formed a virtual world generally have much slower progress in their cultivation than other warlocks. If Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian hadn't cultivated a virtual world, the two great elders of the Great War demonic sect would have already promoted to Infinity Warlocks. When Yang Feng was able to defeat Yi Yuanyang who cultivated a virtual world, everyone believed that he should have cultivated a virtual world. According to common sense, Yang Feng should still be a great warlock at this time, and it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Being trapped in the Great Warlock realm for decades or even over a century wasn't anything strange. In fact, if Yang Feng hadn't obtained the support of the Fuso subcontinent's tremendous resources, it would have taken him at least 300 years to break through on his own. Zhui Yifun's eyes also flashed with a strange light. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're really amazing. With you here, the Battle Demon sect will definitely become famous in the world." There was a complicated look in Zhou Feng's eyes, and then he finally smiled and said, "That's right. With you here, the Battle Demon sect will definitely become famous in the world. Junior brother, you must sweep away the geniuses of the Time Sky City and show them the power of the Battle Demon sect." Yang Feng smiled and replied full of confidence, "I understand. The Time Sky City Competition Assembly is a feast for the entire world. In the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, countless geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Western world's 3 dynasties, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty will gather to compete for the 108 Keys of Time. In the continent, all the geniuses who desire to obtain the treasures left behind by the Time Lord and comprehend various secret methods and mysteries under the Time Sky Pillar will gather in the Time Sky City to compete for the Keys of Time. The Time Sky City is an arena for countless geniuses and a place to display the underlying strength of the major forces. Every time, countless monstrous Starry Sky Warlocks will emerge. As long as they don't die, they will create a legend. If the Battle Demon sect can perform well in the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, it will gain a great reputation and attract more geniuses to join the Battle Demon sect, forming a virtuous cycle. Therefore, the Time Sky City Competition Assembly is extremely important for any major force. Yang Feng said with a smile, However, with my strength alone, I'm still a bit weak. Senior disciple brothers and senior disciple sisters, please lend me a hand. With the Battle Demon sect united, we will be able to achieve the best results. When Zhang Hanshan and the other two heard this, they showed smiles and felt even more comfortable. The three of them are aware that with Yang Feng's monstrous strength, even if they join forces, they may not be his opponent. Now that Yang Feng was so modest, it made them admire Yang Feng even more. Elder Zhao Hong, one of the three glorious sun warlocks responsible for guarding the Battle Demon sect's geniuses, took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a satisfied smile, neither arrogant nor rash. What a rare genius. There is hope for the Battle Demon sect to prosper. The geniuses going to the Time Sky City are the next generation of the Battle Demon sect's powerhouses. The Battle Demon sect attaches great importance to them, and sent 3 glorious sun warlocks to guard them. Along with flashes of light, the huge flying vessel carrying the countless geniuses of the Battle Demon sect set off and turned into a stream of light flying towards the Time City. The Time City is one of the most ancient human holy cities. At the time, the Time Lord led countless human warlocks to establish the first human city in the Time City, setting off a wave of human resistance against the arch-gods. The Time City has left many traces of the Time Lord. Even after countless years, they haven't been erased by time. There are many strange phenomena that human warlocks haven't been able to successfully analyze to this day. Above the Time City, there is a holy city hidden in the river of time called the Time Sky City. The Time Sky City is a treasure city built by the Time Lord in order to cultivate human warlock geniuses, and it contains countless treasures. The Time Sky City is said to be a small world that the Time Lord refined from a plane using a peerless spell before he implanted a semi-plane into it. The small world contains countless mysteries and treasures of heaven and earth. In particular, the Time Sky Pillar contains the mysteries of the time text. Although the Time Lord wrote the time text, which records the secret methods he cultivates. However, the most profound law of time cannot be passed on through words. Although many warlocks have studied the Time Lord's time text, but the number of people who can truly understand its mysteries can be counted on one hand. Even the peerless geniuses of the 7 warlock emperors were unable to benefit too much from the secret methods of time recorded in the original version of the time text. But the Time Sky Pillar is different. The Time Sky Pillar is a treasure that the Time Lord cut off from the river of time using a peerless spell that ordinary people can't understand, and then refined with the Empyrean grade treasure Time Sky Crystal. The Time Sky Pillar carries the Time Lord's secret methods as well as all kinds of powerful secret methods. Even if you don't have a special physique like the Time Lord, but by using the Time Sky Pillar, you can still comprehend the law of time. Apart from that, there were also countless mysterious and peerless secret techniques sealed within the Time Sky Pillar. They were peerless secret techniques that could only be comprehended through the Time Sky Pillar. Except for the Time Lord, the other 7 warlock emperors have entered the Time Sky City. The Dawn Lord, the warlock emperor of the 8th warlock dynasty, comprehended his own path and peerless secret method in front of the Time Sky Pillar, and finally rose from among countless geniuses, becoming unparalleled in the world. In the history of human warlocks, many warlock monarchs and Holy Spirit warlocks have come to the Time Sky City to comprehend various secret methods under the Time Sky Pillar. Therefore, every time the Time Sky City opens, countless geniuses will come to compete for the Time Key and the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City. At this time, there are people coming and going in the Time Sky City. Blonde warlock geniuses from the Western world can be seen everywhere. The Secret Dragon Temple is located in the center of the Time City. The Secret Dragon Temple covers an area of hundreds of thousands of hectares and is equipped with all kinds of buildings. It is a place specially used to entertain the geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's top forces and the Western world's 3 dynasties. Those who can enter the Secret Dragon Temple are Starry Sky warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's top sects and families. Only Starry Sky warlock geniuses who are famous and recognized may get an invitation to enter here. The Secret Dragon Temple's top hotel, the Secret Dragon Hotel, in the lobby on the first floor, an extraordinarily handsome warlock in green quietly enjoys a variety of top delicacies while listening to the discussions of warlock geniuses from the Eastern and Western worlds. When it comes to the most outrageous geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty in recent years, I have to mention the Saint Lotus Sect's holy daughter Bai Yilian. Half a year ago, the Pinnacle Junior Moonlight Warlock Old Monster Chi Feng died at her hands. In this Time Sky City competition assembly, she will definitely be able to suppress everyone. Haha, the Saint Lotus Sect's holy daughter Bai Yilian is indeed very strong, far stronger than ordinary warlocks. However, she is too young after all, having promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock less than 30 years ago. I think that the Golem Sect's genius Zhang Jikue will be the overlord of this Time Sky City competition assembly. 100 years ago, he was already an outrageous genius who could kill junior Moonlight Warlocks. After 100 years of accumulation, his strength will only become more terrifying. Chapter 527. That's right. If it's Zhang Jikue, then Bai Yilian shouldn't be his opponent. After all, he's a powerhouse of the older generation who has been in the quasi-moonlight warlock realm for more than 100 years. The Time Sky City's Time Sky Pillar contains endless mysteries. You can use the Time Sky Pillar to comprehend secret methods and illuminate your future path. Therefore, many Starry Sky Warlocks will stop after practicing cultivation to the quasi-moonlight warlock realm, polish their combat strength, and prepare to compete for the 108 Keys of Time and get the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City. Haha, who does Zhang Jikue think he is? The strongest is naturally the Tai Yi Sect's current holy son Yi Yuanyang. He's a freakish genius who formed a virtual world. Half a year ago, the intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank Old Demon Turtle Mountain died at his hands. That's an intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank Old Monster. Yi Yuanyang, he's really strong. This is the 6th Moonlight Warlock to die at his hands. Upon hearing Yi Yuanyang's name, there was a burst of approval in the surroundings. Moonlight Warlock rank Old deities are extremely cunning and have mastered life-saving spells. Even if they aren't a match for Moonlight Warlock rank true disciples of top sects, but they can often escape from them. For Yi Yuanyang to be able to slay 6 Moonlight Warlock rank Old monsters, his strength is simply appalling. In particular, the intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank Old Demon Turtle Mountain was 2 or 3 times stronger than a junior Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. For such a powerhouse to die at his hands, even if many people didn't have a good impression of Yi Yuanyang, they had to admit that he was indeed very strong. Yi Yuanyang, who does he think he is? The Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng defeated him with his great warlock rank cultivation base. Now that Yang Feng has broken through the Heaven-Man boundary, his soul aptitude has reached superior level 8. In the Starry Sky Warlock realm, who can be his opponent? A voice sounded in the lobby, and the rest of the warlocks fell into silence. Indeed, Yang Feng has defeated Yi Yuanyang before. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the strongest this time. No, although Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang, but he may not be a match for quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. After all, he formed a virtual world, so his cultivation speed is bound to be much slower than others. The warlocks continued to argue. But no matter how they argued, they didn't deny that Yang Feng is already among the strongest Starry Sky warlocks in the Starry Sky. The azure-clothed warlock Kongfang Ao, who was tasting the fine wine and delicacies, listened to the discussions of the many warlock geniuses, and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He sighed lightly. After not seeing him for a few years, I didn't expect Yang Feng to actually reach this step. At that time, when Kongfang Ao traveled to the Tarandit subcontinent, it was only because he found Yang Feng pleasing to the eye that he befriended Yang Feng and helped him a little. But as a child of an aristocratic family, he naturally carries a trace of the arrogance of the Great Cloud Dynasty. He didn't expect that after Yang Feng joined the Battle Demon sect, in just a few decades, he has become the strongest genius of the Battle Demon sect's younger generation, and can even contend against the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. Yi Yuanyang, Yang Feng, and Bai Yilian, in front of me, they're nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. An unruly voice sounded in the lobby. Gazes followed the direction of the voice and saw hundreds of blonde warlock geniuses from the Western world's 3 dynasties slowly enter the lobby. Curious gazes focused on the warlock geniuses from the Western world's 3 dynasties. The continent is divided into the Eastern world and the Western world. Of the 8 warlock emperors, 7 came from the Eastern world. Therefore, the warlock civilization of the Eastern world was extremely developed. If the Western world hadn't given birth to Holy Spirit warlocks and followed the 7 warlock emperors and made countless contributions, there wouldn't be a unique warlock civilization of the Western world. In the Zhangji Plain, the warlock civilization of the Eastern world had an overwhelming upper hand. The major subcontinents and countless plains were proud of the Eastern world's civilization. The warlocks of the Eastern world regarded human warlocks of other worlds and subcontinents as barbarians. The 8th warlock emperor from the Western world, the Dawn Lord, emerged and defeated countless supreme geniuses of his generation, and finally ascended to the throne and founded the 8th warlock dynasty. After the establishment of the Dawn dynasty, the Western world ushered in great development, and gradually developed into a behemoth capable of contending with the Eastern world's human warlocks. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the continent was divided into 4 dynasties. Due to the distance between the 4 dynasties, powerhouses below the glorious Dawn warlock rank rarely crossed the boundaries of the 4 dynasties to travel to other dynasties. For many people, this is the first time they've seen the warlock geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. The warlock geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties who entered the lobby are in high spirits, their eyes shining brightly, and their bearing extraordinary. More than half of them are quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. These hundreds of people are peerless geniuses selected from the trillions of people in the Western world. Among the hundreds of warlock geniuses from the Western world, they are clearly divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups are clearly from the 3 dynasties. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are countless forces fighting both openly and covertly. On the surface, although there are only the 10 great sects, the 8 great families, and the imperial court, these 19 super forces. But in private, there are countless hidden families and powerful hidden sections. In order to compete for resources, they fight each other endlessly. The Western world's 3 dynasties also fight each other endlessly for the sake of their own interests. If it wasn't for the Great Cloud Dynasty eyeing them covetously from the sidelines, an endless war might break out between them. In this foreign land, the genius warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties faintly joined forces to contend against the warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, there are still many contradictions between them, and they can't trust each other, which is why they are divided into 3 groups. Among the 3 groups of people, 3 small circles are clearly divided. As if leading sheep, they lead the warlock geniuses from the Western world. There were 4 people in each of the 3 small circles. One of them was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was tall and handsome, and he exuded a sacred aura. One is a beautiful Western woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, a hot and sexy figure, and snow-white skin. One is a young man with short blonde hair and a smile on his face. One is a blonde man with hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose, and a gloomy aura between his eyebrows. In each small circle, there are 3 people. Among the 3, one of them was tall and slender like a human bear. His face was covered with a beard, making him look like a savage. One is a tall, bare-chested man with strange runes engraved all over his body. One has blue hair and blue eyes, a handsome appearance, and an elegant temperament, looking like a born king. The last small circle also has 4 people. One has long crimson hair, a handsome appearance, and an unyielding expression. One has a medium build, black skin, an unruly expression, and eyes flashing with fierce fighting spirit. He is a very rare black man. One of them was a tall and slender woman with black hair and blue eyes. She was a stunning beauty that was a mixture of Eastern purity and Western sexiness. One of them was a handsome man with long, silver hair. He gave off the aura of a king, and he was quite extraordinary. When Kong Fang Ao saw the 11 people in the 3 small circles, his pupils constricted slightly, and alarms went off in his heart. He understood that the 11 people are terrifying existences that he can't defeat. What strong fellows. These 11 people aren't simple. As soon as the 11 freakish geniuses from the Western world stepped into the lobby, they suppressed the more than 1,000 warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty inside the lobby into silence. When the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty saw the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world who didn't hide their cultivation base, alarms went off in their hearts, and their eyes filled with vigilance and shock. I, Achilles, the king of spades of the Order of Bones from the Bajor Dynasty, challenge you weaklings from the Eastern world. Who dares to fight me? A tall man with purple hair and regular facial features, but an unruly and overbearing expression stepped out from the crowd and issued a challenge to the more than 1,000 warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty in the lobby. Arrogant. Reckless fool. Barbarians are barbarians, they don't understand etiquette. Enraged, the eyes of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty shimmered with fury. I, True Cave Sect's Zhou Quan, will fight you. A handsome young man dressed in black exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank life force stood up, his eyes radiating resplendent light, and he walked towards Achilles step by step. There's an arena over there, let's fight there. Achilles swept the lobby with his gaze and saw the arena in the center of the lobby. He showed an excited and ferocious smile, blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the arena. Zhou Quan's eyes shimmered coldly, and he blurred into motion and flew into the arena. In the hidden dragon temple, peerless geniuses from the Western world gathered. These geniuses are extremely proud and full of confidence. From time to time, they will fight due to quarrels. Therefore, in the hidden dragon temple, there are arenas everywhere for warlock geniuses to fight. Chapter 528. The True Cave Sect is a first-rate sect second only to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. As the eldest senior disciple brother of the True Cave Sect, Zhou Quan possesses a quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. I must let that barbarian Achilles have a taste of the power of our Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock geniuses. Come on, senior disciple brother Zhou Quan. Kill him. Let him experience the wonders of our Great Cloud Dynasty's spells. Cheers rang in the lobby. Most of the young warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty were cheering for Zhou Quan. The warlocks from the Western world sneered and watched indifferently from the sidelines, all of them silent. When Achilles came to the arena, he silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and an immemorial gold dragon imprint suddenly appeared. Gold light flew out of the immemorial gold dragon imprint and formed a 100-meter-tall immemorial gold dragon exuding moonlight warlock rank might. The arena in the lobby of the hidden dragon temple was enchanted with spatial spells, and there were spatial runes everywhere. From the outside, it only looked like a stage. But the inner force formed a space of its own. It was a vast space with a radius of 100 kilometers, enough to accommodate a fight between 2 glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouses. When Zhou Quan saw the immemorial gold dragon, his face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Immemorial gold dragon. Dragons were terrifying existences at the pinnacle of extraordinary life forms. Among dragons, apart from some supreme geniuses with special bloodlines or primordial dragon bloodlines, gold dragons and silver dragons were the strongest. If it was a living junior moonlight warlock rank immemorial gold dragon, it would be stronger than 95% of the human warlock geniuses present. Immemorial gold dragon, he can actually control an immemorial gold dragon. No wonder he's so arrogant. With this ability alone, he can contend against moonlight warlocks. This guy really has some skill. When they saw the immemorial gold dragon, the warlocks from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty revealed dignified looks in their eyes. Achilles glanced at Zhou Quan and laughed arrogantly. Zhou Quan, you can still make it if you scram now. The primordial golden dragon is not an existence that a weakling like you can contend against. If it was a living moonlight warlock rank immemorial gold dragon, then I wouldn't be its opponent. However, this primordial golden dragon is just a manifestation of your secret treasure. The primordial golden dragon clan's various secret techniques and powerful physical strength cannot be used at all. Watch how I defeat you. After all, Zhou Quan was the eldest senior brother of this batch of disciples from the True Cave sect, so he was extremely determined. He silently chanted an incantation and stretched out a finger. A ray of green light flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a primordial green mysterious condor that was 50 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in green feathers, and there was a hurricane rune between its brows. Immemorial green condors were extraordinary life forms that grew in the immemorial era. Every adult immemorial green condor was a tyrannical moonlight warlock rank life form that fed on flood dragons and dragons. They were born with the ability to control the law of wind, and their speed could be ranked in the top 20 among extraordinary life forms of the same rank. As soon as Zhou Quan transformed into an immemorial green mysterious condor, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. The hurricane rune between his eyebrows flashed, and the entire arena was filled with strong winds. A violent hurricane enveloped the entire arena, and countless wind blades slashed towards the primordial gold dragon and Achilles. We concede. When the warlocks of the True Cave sect saw this scene, their countenances changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light, entered the arena, and rescued the seriously injured Zhou Quan. This was just a spar between warlock geniuses. It wasn't a duel to the death, nor was it a fight to the death. Achilles sneered as he watched the warlocks of the True Cave sect rescue Zhou Quan from the arena, and didn't continue to attack. The True Cave sect is one of the top forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty, second only to the 10 great sects. It has a junior Infinity Warlock and 2 Bright World Warlocks. Its strength shouldn't be underestimated. Since Achilles defeated Zhou Quan fair and square, the True Cave sect can't do anything to him. However, if Achilles were to kill Zhou Quan after he was defeated, Zhou Quan would definitely die. The True Cave sect will definitely send out all its experts to make sure that he can't leave the Great Cloud Dynasty alive. Although Achilles is arrogant, but he is no fool. He naturally won't touch the bottom line of the True Cave sect. Standing in the center of the arena, a violent expression on his face, Achilles said arrogantly while riding an immemorial gold dragon, "Who else dares to fight me?" Looking at Achilles standing proudly in the center of the arena, the eyes of the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty flashed with apprehension, and they looked at each other. For a while, no one dared to challenge him. Zhou Quan is the eldest senior disciple brother of the True Cave sect, a quasi-moonlight warlock rank expert. Yet such a powerhouse was insta-killed by Achilles. From this, it can be seen how strong Achilles is. Among the more than 1,000 warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty here, there aren't many who can defeat Zhou Quan. As for the geniuses who are sure that they can defeat Achilles, they have their own ulterior motives and have no intention of stepping forward to show off. A sexy blonde woman from the Western world, with wavy hair, a sexy figure, and a large area of snow-white skin exposed, sneered and said, "These are the warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty? To be known as the strongest warlock dynasty in the human world, what a joke. There are more than 2,000 people here, yet there isn't a single person who dares to challenge him. You're not even men." Another handsome man with blue hair and blue eyes said with a look of contempt, "Barbarians, barbarians, yet you don't even have the courage to challenge him." But he doesn't even have the courage to challenge. Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks are only so disappointing. You're even worse than women. Anger brewed in the hearts of the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty at once, and they glared at the warlocks from the Western world. A warlock in green clothes with quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base blurred into motion, jumped into the arena, and said solemnly, "I am the rogue cultivator Lu He, I came to fight you." Achilles sneered, "Enough nonsense, let's do it." There was a flash of anger in Lu He's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation, and a Qilin projection suddenly appeared. His body fluttered, and he turned into a 50-meter-tall scarlet fire Qilin stepping on Qilin flames. Qilin, that's a scarlet fire Qilin. Amazing, Qilins are extraordinary life forms not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. Although Lu He is a rogue cultivator, but his strength is extraordinary, how amazing. When the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty saw this scene, they showed looks of excitement. Qilins were extraordinary life forms not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. In the Archgod era, Qilins once dominated the world, and even gave birth to the Qilin Great Emperor who was comparable to a warlock emperor. After the Qilin Great Emperor died and disappeared, the Qilin race declined. But even so, the Qilin race was definitely a top race. After the rise of human warlocks, most Qilins left the Zhangji Plain to avoid the humans. Now there are very few Qilins left in the Zhangji Plain. Only some extraordinary life forms with Qilin bloodline remain. Chapter 529. After Lu He transformed into a Scarlet Fire Qilin, he controlled the Scarlet Fire Qilin Fire to rush towards the immemorial Gold Dragon. Qilins were top extraordinary life forms that could fight dragons. In the fight between the Scarlet Fire Qilin and the immemorial Gold Dragon, the outcome was 50-50. Exuding a fierce aura, the immemorial Gold Dragon soared into the sky and clashed with the Scarlet Fire Qilin that Lu He transformed into. The violent Scarlet Fire Qilin Fire burned the space, and the dragon breath in the arena flickered. The Crimson Fire Qilin Flame and the Primordial Golden Dragon, these two supreme extraordinary life forms, fought crazily, setting off countless violent energy fluctuations in the arena. Amazing! So this is a fight between top warlock geniuses. Whether it is the Scarlet Fire Qilin or the immemorial Gold Dragon, both are far stronger than ordinary moonlight warlocks. These freaks are really scary. This is a top-notch warlock genius, I'm not his opponent. Although the arena blocked the aftermath of the fight between the two extraordinary life forms, but the terrifying fluctuations of life force from the two extraordinary life forms still made the complexions of most of the warlocks present change greatly, and their eyes flashed with graveness. More than 95% of the warlock geniuses present couldn't compete with Lu He and Achilles. Lu He and Achilles were already transcendent rank experts who could contend against and even defeat junior moonlight warlocks. Even if it was a rogue junior moonlight warlock, they were still terrifying existences. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, even in the Battle Demon sect, only Zhou Feng, Zhui Yifan, and Zhang Hanshan could barely defeat the weakest rogue moonlight warlock with quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base and secret treasures. Even if it was a warlock genius like Zhong Sunan, before he reached the quasi-moonlight warlock realm, he couldn't contend against the weakest junior moonlight warlock. However, even a genius like Zhou Feng may not be the opponent of the two warlock geniuses in the arena. More than 95% of the other warlock geniuses in the lobby were not the opponents of the two. You have some skill. I'll show you what I've got. Human-dragon fusion. Achilles' eyes flashed, and he silently chanted an incantation. Countless golden runes enveloped him and pulled him into the body of the immemorial Gold Dragon. The eyes of the immemorial Gold Dragon burst out with golden light, and vast immemorial Gold Dragon might spread and even diffused from the arena and spread throughout the lobby. More than 90% of the warlocks in the lobby suddenly felt tremendous pressure, and unconsciously stimulated their life force to resist the immemorial Gold Dragon's dragon might. The immemorial Gold Dragon seemed to have come to life, and its every movement was no longer lifeless and dull. He slashed out with his claw and tore off a large piece of flesh from the Scarlet Fire Qilin's body. Before the Scarlet Fire Qilin could react, a golden dragon swings its tail whipped the Scarlet Fire Qilin in an agile manner. An incomparably violent giant dragon power erupted in an instant, and the scarlet fire Qilin was sent flying with a single strike. I concede. The scarlet fire Qilin slammed into the protective wall at the edge of the arena, spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and struggled to shout. With a flash of light, the scarlet fire Qilin turned into a pale-faced Lu He, who coughed up blood. He took a deep look at Achilles, and then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the arena. In the lobby, the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty remained silent, their expressions unsightly. With a flash of gold light, Achilles flew out of the immemorial gold dragon, looked at the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty domineeringly, and sneered, "Who else dares to fight me? Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty, don't be a coward. Come and fight me. Or, is there no one in the Great Cloud Dynasty's younger generation who dares to fight me? If that's the case, then go home and don't make a fool of yourself in the Time Sky City competition assembly." A warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty couldn't help but say, "What are you so arrogant about? The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families are filled with geniuses and experts. If they come, they can easily defeat you." Achilles uttered with a haughty smile, "In my eyes, the geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Achilles, the Order of Bones is one of the top warlock groups in the Bajor dynasty. As the King of Spades of the Order of Bones, your status is second only to the Ace of Spades. You're equivalent to the top geniuses of the 10 great sects. You just defeated some trash, yet you're so arrogant. That's really disappointing. You better scram down from the arena and let your Skull Party's Ace of Spades fight me." Accompanied by an equally arrogant voice, a young man dressed in a black warlock robe, with an ordinary appearance, but a pair of star-like eyes brimming with the radiance of wisdom, that pair of eyes made his ordinary face appear extraordinary. A peerless and elegant young man walked into the lobby. "People from the Saint Demon sect. They're from the Saint Demon sect. This person should be this generation's holy son of the Saint Demon sect." When they saw the young man with an extraordinary temperament, the faces of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty changed dramatically, and they quickly dispersed to make way. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Saint Demon sect and the Corpse Demon sect have a bad reputation. But they are extremely powerful and domineering. Once you provoke them, your fate will be very bad. The Saint Demon sect's demonic slaves and the Corpse Demon sect's corpse demons were transformed from the enemies of these two sections. Behind the Saint Demon sect's holy son are dozens of warlock geniuses from the Saint Demon sect. But the warlock geniuses follow behind the Saint Demon sect's holy son like servants, highlighting his extraordinary status. There was a flash of excitement in Achilles' eyes, and he said loudly, "The Saint Demon sect's holy son? Interesting. Come over. As long as you can defeat me, the Ace of Spades will naturally defeat you." "Saint Demon sect's holy son, wait a minute. Achilles said that I'm a clay chicken that can't withstand a single blow. Now that I'm a clay chicken, let me experience the ability of the Bajor dynasty's Order of Spades King of Spades." A voice sounded in the reception hall, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Yuanyang and Bai Yilian led the warlocks of the Tai Yi sect and the Saint Lotus sect into the reception hall. Bai Yilian still looked like a plain white immortal lotus, with an extraordinary temperament, ethereal, and peerless beauty. Even though there were countless beautiful women in the reception hall, but she still stood out like a crane among chickens. Yi Yuanyang, who was still dressed in black, exuded a domineering aura. But compared to before he was defeated by Yang Feng, there was now a trace of gloom on his face. "Yi Yuanyang. It's him, Yi Yuanyang. He's here." As soon as Yi Yuanyang appeared, all the gazes in the hall were focused on him, and they were filled with complicated emotions. Before Yi Yuanyang was defeated by Yang Feng, he was the most outstanding peerless genius of this session. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, only some peerless geniuses of the previous generation could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After Yi Yuanyang was defeated by Yang Feng, all the glory faded and fell on Yang Feng's head. Although he was still one of the strongest geniuses of the younger generation, but he was no longer an invincible overlord of the younger generation of the Great Cloud Dynasty. After the geniuses of the Tai-E sect and the Saint Lotus sect entered the reception hall, in addition to the geniuses of the Battle Demon sect, the geniuses of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families also entered the reception hall. The peerless geniuses of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families faintly clashed with the warlocks from the Western world. Eyes intertwined and carefully sized each other up, and finally their gazes fell on Yi Yuanyang and Achilles. The eyes of the Saint Demon sect's holy son flickered, and he said with a gentle smile, "Since you've spoken, then I'll let you have Achilles." Yi Yuanyang took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In an instant, he appeared in the arena facing Achilles. Achilles sneered, "Tai Yi Yuanyang, you're the Yi Yuanyang who was defeated by Yang Feng. I heard that when Yang Feng defeated you, he was just a great warlock, is this true?" Yi Yuanyang replied calmly, "Yes, when he defeated me, he was a great warlock." "So it's true. When Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang, he was indeed a great warlock. I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yang Feng is too strong." "No, it's not that Yang Feng is too strong, but that Yi Yuanyang is too weak." The warlock geniuses were shocked by this fact, and comments sounded one after another. If Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang with a Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But for a great warlock to defeat Yi Yuanyang, that would be too shocking. In the battle with the Battle Demon sect, the Tai-E sect has been very silent, not saying a word. Many people didn't believe that Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang as a great warlock. But now Yi Yuanyang personally admitted that he was defeated by Yang Feng, which filled many people with shock. Achilles sneered and ridiculed, "To be defeated by a great warlock, it seems that you don't deserve the title of Tai-E sect's holy son." The Tai-E sect is known as the leader of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, yet it chose a waste like you as its holy son. It seems that the Tai-E sect has begun to decline. Chapter 530. For insulting my Tai-E sect, you deserve to be slapped. Yi Yuanyang's eyes flickered with the indifferent light of a god overlooking mortals, and he strangely appeared in front of Achilles. Following a series of afterimages, Achilles was slapped 10 times by Yi Yuanyang in the blink of an eye, and his teeth mixed with blood were sent flying. With a flash of gold light, the immemorial gold dragon slapped Yi Yuanyang with its huge tail and smashed him to pieces. The originally blurry afterimage of Yi Yuanyang became clear again, but his true body returned to its original place in an instant. Amazing! So this is the strength of the Tai-E sect's holy son. So strong. This is Yi Yuanyang. Sure enough, he's a freak-level powerhouse. In the lobby, the warlocks of the continent's younger generation stared at Yi Yuanyang and inhaled a breath of cold air. For the first time, the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties revealed a dignified look in their eyes. In the Western world, the Order of Bones was a force on the same level as the Battle Demon sect and the Tai-E sect. In terms of underlying strength, the Order of Bones was even stronger than the Battle Demon sect. After all, the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord was a peerless genius from the Western world. When he ruled the Zhangji Plain, although he didn't deliberately suppress the Eastern world, but he secretly took care of the Western world. When the Dawn Lord suppressed the Western world, the number of planes controlled by the Western world increased exponentially. This allowed the Western world to develop and become not the slightest bit inferior to the Eastern world. Achilles was the Order of Bones King of Spades, which meant that he was the Order of Bones No. 2 Starry Sky Warlock rank genius. With his tyrannical strength, he could suppress more than 1,000 warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty by himself. But now Achilles was slapped 10 times by Yi Yuanyang in public. Yi Yuanyang's strength was far beyond their imagination. Among the 4 people leading the Brest Dynasty's warlock geniuses, the young man exuding a sacred aura said with a smile, "Interesting. This Yi Yuanyang should be an expert on the same level as us." The young warlock with a gloomy aura between his eyebrows uttered coldly, "Achilles is the weakest among us. I can easily slap him 10 times. However, this Yi Yuanyang does have some ability." At this moment, the 11 peerless geniuses from the Western world admitted that Yi Yuanyang was qualified to be on the same level as them. This was a kind of confidence and arrogance that only belonged to the geniuses of the Eastern world. But since the birth of the Dawn Lord, the warlocks of the Western world have developed rapidly, and their influence has spread to countless planes. They can already compete with the human warlocks of the Eastern world. The human warlock civilizations in the Turandot subcontinent and many other subcontinents were similar to the Western world because the Western world gave birth to the Dawn Lord. In the arena, Achilles took a few steps back and stared at Yi Yuanyang with bloodshot eyes that flickered with madness and resentment. In front of the warlock geniuses of the Eastern world's younger generation, he, Achilles, was slapped 10 times by Yi Yuanyang. For a proud and arrogant peerless genius like him, this is a great humiliation. You dare to hit me. You dare to slap me. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. Eyes shot with blood, Achilles roared and silently recited an incantation. His body radiated golden light, and his figure blurred, and he entered the immemorial gold dragon. The immemorial gold dragon opened its eyes, and tyrannical dragon might diffused from its body. Suddenly, it shot out, appeared in front of Yi Yuanyang at lightning speed, and sent a claw barreling towards Yi Yuanyang. After casting the human dragon fusion technique, everything of Achilles was transformed into the primordial golden dragon. It was equivalent to the combination of two powerful existences comparable to the early moonlight level, and it completely stimulated the vitality of the primordial golden dragon. Even if the real immemorial gold dragon is resurrected, it may not be a match for Achilles after casting Man-Dragon Unite. Trash. Is this all you've got? You're far worse than Yang Feng from a few years ago, you piece of trash. Standing still, Yi Yuanyang's pupils revolved slightly, and countless tiny runes condensed in his pupils and formed a strange golden double pupil. He extended his hand, and the 4 elemental particles of wind, fire, water, and earth revolved in his right hand. Vast world force gushed out, and he grabbed the claw of the immemorial gold dragon, which has the strongest fleshly body in the same rank. There was a flash of madness in Yi Yuanyang's eyes, and he flung the 100-meter-long immemorial gold dragon to the ground. A violent force erupted in an instant, and the immemorial gold dragon was seriously injured and forced it to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Trash. 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 As if the embodiment of a powerful and ferocious transcendent, Yi Yuanyang, who has lost to Yang Feng in the past few years, roared wildly, grabbed the immemorial gold dragon Achilles has transformed into, and slammed it into the ground of the arena. Every time he smashed it, the immemorial gold dragon spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Strange chains tightly wrapped around the body of the ancient golden dragon that Achilles had transformed into. All of Achilles' life force was sealed within his body, making him unable to use any spells. Achilles, who easily defeated the 2 warlock geniuses Zhou Quan and Lu He, is like a toy in Yi Yuanyang's hands. Stop! Achilles has been defeated. Do you want to kill him? Following a roar, the bear-like warlock genius of the Bajor dynasty roared, took out a wolf-tooth club engraved with countless runes, stepped into the arena, and slammed the wolf-tooth club towards Yi Yuanyang. Go to hell! Yi Yuanyang's eyes were burning with rage. He grabbed Achilles and brandished it like a weapon towards one of the supreme geniuses from the Western world. The bear-like warlock genius didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and he slammed the wolf-tooth club in his hand into the immemorial gold dragon. Astrology, seal removal. When the huge mace smashed into the immemorial golden dragon, it instantly collapsed and turned into countless tiny runes condensed from Star Force. The runes landed on the countless chains on the immemorial golden dragon's body and melted them into fragments. As soon as the countless sealing chains collapsed and disappeared, the immemorial golden dragon flashed with golden light and turned into Achilles, who was riddled with wounds and had countless broken bones. He was covered in blood. If the chains are not removed, then even if Achilles dies, he will die as an immemorial gold dragon, not as a human. Astrology, starlight teleportation. The bear-like warlock silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and dazzling starlight shone, enveloped Achilles, and pulled him into his hand. Go to hell. Eyes shot with blood, Yi Yuanyang took a step and, as if he turned into a streak of fire that traversed the void, world force surged, wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles rotated, and the 9 brilliant sun's secret method operated. Golden sun flames wrapped around his palms, and he slammed his palms towards Achilles. With Achilles' current state, if he is hit by the golden sun flames, he will be burned to ashes. Astrology, starlight's 6 defense shield. The bear-like warlock pointed with a finger, and endless starlight suddenly gathered in front of Achilles and formed a 6-pointed star shield with a sphere formed from starlight at each corner. Starlight's 6 defense shield is a powerful defensive spell in astrology that can increase in power as the life force of a warlock increases. With the bear-like warlock's strength, even a glorious dawn warlock cannot destroy the Starlight's 6 defense shield with a single blow. You bastard, lose for me. A queer afterimage scattered, and Yi Yuanyang appeared behind the bear-like warlock and slammed a palm covered in golden sun flames into the bear-like warlock's life force field and into the bear-like warlock's back. Astrology, starlight imperishable body. The bear-like warlock's face fell, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood and threw Achilles out of the arena. In an instant, his body disintegrated, turned into specks of starlight, flew towards a corner of the arena, and quickly formed back into his true body. Countless specks of starlight scattered and suppressed the golden sun flames that have broken out of his body. Yi Yuanyang looked at the bear-like warlock with an indifferent look in his eyes and said loftily, "Are you the Order of Bones Ace of Spades?" The bear-like warlock operated a secret method, and countless specks of starlight purified the golden sun flames. His eyes flickered coldly, and he asked frigidly, "Yes, I am the Order of Bones Ace of Spades, Cornell." Yi Yuanyang, don't you think it's despicable to sneak attack me? Yi Yuanyang sneered, despicable? I was having a fair battle with Achilles, and he hadn't even admitted defeat, yet you had already attacked me. You still have the nerve to say the word despicable. That's right, a duel between warlocks is sacred and inviolable. Achilles hasn't admitted defeat, yet Cornell attacked. That's despicable. A thief crying thief, and speaking with justice, the Order of Bones geniuses are really shameless. Outside the arena, the ridicule of countless warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty rang. Chapter 531. In a spar between warlocks, generally, as long as one side doesn't admit defeat, the rest can't intervene. Before the spar between Yi Yuanyang and Achilles was decided, Cornell attacked. No matter how you argue, he is in the wrong. The warlocks from the Western world also had unsightly expressions when they heard the ridicule of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, they aren't ordinary people, so they didn't retort. I'm sorry, I was too worried about Achilles' safety, so I couldn't help but intervene. It's all my fault. Cornell's face flickered, and he took out a vial of elixir and drank it. Then, he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and his body split open. Flesh wrapped in golden sun flames flew out of his body, and then was burned to ashes by the golden sun flames before they fell to the ground. When the golden sun flames were forced out of his body, Cornell's complexion turned pale, and his aura gradually recovered. The golden sun flames are extremely powerful. Even if it is a moonlight warlock, they will be seriously injured. If the golden sun flames can't be dispelled, they will even be burned to death. Yi Yuanyang quietly watched Cornell dispel the golden sun flames with an indifferent look in his eyes. If it was a life and death battle, Yi Yuanyang would definitely take advantage of the time when Cornell dispelled the golden sun flames. He wouldn't give Cornell any chance to kill him. But in a spar, Yuanyang absolutely can't do that. Otherwise, the Infinity Warlocks from the Western world hiding outside the secret Dragon Temple will personally take action to kill him. Cornell and the hundreds of warlocks who came to the City of Time are the most outstanding geniuses of the Western world in the past century. If they die here, many powerful forces in the Western world will be hit hard. The Great Cloud Dynasty isn't very friendly with the Western world's 3 dynasties, and they have plans to annex each other. Therefore, the hundreds of geniuses from the Western world are guarded by 6 Infinity Warlocks from the Western world. The 6 Infinity Warlocks from the Western world are enough to destroy any warlock group other than the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families. Because of this, whether it is the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty or the warlocks of the Western world, they must follow the rules of the game. Achilles could taunt, provoke, and heavily injure Zhou Quan and Lu He, but he couldn't kill them. After Cornell completely eliminated the golden sun flames in his body, his eyes flashed with a cold light and he said in a deep voice, "Yuanyang, do you dare to fight me?" Yuanyang said coldly, "Come on, I hope you won't be like that trash who can't even withstand 30% of my strength." Astrology, World of Stars. Cornell's eyes flashed coldly, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. Outside the Zhangji plain, dazzling stars poured down star force and, in accordance with the laws of the unseen world, evolved into a star world formed by countless stars around Cornell. Cornell was in the center of the countless stars. The 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth surged, and a vast and boundless world force spread out in an instant, as if turning into a main star that ruled over countless stars, blooming with dazzling starlight. Virtual world. He's a peerless expert who formed a virtual world. This is world force. He's also an expert who formed a virtual world. The faces of the many warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty changed dramatically, their eyes shimmered with graveness and envy, and they commented spiritedly. Warlock geniuses who can form a virtual world are very rare. In the Battle Demon sect, among the younger generation, only Yang Feng is known to have formed a virtual world. Even in the 10 great sects, experts who can form a virtual world in the Starry Sky Warlock realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Each of them is the most powerful genius in their sect. The blue-haired, blue-eyed young warlock in the same circle as Cornell looked at the world of stars and said lightly, "Cornell's Beijing astrology is stronger than before." Beijing astrology is one of the most powerful secret methods of the Western world's Beijing dynasty. Based on the star text created by the 4th Warlock Dynasty's Star Lord, it is a top-secret method created by countless peerless geniuses from the Western world. Once the Beijing astrology is cultivated, the caster can use star force to peek into the past and deduce the future. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the one with the strongest fleshly body is the Taboo Lord, and the one with the highest wisdom is the Star Lord. The half-naked warlock with countless runes engraved all over his body, giving off a strange feeling, took a deep look at his companion next to him, a peculiar gleam flashed in his unyielding eyes, and he said unhurriedly, "No matter how strong Cornell's Beijing astrology is, he's still far from being able to compare to you, Angelico." Angelico smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of a king, like an incomparably noble king. He calmly looked at the arena, as if nothing could set off a ripple in his heart. Astrology, Star Lock. Sitting among the countless stars, Cornell seemed to have become the most dazzling main star. The stars in the star world shone brightly, and starlight condensed into star locks that shot out from the star world and swept towards Yuanyang. The astral lock formed from the Beijing family's astrology art contained boundless might. Once one was locked, one's physical body, spirit, and soul would be sealed by the starlight, and one's soul and sea of consciousness would be sealed, turning one into a mortal. Good. Beijing astrology is indeed one of the strongest secret methods of the Beijing dynasty. It's worth it for me to go all out. I'll let you have a taste of the Tai Yi sect's 9 brilliant suns secret method. Yuanyang's eyes flashed coldly, and he silently recited an incantation. Vast world force revolved around him, and wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles revolved around him. Finally, the four elemental particles merged into one and transformed into fire elemental particles. Golden sun flames, which even glorious dawn warlocks feared, suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuanyang, making him look like the incarnation of a peerless monarch controlling golden sun flames. As soon as the countless star locks approached Yi Yuanyang, they were burned by the golden sun flames and collapsed inch by inch, making sizzling sounds. Yi Yuanyang pointed with a finger, and countless golden sun flames suddenly condensed. According to the abstruse laws, they turned into a 3-finger thick and dazzling golden sun flame divine light. With the terrifying power to shatter stars and incinerate everything, it blasted towards Cornell's star world. Golden sun flame god ray. Astrology, 9-star alignment, star shield. Cornell's face flickered, and he operated a secret method, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. The bright stars in the star world moved slightly, as if rotating according to the trajectory contained in the universe. With a slight shake, the 9 stars lined up and blocked in front of Cornell. 9-star alignment, star shield is one of the strongest defensive spells in astrology. If Cornell had an infinity warlock rank cultivation base, he could condense 9 stars formed from star force and form a star shield. At that time, virtually no one in the same rank could break it. When the golden sun flame god ray slammed into the first star, it was directly pierced through. The second, the third, and the fourth stars exploded, unable to resist the golden sun flame god ray. After the 9th star shattered, the golden sun flame god ray hit Cornell and turned into raging flames that engulfed him. Amazing, Yi Yuanyang, the 9 brilliant suns secret method is really amazing. This time, it's my loss. Cornell's calm voice came from the golden sun flames, and dazzling starlight shone, fell on the golden sun flames, and dispelled them one by one. By relying on the deduction power of Beijing astrology, Cornell has already deduced that if he doesn't use his life-saving trump card and fights with Yi Yuanyang, he will be defeated by Yi Yuanyang after 3 hours of fierce fighting. After the deduction came to a conclusion, Cornell wasn't willing to continue fighting. Being terrifyingly calm is a common characteristic of every warlock genius who cultivates Beijing astrology. Any irritable, impulsive, and easily angered warlock will find it difficult to cultivate Beijing astrology. In the world of warlocks, there were countless resplendent secret methods because different people were suited to cultivate different warlock secret methods. When human warlocks cultivate secret methods, their personalities will be affected by them. Similarly, human warlocks with different personalities can cultivate different top-notch warlock secret methods. Eldest senior disciple brother is invincible. A trifling Beijing warlock isn't worth mentioning. The Order of Bones Ace of Spades is just so. He can't even resist a move from my eldest senior disciple brother. He's really weak. When the Tai E Sex warlock geniuses saw this scene, they burst into laughter and ridiculed. Cornell lost. He was defeated by Yi Yuanyang. It seems that Yi Yuanyang is really extraordinary. Seeing Cornell concede, the 10 outrageous geniuses from the Western world's 3 dynasties finally showed dignified expressions, and they took a serious look at Yi Yuanyang. Well done, Yi Yuanyang. As expected of the Tai E Sex holy son, his reputation is well deserved. The geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty were extremely excited, and their cheers resounded in the lobby. The warlocks from the Western world frowned, and their eyes filled with anticipation focused on the 10 outrageous geniuses from the Western world. Chapter 532. In the Western world, apart from some warlock geniuses cultivated by hidden sects hidden in the darkness of history, these 11 people are the top warlock geniuses of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties. Cornell has been defeated. Among the geniuses from the Western world who came this time, only the 10 freakish geniuses can defeat Yi Yuanyang. Amidst the jeers, Cornell calmly walked back to the side of the other 2 freakish geniuses from the Beijing dynasty. Angelicos' eyes shone brightly, and he asked slowly, "How strong is he?" Cornell replied calmly, "He's very strong. Even if I use my strongest secret treasures and secret methods to fight him to the death, at most, both sides will suffer. In the end, my chances of dying are above 70%. That's the Tai Holy Sun for you. However, he's not your opponent." Angelico suddenly smiled and said, "Cornell, if it weren't for your weakness, Achilles, then you would be the most perfect and fearsome existence." Cornell, who cultivates Bajor astrology, can use Bajor astrology to peek into the past. As long as no one uses secret methods to conceal history, then almost nothing in history can be hidden from Cornell, who can use Bajor astrology. The Order of Bones also peeks into the past with Bajor astrology as its core. By finding the residences of some infinity warlocks, it was able to develop rapidly and become one of the most powerful warlock groups in the Bajor dynasty. The conditions to cultivate Bajor astrology are extremely harsh, and the life force required to operate this secret method is tremendous. In each era, there are no more than 3 people who can cultivate Bajor astrology, and among those 3 people, very few have formed a virtual world. Cornell is a powerhouse who formed a virtual world and cultivates Bajor astrology. Although he is slightly weak now, but in the Bajor dynasty, Angelico fears Cornell the most. If it wasn't for Achilles, who can trigger a change in Cornell's mood, Angelico would really want to strangle Cornell at all costs. Throughout history, the geniuses who practiced astrology were all extremely intelligent and difficult to kill. Before ascending to the Warlock Emperor realm, the Star Lord of the 4th Warlock dynasty was defeated dozens of times at the hands of peerless geniuses of the same realm. But although he was defeated, he didn't die. He forcefully relied on his unfathomable wisdom to seize opportunities one after another, and finally ascended to the throne, defeating all the experts in the world. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the Star Lord has suffered the most defeats. Even in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, he has been defeated by peerless geniuses of the same rank. The Taboo Lord lost the most before he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. But after he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, he has never been defeated in a fight of the same rank. Cornell's pupils shrank slightly. He stood quietly by the side and did not say a word. Angelico took a deep look at Cornell, smiled faintly, and strode towards the arena. Angelico. The Devil God King of the Bajor dynasty. It's him, the Demon God King Angelico. Now that he has made a move, the Saint of Tai has no chance of winning. When the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world saw Angelico, their eyes showed excitement, and they were in high spirits. In particular, the warlock geniuses of the Bajor dynasty revealed awe and admiration in their eyes. The warlock geniuses of the other 2 dynasties stared at Angelico with awe and apprehension in their eyes. One of the 4 supreme geniuses leading Kadard's warlock geniuses, the silver-haired, peerlessly handsome young man with the temperament of a ruler said with a slight smile, "Angelico, since he took action, then let's go. Then Yuanyang will definitely lose." The 3 people beside the silver-haired man also nodded slightly. Angelico of the Bajor dynasty was a monster-level genius on the same level as the silver-haired man in front of them. The 3 of them knew how powerful the silver-haired man was. It was a strength that made people despair. Angelico was full of confidence. He smiled faintly and said, "Angelico of the Bajor dynasty's Hall of Truth is here to fight you. Yuanyang, unleash your 9 brilliant suns secret method. I've long wanted to come to the Great Cloud dynasty and meet your geniuses." Yuanyang's pupils constricted, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. The Hall of Truth. The Hall of Truth, the Hall of Eternity, and the Hall of Immortality were the 3 holy lands of warlocks in the Western world. The Hall of Truth once gave birth to a truth sage who followed the 3rd Warlock dynasty's demonic divine lord on a campaign. The Hall of Eternity once gave birth to an eternal sage who followed the 5th Warlock dynasty's Warlock Emperor Death Lord on a campaign. The Hall of Immortality once gave birth to a peerless supreme genius, that was the 8th Warlock dynasty's Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord. On the surface, the three halls were the three most powerful warlock groups in the Western world. The Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Kader dynasty were respectively supported by the Hall of Eternity, the Hall of Truth, and the Hall of Immortality. Compared to the three halls, the Order of Bones could only be regarded as a second-rate warlock group. Its foundation was far inferior to the three halls. He's from the Hall of Truth. In that case, he's a genius cultivated by the Hall of Truth. There's going to be a good show to watch. The warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty revealed looks of excitement. Even if these warlock geniuses didn't know the Order of Bones, but the illustrious reputation of the Western world's three halls reverberated like thunder. In the most glorious eras of human warlocks, the top supreme geniuses from the Western world came from the three warlock holy lands. At the time, the Dawn Lord from the Hall of Immortality even successively lost to the two freakish geniuses from the Hall of Truth and the Hall of Eternity. Yuanyang's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit, and he uttered indifferently, "The Hall of Truth. I originally planned to go to the Western world to challenge you. But since you're here, then take this opportunity to show me what you've got." Countless golden sun flames suddenly appeared around Yuanyang, and his eyes radiated light that didn't belong to humans, as if he had become the incarnation of a god overlooking the secular world. Angelico silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and an imprint suddenly flew out and floated in the air. Countless mysterious divine runes and runes formed from runes shone brightly inside the imprint, as if there were countless gods roaring inside the imprint. With a flash of demonic light, the void distorted, and a 100-meter-tall abyssal demonic dragon enveloped in abyssal demonic flames flew out of the imprint. An abyssal aura that could erode and destroy everything spread from the abyssal demonic dragon and enveloped the surroundings. Abyssal demonic dragon. It's an abyssal demonic dragon with intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. If this abyssal demonic dragon was in the abyss, then even quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouses wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Even in the Tsangji plane, it can contend against intermediate moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. For Angelico to be able to control such a demonic dragon, how fearsome. When they saw the abyssal demonic dragon, the surrounding warlock geniuses inhaled a breath of cold air. Dragons were powerful existences at the pinnacle of extraordinary life forms. The abyssal demonic dragon itself had the strength to contend against intermediate moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. If it was in the abyss, it would be boosted by the abyssal force of the abyss, and its battle prowess would be comparable to that of a quasi-glorious dawn warlock. Only the top genius disciples of forces like the Battle Demon sect and the 10 Great Sects might be able to defeat a junior moonlight warlock rank powerhouse with the help of secret treasures. But against the abyssal demonic dragon with intermediate moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, not many people had the confidence to do so. With a flash of resplendent light, the void distorted, and a void evil ogre from the evil god plane flew out of the void. With a sinister expression and a ferocious glint in its eyes, it exuded intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. The imprint flashed, and a 100-meter-tall evil ogre giant with a pair of horns on the head, a huge wolf tooth club in hand, a strange rune engraved on its forehead, and intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power walked out of the void. Abyssal demonic dragon, void evil ogre giant. To be able to control these three intermediate moonlight warlock rank freaks, his strength is really terrifying. Is that imprint the legendary Freak Empyrean imprint of the third warlock emperor Freak Lord? Freak Empyrean imprint, isn't this secret method lost? When the surrounding warlock geniuses saw the three intermediate moonlight warlock rank Freak Lords, they inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. When Yuanyang saw the three freaks, his pupils constricted slightly, and he uttered solemnly, "Freak Empyrean imprint? You actually dare to cultivate this secret technique? Aren't you afraid that all the freaks inside the Freak Empyrean imprint will be devoured by the Empyrean grade Freak Empyrean imprint, and all your efforts will be for naught?" Angelico uttered with a faint smile, "This isn't the Freak Empyrean imprint, but the Truth Empyrean imprint." This is a spell I created by combining the freak Empyrean imprint with various secret methods created by modern warlocks. Truth Empyrean imprint? Very well, let me break your Truth Empyrean imprint. Yi Yuanyang smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand. The 4 elemental particles of wind, fire, water, and earth revolved wildly, and world force poured out of him and entered the golden sun flames. A copious amount of golden sun flames suddenly converged and turned into a golden sun flame god ray that could burn mountains and boil seas, and a few stars that could pierce through everything barreled towards Angelico. Even if it was an intermediate moonlight warlock rank expert, they would be seriously injured if hit by Yi Yuanyang's golden sun flame god ray. If careless, they would be turned into ashes. Chapter 533. Full of the demeanor of a king, Angelico smiled gracefully and pointed with a finger. The Truth Empyrean imprint devoured the abyssal demonic dragon, the void evil ogre, and the evil ogre giant, and then shot towards the golden sun flame god ray. A huge abyssal demonic dragon head formed from the power of a secret treasure opened its maw and swallowed the golden sun flame god ray. Countless wisps of golden sun flames erupted and burned the huge abyssal demonic dragon head. Endless demonic chi gushed out of the abyssal demonic dragon head, but it still couldn't extinguish the golden sun flame god ray. The law of space surged, and a void demonic claw suddenly emerged from the abyssal demonic dragon's head, grabbed clumps of golden sun flames, and threw them aside, forcibly breaking the golden sun flames that could burn anything. A spatial fluctuation surged, and the Truth Empyrean imprint traversed the void and slammed towards Yi Yuanyang with overbearing power like Mount Tai. Golden sun flames. Yi Yuanyang's eyes constricted, and he pointed with a finger, and countless wisps of golden sun flames suddenly erupted and turned into a torrent of flames that swept towards the Truth Empyrean imprint. An abyssal demon dragon head gushed out of the Truth Empyrean imprint. It opened its mouth and an abyssal dragon breath containing abyssal aura blasted the golden sun flames, forcefully blasting open a path. An evil ogre giant holding a wolf tooth club containing the law of force flew out of the Truth Empyrean imprint and slammed the club towards Yi Yuanyang. Wind, fire, water, earth, fire god armor. Yi Yuanyang shouted, and the wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles converged. Golden sun flames surged wildly, landed on him, and formed a set of fire god armor burning with flames. He waved his hand, and a copious amount of flames surged and formed a giant flame hand that slammed towards the sky. When the huge wolf tooth club slammed into the flame hand, it smashed the flame hand with a single strike. Countless pitch-black chains shot out from the Truth Empyrean imprint and pierced Yi Yuanyang's body in an instant. The pitch-black chains were the demonic divine chains. They could penetrate the fleshly body and soul of a warlock and break countless spells. Even if it was a glorious dawn warlock, if they were pierced by the transcendent chains, they would be suppressed and their life force sealed. As soon as the countless pitch-black fiend god chains stabbed into Yi Yuanyang's flame god armor, they emitted sizzling sounds and were burned to ashes. The Truth Empyrean imprint instantly blasted onto Yi Yuanyang's body like a meteor. The flame god's armor that was protecting Yi Yuanyang's body was instantly torn apart. Yi Yuanyang spat out a large mouthful of blood and was pressed to the ground by the Truth Empyrean seal, unable to move. Countless black chains wrapped around Yi Yuanyang's body, completely sealing all of his power. Yi Yuanyang's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "I lost." Angelico beckoned with a hand, and the Truth Empyrean imprint flew into his hand in an instant. He uttered with a faint smile, "Thanks for letting me win." As a top warlock genius from the Western world, Angelico has a deep understanding of the culture, etiquette, and customs of the Eastern world. He even understands the culture and etiquette of the Eastern world better than many human warlocks from the Eastern world. Like a monarch proficient in aristocratic etiquette of the Eastern and Western worlds, he has an extraordinary bearing. Yi Yuanyang took a deep look at Angelico, got up from the ground, blurred into motion, and left the arena. "Angelico, you're the best." Angelico, I love you. The Tai dynasty's holy son is only So. But he still lost to our Bajor dynasty's Angelico. What other warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty do you have? Our Bajor dynasty's Angelico will defeat them all. Outside the arena, the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world issued loud cheers. Sarcasm and ridicule came from the Western world's warlock geniuses. With unsightly expressions, the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty focused their gazes on the Saint Demon sect's holy son, the Saint Lotus sect's holy daughter Bai Yilian, the Golem sect's Zhang Jikue, the Beast God school's Mo Xiao, the Star River sect's Xiao Xingqian, the Bright Moon school's Zhang Jiqiao, the Corpse Demon sect's Jin Wu, the Myriad Snow Gates Leng Yuemei, as well as the Shangguan family's Shangguan Xing, the Nangong family's Nangong Wuhan, the Shintu family's Shintu Xiong, the Jiang family's Jiang Lai, the Wang family's Wang Zimo, the Zhao family's Zhao Mingfeng, the Song family's Song Zishi, the Jiang family's Jiang Xian, and others. On the surface, these are the strongest Starry Sky warlock rank geniuses in the Great Cloud dynasty. Each of them can contend against a junior Moonlight warlock. But they all stared at Angelico in the arena with a dignified look in their eyes. None of them intend to enter the arena and fight Angelico. Standing in the center of the arena, Angelico smiled. Full of confidence and tyranny, his eyes shone like stars, he uttered, I am Angelico, and I challenge the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty. Please make your move and grant me a defeat. The Saint Demon sect's holy son, defeat him. Zhang Jikue, kill that Angelico. Urging voices came from the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty. The warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty are eager for the top 16 warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty to defeat Angelico and win glory for the Great Cloud dynasty. Although the relationship between the human warlocks from the Eastern world and the human warlocks from the Western world can't be said to be as incompatible as fire and water, but they compete in various aspects. Before the emergence of the Dawn Lord and the establishment of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the human warlocks from the Eastern world were extremely arrogant, believing that apart from the human warlocks from the Eastern world, all other warlocks were barbarians. If it wasn't for the fact that the human warlocks from the Western world have produced several great holy step powerhouses, who have followed the previous warlock emperors and founded one brilliant warlock dynasty after another, the Western world would have lost its foothold a long time ago. After the emergence of the Dawn Lord, the center of the human warlock world slowly shifted from the Eastern world to the Western world. In the modern era, the warlock civilization of the Western world is no weaker than that of the Eastern world. Under such circumstances, the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty are naturally unwilling to be suppressed by the geniuses from the Western world. The 16 supreme geniuses of the Great Cloud dynasty, who bear the hope of the warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty, are silent. They quietly watched Angelico in the arena with a dignified look in their eyes. The 16 supreme geniuses realized how powerful Angelico is in the arena. A warlock from the Saint Demon sect secretly used a spell to transmit his voice, Your Highness, why don't you make a move? If you can defeat Angelico, then your reputation in the Great Cloud dynasty will reach a peak. The Saint Demon sect's holy son snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he glanced coldly at the warlock from the Saint Demon sect. Shit, I'm afraid that the Saint Demon sect's holy son isn't his opponent. My flattery has gone too far. The warlock from the Saint Demon sect felt a chill in his heart, and then lowered his head and remained silent, his heart filled with fear. The majestic Great Cloud dynasty has no one who dares to fight a genius from the Bajor dynasty. The Great Cloud dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families are said to have as many geniuses as the clouds and experts as the rain. Why is there no one who dares to fight our Hall of Truth's Angelico? Voices of ridicule came from the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world, provoking the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty. Faced with the provocation of the warlocks from the Western world, the Saint Demon sect's holy son and the other warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty remained silent, unwilling to step forward. This is a place where the supreme geniuses of the Tsangji Plains Eastern world and Western world gather. If they win, they will naturally become famous. But if they lose, it will be a huge blow to their sect's face. Among the 16 Warlock Supreme Geniuses, only 2 or 3 people have the confidence to fight Yi Yuanyang. As for geniuses who can defeat Angelico, none have the confidence to do so. Standing in the center of the arena, the anticipation in Angelico's eyes eventually turned into disappointment, and he sighed. The Great Cloud Dynasty claims to be the most powerful dynasty in the human world, yet there isn't a single person who dares to fight me. How disappointing. The warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty were silent when they heard that. They looked at the 16 Warlock Supreme Geniuses with disappointment in their eyes. Yang Feng. Yang Feng is here. Yang Feng. Is it the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng? Is he here as well? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone looked towards the entrance of the lobby. They saw Yang Feng and the Battle Demon Sect's warlock step into the lobby and walk towards the Bright Moon School. Yang Feng, that's Yang Feng. He's here. If it's him, then he should be able to defeat Angelico. As soon as they heard Yang Feng's name, the gazes of the warlocks from the Western world and the Eastern world focused on him. Yi Yuanyang's strength was tyrannical. He even defeated the number 1 Starry Sky Warlock Genius Cornell of the Order of Bones. Yang Feng, who can defeat him as a great warlock, naturally aroused the curiosity and anticipation of countless warlocks. That's Yang Feng. The gazes of the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world also focused on Yang Feng, and their eyes shimmered with curiosity and exploration. Chapter 534. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Zhou Feng uttered with a smile, "I feel like we're being looked forward to." Zhang Hanshan uttered with a smile, "Even if they're looking forward to it, it's not you, but Yang Feng." The gazes of the surrounding warlocks weren't concealed in the slightest. Zhang Hanshan and the other warlock geniuses could clearly perceive that their gazes were focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng came to Zhang Zhiqiao's side and asked curiously, "Senior disciple Sister Zhang, what happened?" The more than 1,000 warlock geniuses gathered around the arena in the lobby looked very strange. Zhang Zhiqiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified gleam, and she uttered unhurriedly, "The Western world's Beijer dynasty's Hall of Truth's Angelico just defeated Yi Yuanyang and is challenging the warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty. So far, no one is willing to step forward and fight him." Yang Feng's eyes showed a look of understanding. He defeated Yi Yuanyang. No wonder. Yi Yuanyang was a freakish genius who formed a virtual world and mastered one of the Tai Yi sect's strongest offensive secret methods, the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's younger generation Starry Sky Warlocks, there were no more than 10 people who formed a virtual world. That was the number of reclusive sects, reclusive families, and rogue warlock geniuses who had countless fortuitous encounters. The Battle Demon sects Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian barely formed a virtual world in the Moonlight Warlock Realm and the Glorious Sun Warlock Realm respectively. Their aptitude was far from being comparable to that of freakish geniuses like Yi Yuanyang, which was why they were stuck in the Quasi-Infinity Warlock Realm, unable to break through. For Angelico to defeat Yi Yuanyang, he was definitely a peerless genius of the Zhangji Plains younger generation. Inside the arena, Angelico's eyes shone brightly. Filled with the confidence of a ruler, he uttered in a clear voice, "Yang Feng, I am Angelico of the Beijer dynasty's Hall of Truth. I challenge you. I hope you can accept my challenge and exchange pointers with me." In the lobby, all eyes focused on Yang Feng, wanting to see if he would accept Angelico's challenge. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Full of confidence, he strode towards the arena. Interesting. I also want to see what kind of ability an expert who can defeat Yi Yuanyang has. I accept your challenge. Angelico and Yang Feng, these two peerless geniuses are finally going to fight. Both of them are peerless geniuses who once defeated Yi Yuanyang. The battle between them was bound to be a fierce one. I wonder who the true king is. The warlocks in the lobby were very excited. They discussed animatedly and focused their gazes on Angelico and Yang Feng. A gloomy expression on his face, Yuanyang stared at Yang Feng and Angelico. Both of them defeated him and smashed the halo of a peerless genius around him, making him furious. He wished he could tear Yang Feng and Angelico to pieces. Angelico pointed with a finger, and the Truth Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless runes flashed on the Truth Empyrean imprint, and wisps of transcendent aura diffused from the imprint. 3 intermediate moonlight warlock rank existences, an abyssal demonic dragon, a void evil ogre, and an evil ogre giant, flew out of the Truth Empyrean imprint and landed on the arena, exuding fearsome auras. Yang Feng looked at the Truth Empyrean imprint with a dignified look in his eyes, and he said solemnly, "The Transcendent Empyrean imprint? No, compared with the complete version of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, this spell is fundamentally different." Angelico smiled and said, "This is the Truth Empyrean imprint I created by combining the core secret method Transcendent Empyrean imprint from the Transcendent text with the essence of countless spells from the Hall of Truth. Just now, I used this spell to defeat Yuanyang." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he exclaimed in admiration, "A self-created spell. Amazing." By studying all kinds of extraordinary life forms, extraordinary plants, and other strange phenomena, human starry sky warlocks could research many strange level 3 and below spell models, thereby deducing many new spells. However, even with the data, it was extremely difficult for a starry sky warlock to deduce a warlock secret method comparable to an Empyrean grade secret method. Although Angelico deduced the peerless secret method Truth Empyrean imprint with the help of the transcendent text and the countless spell data from the Hall of Truth, his talent was simply outrageous. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a black Battle Demon armor suddenly appeared and covered him. The Battle Demon armor formed from the Battle Demon's secret method could resist any kind of spell attack, and could also enhance a warlock's battle prowess. No matter what kind of expert he fought, it would be of great use. Battle Demon's secret method. Is this one of the fundamental secret methods of the Battle Demon sect, the Battle Demon secret method? Sure enough, it's an amazing secret method. Yang Feng, be careful, I'm going to attack. Angelico smiled and pointed with a finger, and the 3 freaks instantly entered the Truth Empyrean imprint. The Truth Empyrean imprint blurred, then crossed the void and appeared above Yang Feng. Countless transcendent chains shot out from the Truth Empyrean imprint and swept towards Yang Feng. 7-color Skyfire. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a dark blue 7-color Skyfire suddenly flew out, absorbed the surrounding fire elemental particles, and turned into a blue pillar of fire that swept towards the transcendent chains. As the blue pillar of fire swept forward, the demon god chains emitted sizzling sounds and were burned to ashes by the blue pillar of fire. Yang Feng extended his hand and looked at Angelico, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and shrouded Angelico. The law of space, amazing. That's Yang Feng for you to comprehend the law of space to this extent. However, although my comprehension of the law of space isn't as profound as yours, but it's enough to protect myself. Angelico smiled and pointed with a finger, and the law of space surged. The space around him became chaotic, and the spatial mirrors shattered one after another. The law of space is the most powerful and esoteric law. Unless your comprehension of the law of space has reached the pinnacle, using spatial chaos spells to crack spatial spells is the strongest method. The space behind Yang Feng rippled, and a void evil ogre's claw silently extended from the void and grabbed towards his heart. Void evil ogres can freely shuttle through various spaces, and can even jump into the human body via the law of space and launch attacks from inside. However, Yang Feng has a world of its own inside him, which contains terrifying power and is proficient in the law of space. The void evil ogre keenly felt the danger of death, which is why it didn't enter his body. 9 Revolutions Divine Wind. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and violent gusts of 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly erupted and slashed at the right hand of the void evil ogre in an instant. When the gusts of 9 revolutions divine wind slashed at the right hand of the void evil ogre, they easily chopped it off, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of the right hand and scattered on the ground. The void evil ogre screamed in pain and shrank back into the void. "Since you're here, then don't leave," Yang Feng said flatly, then reached into the void with his right hand, and his right hand stabbed into the void and forcibly pulled the void evil ogre out of the void. 9 revolutions divine wind formed wind blades and slashed towards the void evil ogre. Layers of strange void boundaries had just formed on the void evil ogre's body when they collapsed due to a strange spatial fluctuation. The peerlessly terrifying 9 revolutions divine wind slashed the body of the void evil ogre. The void evil ogre's flesh and blood splattered everywhere, revealing eerie white bones. What a terrifying guy. He can actually pull the void evil ghost out of the void. This guy is really terrifying. To make it so that the void evil ogre can't even form a void barrier, how fearsome. Outside the arena, the warlock geniuses inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The void evil ogre was born with the innate ability to travel freely in the void. Once the void evil ogre enters the void, if they aren't proficient in the law of space, then even a bright world warlock won't be able to do anything to a moonlight warlock rank void evil ogre. They can only kill the void evil ogre in an instant when they take action. To be able to pull the void evil ogre out of the void, Yang Feng's understanding of the law of space is far beyond the imagination of these warlock geniuses. Just before the void evil ogre was about to be cut into pieces by the countless 9 revolutions divine wind, an abyssal demonic dragon's head extended from the truth empyrean imprint. The abyssal demonic dragon's head opened its bloody maw and belched a pitch-black abyssal dragon breath containing abyssal force barreling towards Yang Feng. "Come. I can test out my new secret method." There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge black vortex suddenly appeared, devoured the abyssal dragon breath, and sent it into the small world inside him. The countless devourers pounced on the abyssal dragon breath and frantically devoured it, easily devouring it cleanly. Even the abyssal power within was devoured cleanly and transformed into the purest energy crystals. Angelicos' eyes shimmered with admiration, and he spoke genteelly in the tone of an ancient aristocrat from the Eastern world, to be able to devour the dragon breath of an abyssal demonic dragon, what an amazing secret method. Can you tell me the name of this secret method? Chapter 535. Although Angelico appears to be a pure warlock from the Western world, but he is more proficient in the culture of the Eastern world than many warlocks from the Eastern world. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "This is the Devour the Heavens art I created." Devour the Heavens art, what a good name. Let my truth empyrean imprint break your Devour the Heavens art. Angelico's eyes constricted, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. The truth empyrean imprint radiated bright light, and the abyssal demonic dragon head belched another abyssal dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng. At the same time, a huge evil ogre giant hand holding a wolf tooth club extended from the truth empyrean imprint and slammed towards Yang Feng while carrying the law of power. With a thought from Yang Feng, the 9 revolutions divine wind wrapped around the void evil ogre and flew out to meet the wolf tooth club. Just as the giant evil ogre's mace was about to smash into the void evil ogre, the void evil ogre instantly exploded and turned into rays of black light that entered the giant evil ogre's right hand. After devouring the power of the void evil ogre, the evil ogre suddenly exuded advanced moonlight warlock rank power and crushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he praised, "It turns out that the void evil ogre is no longer a living intelligent life form, but a dead golem. In other words, it has become a part of the truth empyrean imprint. It can gather and disperse at will, and it can control the power of different freaks. This is a notch better than the transcendent empyrean imprint. The transcendent empyrean imprint can control the true names of countless freaks and use the power of different freaks. However, the countless freaks controlled by the transcendent Empyrean imprint are all living beings. The countless freaks controlled by the truth Empyrean imprint are already dead. The advantage of the transcendent Empyrean imprint is that the freaks controlled can continue to practice cultivation and evolve. Whenever a freak evolves, the transcendent Empyrean imprint will also evolve and become stronger. The truth Empyrean imprint created by Angelico refines the freaks and turns them into a part of the secret method. Although the dead freaks can no longer improve their strength, but at the same time, they can no longer be killed. They can gather and disperse at will, and possess all kinds of incredible power. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he wanted to avoid the evil ogre giant's world-shaking blow. The truth Empyrean imprint shone brightly, and the strange rune on the void evil ghost's forehead suddenly appeared on one side. Colorless and transparent chains hung down from the truth Empyrean imprint, enveloping the surroundings and completely sealing the void within a radius of a few hundred meters with the truth Empyrean imprint as the core. The evil ogre giant's wolf tooth club suddenly enlarged, shrouded the space within hundreds of meters in radius, and then slammed towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. The void evil ogre sealed the void, the abyssal demon dragon corroded all foreign powers, and the evil ogre giant used the opportunity to suppress all enemies with the law of power. The power of the three transcendent rank powerhouses merged into one and made up for their respective weaknesses, forcing Yang Feng to have no choice but to block the evil ogre giant's all-out strike. Zhang Hanshan's expression changed slightly, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Void evil ogre, abyssal demon dragon, and evil ogre giant. The innate abilities of the three demon gods are being used flawlessly. What a terrifying secret technique! There was a complicated look in the eyes of the Saint Demon Sect's holy son, and he sighed. Evil ogre giants are naturally proficient in the law of power. They are one of the most powerful races. In the same rank, even dragons find it difficult to match the tremendous strength of the evil ogre giant. Its only weakness is that the evil ogre giant isn't proficient in other laws. Spatial spells, speed spells, illusions, poison spells, fire spells, and other elemental spells can be used to deal with them. Now that the void evil ogre sealed the space and the abyssal demon dragon breath broke all kinds of elemental spells, the power of the evil ogre giant was displayed to the limit. The truth Empyrean imprint secret method is really amazing. The void evil ogre, the abyssal demon dragon, and the evil ogre giant all had weaknesses. If a human warlock faced them one-on-one, they could use their weaknesses to suppress or even kill them one by one. But under the command of the truth Empyrean imprint, the three transcendent gods could exert their full strength. Coupled with Angelico's manipulation, even a slightly weaker advanced moonlight warlock would be suppressed. Faced with the huge wolf tooth club falling from the sky, Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and formidable world force gushed out of the small world's world ring and entered his body. He extended a hand and slapped the huge wolf tooth club. Boom! An earth-shattering blare sounded in the arena, and everyone saw that Yang Feng was completely covered by the huge wolf tooth club. Has he been killed? What a disappointment! I thought he would use some secret method to avoid this blow, but he was killed just like that. It's a pity. The evil ogre giant is a powerful existence that even dragons of the same rank cannot compare to. Few human advanced moonlight warlocks can withstand an all-out attack from an intermediate moonlight warlock rank evil ogre giant. Is Yang Feng too weak? Or is Angelico just too strong? Voices of regret resounded in the lobby. Many warlocks weren't optimistic about Yang Feng's chances, believing that only death awaited him. 9 revolutions divine wind condensed into a huge wind blade that suddenly shot out and chopped at the evil ogre giant's right claw, forcibly chopping it off. The right claw of the evil ogre giant collapsed and turned into rays of light that entered the truth Empyrean imprint. The huge wolf tooth club bounced aside, revealing Yang Feng's figure. At this time, the battle demon armor on Yang Feng's right hand has been shattered, and drops of blood slowly dripped to the ground. Yi Yuanyang inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. He blocked it. How is that possible? He actually blocked an all-out attack from the evil ogre giant. How did his strength become so terrifying? He blocked it. How is that possible? How is that possible? How can a human starry sky warlock block an attack from the evil ogre giant with the power of the fleshly body? All the warlocks present were dumbfounded. Whether it was the warlocks from the eastern world or the western world, they all looked at Yang Feng, unable to believe their eyes. Even if it was a glorious dawn warlock, without using spells, they would be seriously injured by the all-out attack of the evil ogre giant with their fleshly body. Even though Yang Feng used the battle demon secret method and life force, but he actually blocked an attack from the evil ogre giant with his fleshly body. This was simply appalling. If Yang Feng had used some defensive secret method or secret treasure to block the evil ogre giant's all-out attack, then that would have been fine. But he actually blocked an attack from the evil ogre giant with his fleshly body, which shocked all the warlocks present. Even the supreme geniuses of the Eastern world and the Western world were shocked. Kong Fang Ao's eyes flashed with astonishment. So strong. Really strong. Is this the power of a monster-level genius? That's really strong. Yang Feng, he has actually grown to this point. Kong Fang Ao was already mentally prepared for Yang Feng's strength, but he still didn't expect Yang Feng's strength to reach such a heaven-defying level. Angelicos' eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered, "Amazing. Yang Feng, your fleshly body is really powerful. Only such an opponent has the meaning to defeat you." Radiating resplendent light, a truth Empyrean imprint traversed the void, suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, and suppressed him. Primal Chaos Finger. An enigmatic glint streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and surging world force gushed out of the world ring, interwove, and formed a finger ray containing primal chaos aura that slammed into the truth Empyrean imprint. Boom! Stabbed by the primal chaos finger, the truth Empyrean imprint in the sky split open, and the 3 runes that formed it collapsed and turned into 3 golden rays that flew towards Angelico. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared in a flash. Truth Empyrean imprint, world truth. Angelico's face flickered, and he silently recited an incantation and frantically extracted world force from the virtual world inside him. 6 golden runes flew out of his body and interwove with the 3 golden runes. 9 runes quickly formed an immemorial gold dragon, Feng Huang, abyssal demonic dragon, abyssal fiend, void evil ogre giant, high elf, pure blood kindred, and royal hellion. A total of 9 moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared and formed a truth Empyrean imprint exuding boundless might. Angelico's limit was to control 9 moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms. The truth Empyrean imprint formed from 9 moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms possessed boundless might, and could even suppress quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouses. When the truth Empyrean imprint formed from 9 moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms appeared, it frantically extracted Angelico's life force. Even though he extracted world force from the virtual world, it was extremely difficult to maintain the truth Empyrean imprint. Pillars of truth, eternal existence. Angelico spread the fingers of a hand, and 9 gold pillars flew out and arranged themselves around him. Each pillar of truth was inlaid with a glorious dawn core. The 9 pillars of truth spewed out a copious amount of powerful force that entered Angelico and turned into a tremendous amount of life force that poured into the truth Empyrean imprint. The truth Empyrean imprint, which seemed to be on the verge of collapse, became clear and stable, released resplendent light, and pressed towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. Chapter 536. Secret treasures were the foundation for human warlocks to contend against powerful existences of other planes. Before using the Pillar of Truth, Angelico's limit was to manipulate for moonlight warlock rank existences. Furthermore, he had to constantly extract the power of the virtual world inside him to be able to manipulate for intermediate moonlight warlock rank transcendence. After using the Pillar of Truth, Angelico could manipulate 9 Moonlight Warlock rank existences at once. When the power of the 9 Transcendents merged into one and strengthened the Truth Empyrean imprint, it could even easily suppress quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks. The power of the 9 Transcendents merged into one, interesting. Let me see just how strong you are. Yang Feng looked up at the Truth Empyrean imprint in the sky, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile of excitement. He operated the Battle Demon secret method, and white light intertwined and formed a white Battle Demon armor. Zhang Hanshan turned pale and uttered, "White Battle Demon." The highest realm of the Battle Demon secret method. The White Battle Demon that can increase one's power by 5 times. He actually succeeded. Zhou Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he uttered solemnly, "White Battle Demon." This is the highest realm of the Battle Demon secret method. In the Battle Demon sect, apart from the 4 great elders, there is no one else who can practice the Battle Demon secret method to this realm. His talent is really terrifying. The Battle Demon secret method was a powerful offensive secret method. Once practiced to the White Battle Demon realm, it could increase the caster's fighting strength by 5 times. At the same time, it could weaken the power of most spells of the same rank by 90%. The highest realm of the Battle Demon secret method was extremely difficult to practice. In the entire Battle Demon sect, only Huang Yihe and the other 3 great elders succeeded in practicing it by relying on countless resources and a long period of time. For Yang Feng to succeed in practicing this secret method in the Starry Sky Warlock rank secret realm was simply heaven-defying. The 9 mysterious runes on the Truth Empyrean imprint emitted resplendent light and suppressed Yang Feng with the power to suppress everything. In the wake of the Truth Empyrean imprint, the space was suppressed and sealed. No void spells could be cast within the scope of the Truth Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng tapped his foot, turned into a stream of light, and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the Truth Empyrean imprint. Rumble. A vast and earth-shattering sound rang out, and 2 extremely violent energy shockwaves spread in all directions. The Truth Empyrean imprint was sent flying by dozens of meters. The White Battle Demon armor on Yang Feng's right fist was shattered, and his flesh was badly mutilated, exposing his bones. He fell to the ground and bled from his facial orifices. A look of shock flashed in Angelico's eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. He actually resisted the full blow of my Truth Empyrean seal without using any secret treasures. This guy was simply a monster. No wonder Yi Yuanyang was defeated by him. The might of the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from the power of 9 transcendence was infinite. Even quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks would find it difficult to resist the suppression of the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from the power of 9 transcendence. To be able to contend with the suppression of the Truth Empyrean imprint without using any secret treasures, this is simply heaven-defying. After the Truth Empyrean imprint was sent flying, it blurred, appeared above Yang Feng, and suppressed him again. Angelico had made up his mind to suppress Yang Feng in the arena, not giving him the chance to use any secret treasures. Amazing! The might of the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from the power of 9 transcendence is indeed infinite. Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration. With a flick of his wrist, he pressed the ruler's magic cube, and the ruler's magic cube quickly disintegrated and turned into a black armor that covered his whole body. As soon as the ruler covered Yang Feng, a vast power poured into him from the ruler. Faced with the Truth Empyrean imprint falling from the sky, Yang Feng slapped the Truth Empyrean imprint with his palm. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the Truth Empyrean imprint was smashed by Yang Feng's strike, and the 9 runes containing the power of 9 transcendence suddenly collapsed and turned into rays of light shooting towards Angelico. Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Angelico and slapped him with his palm. The light palm smashed Angelico's life force field and suppressed the void, rendering the spatial secret treasure protecting Angelico ineffective, and then slapped Angelico. Angelico, who controlled the 9 transcendence and easily suppressed Yi Yuanyang, was sent flying like a broken rag doll. Spewing a large mouthful of blood, he slammed into the edge of the barrier like a meteor, and fell to the ground. I lost. Angelico coughed up a large mouthful of blood, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and said solemnly. Lost, he lost just like that. What's going on? How could Angelico lose? Why? The truth Empyrean imprint formed from the 9 transcendents can even suppress quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses, so why was it smashed? What secret treasure is that? Why have I never heard of it? How could this be? Outside the arena, when they saw Angelico defeated by Yang Feng, everyone was dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. After Angelico used the secret treasure, he once suppressed a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse. That powerhouse was a peerless genius of the Western world, yet such a powerhouse was so easily defeated by Yang Feng. The geniuses of the Western world were taken aback, unable to believe this fact. Sir Angelico. Anxious voices sounded, and 4 warlock geniuses from the Hall of Truth blurred into motion, entered the arena, formed a small circle in front of Angelico, and stared at Yang Feng with anger and vigilance. Yang Feng glanced at the 4 warlock geniuses from the Hall of Truth, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Amazing, these 4 warlock geniuses are quasi-moonlight warlocks. Their talent is comparable to that of Zhang Hanshan and them. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become 4 more moonlight warlocks in the future. Angelico took out a vial of gold elixir and swallowed it, and his pale complexion recovered a lot. Full of majesty, he ordered indifferently, all of you stand down. Yes. Sir. The 4 warlock geniuses from the Hall of Truth saluted respectfully, then blurred into motion, turned into 4 streams of light, and disappeared from the arena. His face pale, Angelico smiled slightly and asked the ruler magic cube that has turned into a magic cube in Yang Feng's hand, Yang Feng, I lost. What secret treasure is that? Curious gazes focused on the ruler magic cube in Yang Feng's hand. The warlock geniuses could tell that if it weren't for the ruler magic cube, Yang Feng would have lost to Angelico. Of course, they didn't know that Yang Feng still had many powerful secret treasures. Yang Feng said with a smile, the ruler magic cube secret treasure of the magic cube series. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, the ruler magic cube secret treasure of the magic cube series. Angelico was taken aback at once, a secret treasure you developed? In other words, Yang Feng, you're also an alchemist. Alchemy, which could be used to refine secret treasures, was a broad, profound, and mysterious subject. Alchemy could be used to refine secret treasures. It was a broad, profound, and incomparably mysterious discipline. Many warlocks practiced alchemy on the side. There were 2 types of alchemists. One was alchemists who were obsessed with alchemy and practiced and studied alchemy from the beginning. The other was warlocks who practiced alchemy until a certain realm and couldn't break through would switch to alchemy. Every time a warlock broke through a realm, their physique, lifespan, and wisdom would increase geometrically. Because of this, powerful warlocks could master alchemy if they put their mind to it. However, most Grandmaster alchemists came from the first type. There were very few Grandmaster alchemists born from the second type. The representatives were powerful warlock emperors such as the Time Lord, the Taboo Lord, and the Transcendent Lord. To be able to develop such a powerful secret treasure as the ruler magic cube in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, Yang Feng was simply a peerless genius among alchemists. It was natural for Angelico to raise his eyebrows. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, that's right, I'm an alchemist. Angelico said with a smile, I've done some research on alchemy. If there's a chance, let's have a good exchange. Yang Feng replied, okay. Angelico took a deep look at Yang Feng, smiled slightly, and blurred into motion. He flew out of the arena and returned to the warlock camp of the Bajor dynasty. Amazing, as expected of a genius who defeated Yi Yuanyang in the Great Warlock realm. Haha, Angelico was defeated. Who else do you have? Go. Angelico is only so. He's far worse than our Great Cloud dynasty's Yang Feng. Seeing Angelico leave the arena, the countless warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty cheered and sneered at the warlocks from the Western world. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the geniuses from the Western world and he issued a challenge. Great Cloud Dynasty's battle demon Sex Yang Feng challenged the experts of Brest Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Catered Dynasty. Please come and fight me. The eyes of the warlock geniuses from the Western world focused on Angelico and the other 10 supreme geniuses. Angelico and the other 10 supreme geniuses are recognized as the strongest geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. Each of them has defeated intermediate moonlight warlocks and is comparable to Transcendence in terms of strength. Although the other warlock geniuses are also very powerful, but they are well aware that they cannot compare to them. Chapter 537. One of Brest's 4 supreme geniuses, a young man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face, blurred into motion and appeared in the center of the arena. A glint flashed across the young man's eyes. The gentleness on his body disappeared completely, replaced by confidence and dominance. Almas of the Eye of the Dragon from the Brest Dynasty of the Western world is here to fight you. The beautiful and sexy Katrina, one of Brest's 4 supreme geniuses, raised her slim eyebrows and asked the handsome young man Cresno, who exuded a sacred and powerful aura, Almas, do you think he can win against Yang Feng? Cresno was the strongest genius in the Starry Sky Warlock realm in the Hall of Eternity as well as the publicly recognized number 1 genius of Brest Dynasty. His strength was unfathomable and extremely powerful. Cresno replied indifferently, he has no chance of winning. Yang Feng was too strong. He defeated Angelico head-on. So Almas has no chance of winning against him. However, as long as he can force Yang Feng to use a few more trump cards, then I'll have a better chance of winning against Yang Feng. In a fight between warlocks, information was the most important thing. After hundreds of thousands of years of research, many spells that were almost unsolvable in the past were now nothing. If it was before the 3rd Warlock dynasty, human warlocks of the same realm would not be a match for extraordinary life forms proficient in manipulating spatial force. However, ever since spatial disorder spells were developed, extraordinary life forms proficient in spatial force were no longer the opponents of human warlocks. There was once a time when elemental warlocks relied on the destructive power of elemental spells to run amok, and were virtually invincible. But once the magic suppression array was developed, elemental warlocks were firmly restrained by the magic suppression array, and eventually became ordinary warlocks. Interesting, let's go. Yang Feng showed a smile and operated the battle demon's secret method, and a white battle demon armor instantly covered his whole body. At the same time, he pinched the ruler magic cube and equipped himself with the ruler armor. A solemn look flashed in Almas's eyes as he took out a level 6 artifact Thunder Dragon Pearl inscribed with countless dragon curse seals and swallowed it. Resplendent bolts of lightning flashed, and Almas' body twisted and contorted. Countless azure scales grew on his body, and 2 dragon horns grew on his head. His body swelled up, and his face contorted into that of a dinosaur. A azure dragon tail grew from his back, and a pair of azure dragon wings sprouted from his back. After the transformation, advanced moonlight warlock rank life force field spread from the thunder dragon-born Almas, and his eyes flickered with the light of wisdom of human warlocks. Lightning dragon men, they are the fiercest, evilest, and strongest dragon men who have grasped the law of lightning. Although his power is slightly weaker than the giant dragons of the same level, he is born with the ability to control lightning. He has the bloodline of the primordial dragon, the primordial thunder dragon. Even among the dragon species, he is the most terrifying existence. It's a thunder dragon man. It was a monster that possessed the initial bloodline of the thunder dragon. As expected of the strongest genius of the dragon's eye. After seeing Almas transform into a thunder dragon man, the warlock geniuses present inhaled a breath of cold air. Whether it was the supreme geniuses from the Eastern world or the Western world, a dignified look streaked past their eyes as they stared at Almas. Primordial dragons were terrifying existences that could contend against warlock emperors. They were also powerful warlock emperor rank existences. Extraordinary life forms with primordial dragon bloodline were despairingly powerful. Thunder dragon men were monsters with primordial dragon bloodline, and they were terrifyingly powerful. No one had expected Almas to transform into such a terrifying being. If the ancient gold dragon that Achilles had transformed into were to fight against the thunder dragon man that Almas had transformed into, he would be instantly killed by Almas' thunder dragon man. Yang Feng glanced at Almas and felt a trace of world force, and then said, "Virtual world, Almas, you formed a virtual world as well." That's right. Monsters like thunder dragon men consume a tremendous amount of life force for every breath of time they exist. If I hadn't formed a virtual world, I wouldn't have been able to transform into the strongest, fiercest, and most evil thunder dragon man. Yang Feng, I'm going to attack. Be careful, don't die. Almas's eyes shone with lightning, and countless bolts of lightning coiled around him and issued crackling sounds, making him look like a god of thunder controlling endless lightning. Along with flashes of lightning, Almas instantly appeared in front of Yang Feng like a bolt of lightning and sent a fist covered in endless lightning and thunder barreling towards Yang Feng, as if the god of thunder had descended to the mortal world. Lightning flashed, and the air around Yang Feng distorted. Even if it was an advanced moonlight warlock, they would be electrocuted by lightning containing the law of lightning, and their fleshly body would collapse and their soul would tremble. Faced with the frightening strike of the god of thunder, Yang Feng's figure fluttered slightly, and his fist containing the law of power crushed everything and smashed the lightning into pieces, and then slammed into Almas. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering noise, Almas was sent flying like a broken rag doll and slammed into the protective wall of the arena. He spat out an arrow of blood mixed with internal organs, his bones shattered, and collapsed to the ground. Complete silence. Stunned, the warlocks from the Eastern world and the Western world almost couldn't believe their eyes. I admit, defeat. Cough, cough. With a flash of green light, Almas changed back into his human form and spat out the dragon bead. Face pale, he coughed in pain. Every time he coughed up a large amount of internal organs containing a large amount of blood. He was defeated just like that. Impossible. Almas, how could he be defeated just like that? Insta-killed? That's Almas, the #1 Starry Sky warlock genius of the Eye of Dragon. How could the hope of the Eye of Dragon, a powerhouse who formed a virtual world, be defeated by a punch from Yang Feng? As if coming to life, the warlocks from the Western world around the grand arena discussed spiritedly, their words filled with incredulity. Almas was the #1 Starry Sky warlock genius of the Eye of Dragon, a warlock group of the Brest dynasty that was several notches stronger than the Battle Demon sect. In the Western world, he was extremely famous, and countless supreme geniuses were defeated by him. The only person who defeated him was the #1 genius of the Brest dynasty's younger generation, Cresno. For such a peerless genius to be defeated by a punch from Yang Feng, it was natural that the warlocks from the Western world were unwilling to believe this fact. Staring at Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang clenched his fists, and despair welled up inside him, so strong. He's much stronger than before. I've been making progress all these years, but his progress is much greater than mine. Since his defeat at Yang Feng's hands, Yi Yuanyang has devoted all his attention to cultivation. With his identity as the Tai Yi sect's holy son, he can get countless resources from the Tai Yi sect. Coupled with his freakish genius status, his cultivation speed has been astonishing in the past few years. Originally, Yi Yuanyang planned to defeat Yang Feng in one fell swoop in the Time Sky City Competition Assembly and regain all his glory. However, he was defeated by Angelico first, and then Almas, whose strength was on par with his, was insta-killed by Yang Feng. This huge gap almost made him despair. Almas took a deep look at Yang Feng dressed in the ruler armor, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and squeezed out a smile. What a powerful secret treasure. I've learned a lot. After he finished speaking, Almas took out a vial of elixir and gulped it down. A trace of color welled up on his deathly pale face, and he walked out of the arena step by step, returning to the Brest dynasty's warlock geniuses. Who else dares to fight me? In the arena, Yang Feng swept the warlock geniuses of the Western world with his gaze and revealed a scorching fighting spirit. The 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world frowned slightly and fell into silence. The warlock geniuses from the Western world focused their attention on the 11 supreme geniuses, looking forward to them showing their might and defeating Yang Feng. Vaguely, the original contest of willpower has turned into a contest of strength between the warlocks from the Western world and the Eastern world. The warlocks from the Western world were originally fighting each other in secret, with no one willing to submit to the other. But under the strong pressure from Yang Feng, they vaguely came to a tacit understanding. Katrina's figure fluttered, and she appeared in the arena and said heroically, "The Western world's Brest dynasty's Hall of Eternity's holy daughter Katrina will fight you. Katrina, you can do it. Katrina, I love you." When the warlocks from the Western world saw Katrina, they burst into cheers at once. The peerlessly beautiful and heroic Katrina is a goddess in the minds of many warlock geniuses in the Western world. Even many female warlocks from the Western world who are full of jealousy of Katrina voiced heartfelt cheers. As soon as Katrina entered the arena, she waved her lily-white hand, and a magic mirror engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in her hand. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles diffused around her, and a trace of world force poured into the magic mirror in her hand. Chapter 538. Katrina pointed the magic mirror at Yang Feng, and a resplendent light gushed out of the magic mirror and enveloped the arena in an instant. A powerhouse who formed a virtual world. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and defensive magic shields instantly appeared around him. The defensive strength of the battle demon armor and the ruler armor formed from the battle demon's secret method was astonishing. No matter what kind of offensive spells it was, they could resist and weaken them. However, in the face of unknown spells, Yang Feng still followed the fighting style of warlocks, and first enchanted himself with various defensive spells. Katrina was a peerless powerhouse who formed a virtual world. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng didn't dare to be careless. Warlocks had a wide variety of methods of fighting, and there were many cases of the weak defeating the strong. When the resplendent light enveloped the arena, Yang Feng's vision blurred, and he appeared in a twisted and blurry world where he couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. In that strange world where one couldn't tell north from south, there were strange statues everywhere. These statues were engraved with angels, dragons, demons, vampires, demons, and other strange existences. Traces of distorted and strange auras permeated from these statues. Is this an illusion or a banishment to another plane? If it was a banishment to another plane, then there should have been spatial fluctuations just now. In that case, it should be an illusion, and a very fearsome high-level illusion at that. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and he looked at the strange world. Everywhere he looked, he could see strange, nauseating, and headache-inducing scenes. Every time a warlock advanced to a higher realm, their physique would continue to strengthen. After Yang Feng cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to that of a glorious dawn warlock. As if blessed with the spell eyes of truth, his eyes could see through all kinds of illusions. But in his eyes, the world seemed real. If it were an ordinary warlock, they would have fallen into chaos. The queer statues squirmed, and angels, dragons, fiends, kindred, hellions, and all kinds of extraordinary life forms exuding starry sky warlock rank auras crawled out of the statues. Ferocious and ruthless auras diffused from them, and fierce gazes locked on Yang Feng. When the queer extraordinary life forms crawled out of the statues, they immediately rushed towards Yang Feng with tyrannical auras. 7 absolute heavenly flames. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a blue 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a violent storm of fire that engulfed the strange extraordinary life forms. In that powerful illusion, if one was killed in the illusion, then the victim would think that they were already dead and would die in the illusion. Therefore, Yang Feng couldn't let those weird extraordinary life forms tear him apart. After the weird extraordinary life forms were burned to ashes by Yang Feng's 7 absolute heavenly flames, mysterious runes suddenly lit up in the remains of the extraordinary life forms. The weird extraordinary life forms were suddenly reborn in the 7 absolute heavenly flames. At the same time, they frantically absorbed the power of the 7 absolute heavenly flames and reconstructed their bodies. Yang Feng looked at the freaks reborn in the 7 absolute heavenly flames with a dignified look in his eyes. What an amazing illusion! If you haven't cultivated a spell that specifically restrains illusions, then once you are enveloped by this illusion, even quasi-glorious dawn warlocks will be exhausted to death. Even quasi-glorious dawn warlocks will be exhausted to death. This kind of highly targeted illusion may even have a great effect on glorious sun warlock rank freaks who have no resistance to illusions. If I hadn't learned a secret method to resist illusions, then I'm afraid that I would have been defeated by her. Transcendent pupils. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and runes appeared in his pupils and formed 2 transcendent pupils made from gold runes and exuding an inhuman aura. As soon as the transcendent pupils took shape, a tremendous amount of life force inside Yang Feng poured into the transcendent pupils. A vast and boundless terrifying aura that seemed to be able to suppress the 4 corners of the world spread out from the eyes of the demon god. The extraordinary life forms rushing towards Yang Feng twisted, and then strangely shattered and decomposed into particles of light that collapsed inch by inch. Illuminated by the light of the transcendent pupils, the weird world collapsed inch by inch. I won't lose. In the arena, Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with an unyielding gleam. She silently recited an incantation, opened her mouth, and sprayed a stream of blood essence on the magic mirror in her hand. After the magic mirror in Katrina's hand absorbed her blood essence, it set off ripples, and released even more powerful light that enveloped Yang Feng. The weird world that trapped Yang Feng collapsed, and Yang Feng appeared in the arena and faced Katrina. Katrina smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful beyond compare. I lost. Yang Feng, you're really amazing. Let's be friends. Yang Feng slowly retracted the transcendent pupils and uttered with a smile, okay. The showdown between the warlocks of the Eastern world and the Western world came to an end. Shortly after, the Time Sky City competition assembly officially began. Yang Feng, who was extremely dazzling in the Time Sky City competition assembly, joined forces with Katrina, experienced countless storms, and finally obtained several keys of time. After Yang Feng and Katrina entered the Time Sky City, they adventured together, experienced countless storms, and came to the Time Sky Pillar to comprehend secret methods. After the Time Sky City competition assembly ended, Yang Feng and Katrina traveled the world together, and the relationship between them grew stronger every day. With each passing day, Yang Feng's admiration for Katrina increased by a notch. Gradually, his rock-solid mind, which seems to be completely unshakable by external things, began to soften, and he immersed himself in Katrina's gentleness. Humph. No matter how strong you are, no matter how amazing your battle prowess is, in my goddess of love fantasy, you'll slowly sink. Everyone has the desire to pursue love and happiness in their hearts. You'll eventually become a slave of my love in the goddess of love fantasy. With such a top-notch slave of love, even Kresno won't be my opponent in the future. In the future, the entire Hall of Eternity will be in my pocket. In the arena, the corners of Katrina's mouth rose slightly, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of excitement. The goddess of love fantasy is a strange secret method Katrina obtained after exploring an ancient warlock relic site. Once the target is captured by the goddess of love fantasy, without casting a secret method to resist the illusion, they'll gradually sink into the beautiful fantasy, and eventually become a slave of the caster's love. Once the target becomes a slave of the caster's love, the target's body and mind will be lost, and they'll be unable to extricate themselves. Even if the target comes out of the fantasy, they'll love the caster wholeheartedly, dig out their heart for the caster, and never betray the caster. Even if the target's strength was much higher than the caster's by a few levels, the target would not be at a disadvantage to the caster. Because it's a love born from the depths of the target's heart that is distorted by the illusion. After the fantasy ends, the spell disappears. Without any traces of the spell, it naturally can't be broken. From the ancient Warlock relic site, Katrina learned that the master of the Warlock relic site once used the goddess of love fantasy to deal with a Warlock genius. That Warlock genius eventually became a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse, yet he still submitted to her. The master of the Warlock relic site, on the other hand, only had a glorious dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. This was the terror of the goddess of love fantasy. Kresno has a special bloodline and a formidable mind. Besides, he cultivates a powerful secret method that can contend against the goddess of love fantasy. Katrina doesn't dare to cast this secret method on him, for fear of suffering a backlash. Yang Feng, on the other hand, is just an ordinary person, and is restrained by this spell. Coupled with Yang Feng's formidable strength and extraordinary talent, she chose to cast the goddess of love fantasy on Yang Feng. In the goddess of love fantasy, Yang Feng has already married Katrina. He has been completely captivated by Katrina's charm. He's only one step away from becoming a slave of her love. In the fantasy, Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, a fragrance wafting from her, and she asked tenderly, "Yang Feng, do you love me?" Yang Feng's tiger-like eyes blossomed with tenderness, and he replied resolutely, "I do." Katrina asked coquettishly as if she was his lover, "Can you die for me?" Yang Feng's heart trembled slightly, and he wanted to answer. But he vaguely felt a little uncomfortable, as if something bad will happen if he answers. Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she said coquettishly, "Answer me." Yang Feng hesitated for a while. Strange fluctuations came from afar. "Wake up. I am Yang Feng. Wake up. I am Yang Feng. I am Yang Feng." Voices that seemed to come from afar reverberated in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. On the Feisua plain, within Yang Feng's divine country, Yang Feng's god clone is sitting upright in his divine country. His eyes shone with light, his godhead operated, and he frantically burned divine force crystals, and he roared through the laws of the nether. The goddess of love fantasy's secret method was extremely strange. Yang Feng had never seen such a strange secret method. He almost fell into the trap of this secret method. However, Katrina missed one point, and that is, Yang Feng has a very powerful clone, which is a god with far more battle prowess than Moonlight Warlocks. Chapter 539. Gods possess divinity that transcended mortals and were immune to many spells. Although the goddess of love fantasy has an effect on Yang Feng's true body, but it has no effect on his god clone. Listening to the continuously reverberating voices, Yang Feng, who was almost blinded by love, finally surged with a trace of clarity. His mind moved slightly, and he saw the countless messages sent by the optical computer that he had previously ignored. What a beautiful dream. However, it's over now. I am Yang Feng, this is a fantasy. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the transcendent pupils radiated resplendent light that enveloped the fantasy world. 30 seconds later, the seemingly flawless illusory world began to slowly collapse. It collapsed. My goddess of love fantasy actually collapsed. How is this possible? How could this be? Katrina watched as the goddess of love fantasy collapsed inch by inch, and her beautiful eyes surged with horror. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence that entered the goddess of love magic mirror in her hand. The goddess of love fantasy is an extremely powerful and queer secret method. Once the target is completely immersed in it, in theory, even if they practice cultivation until the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, they will be completely devoted to the caster, unable to extricate themselves from love forever. However, Once the goddess of love fantasy is broken, the caster will suffer a backlash and become a love slave of the target, unable to be dispelled forever. The goddess of love magic mirror burst out with queer light that enveloped the world that has begun to collapse. Yang Feng, I love you. Why do you do this to me? In the goddess of love fantasy, Katrina collapsed on the ground, looking pitifully at Yang Feng with grief. Blood dripped from her cherry lips, a heart-wrenching sight. When Yang Feng saw Katrina's pitiful and miserable figure, his heart ached, and he couldn't bear to see her like this. A strange light silently gushed out of the world, hit Yang Feng, and blinded his eyes, and the pair of transcendent pupils slowly disappeared. The eyes of the demon god was a secret technique that could destroy countless illusions. However, if one wanted to cultivate this secret technique to the grand completion realm, they would need to consume countless resources, suppress countless gods and devils, and extract their power. Only then would they be able to cultivate this secret technique to the point where they could destroy countless illusions with a single glance. If it was the great completion transcendent pupils, Yang Feng would have been able to break all illusions the moment he opened the transcendent pupils, and he wouldn't have fallen into the goddess of love fantasy. However, the demonic god's eye that had not reached the large success stage would still be confused by all kinds of top-notch illusions. The goddess of love fantasy was one of the top illusions, and its power was extraordinary. Even if a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence was confused by the goddess of love fantasy, they would be captured by the illusion, unable to break free from it. Although the transcendent pupils could restrain this top-notch illusion, but Yang Feng spent too little time on the transcendent pupils and didn't cultivate this secret method to the great completion realm. As such, it was naturally difficult for him to resist the goddess of love fantasy that Katrina exerted all her strength and cast with the help of the secret treasure goddess of love magic mirror. Wake up! At this moment, Yang Feng's god clone in the Feisua plane burned divine force crystals and barked. The voice of Yang Feng's clone reverberated in the sea of knowledge of Yang Feng's true body and forcibly pulled Yang Feng, who was about to be pulled into the goddess of love fantasy. Transcendent pupils. As soon as Yang Feng regained consciousness, he frantically extracted a tremendous amount of world force from the small world inside him and poured it into the transcendent pupils. The transcendent pupils burst out with dazzling light and enveloped the goddess of love fantasy. No! Don't! I beg you, stop! In the goddess of love fantasy, Katrina let out a series of heart-wrenching wails. Every part of her charming body burst open, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out, looking extremely miserable. Faced with Katrina's pleas, Yang Feng remained unmoved. With an indifferent look in his eyes, he urged the gold light to fall on the world, causing it to collapse. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the world of the goddess of love fantasy finally collapsed completely, revealing the arena. On the other side of the arena, Katrina's face was pale. Holding the goddess of love magic mirror, her delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with endless fear. In the next moment, a transparent and colorless rune flew out of the goddess of love magic mirror and landed on Katrina's forehead, causing her delicate body to sway slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a misty shade. After Yang Feng broke free from the goddess of love fantasy, he still operated the transcendent pupils, and queer light swept in all directions. The goddess of love fantasy was so queer that it made Yang Feng apprehensive. This queer power once again let Yang Feng experience how dangerous and frightening the various powerful spells of the world of warlocks were. I concede. Katrina's eyes were lifeless and empty, as if her soul was sucked away. Her delicate body fluttered, and she walked out of the arena practically step by step. Kresno frowned slightly and made a gesture. The figure of a beautiful warlock from the Hall of Eternity flickered, and she arrived beside Katrina. She took Katrina out of the arena and left the lobby. After Katrina left, Yang Feng released a dozen-plus detection spells on himself, operated the transcendent pupils to carefully scan his state, and looked at the information sent by the smart chip. Only then did he confirm that he was in the real world. He took a deep breath, took out a few precious elixirs, and downed them. In terms of strength alone, Katrina was far inferior to Almas. However, the goddess of love fantasy was queer and extraordinary. In order to break this queer fantasy, Yang Feng consumed dozens of times more life force than he consumed to defeat Almas. After Yang Feng drank the elixirs and recovered a little, his eyes shimmered brightly, and he looked at the warlocks from the Western world and asked calmly, "Who else dares to fight me?" The gazes of the warlocks from the Western world focused on the supreme geniuses who didn't fight Yang Feng. Cresno frowned slightly, and then, like a statue, remained silent. No matter how the gazes fell on him, he didn't have any intention of fighting. Hey! A bunch of cowards. They don't even have the courage to fight, what a bunch of trash. Among the four supreme geniuses of the catered dynasty, the black man with an unruly expression smiled coldly, then blurred into motion, turned into a black ray, and entered the arena. The black man showed an unruly smile to Yang Feng and said, "All of the catered dynasty's Dark Judgment is here to fight you." The Dark Judgment was one of the most powerful forces in the catered dynasty. In the catered dynasty, the Dark Judgment warlock group has shown signs of slowly surpassing the Hall of Immortality in recent years. The Hall of Immortality once gave birth to the warlock emperor, the Dawn Lord. At that time, when the Dawn Lord still dominated the world, the Hall of Immortality was one of the most powerful warlock groups in the world. After the fall of the King of Dawn, the Hall of Immortality started to decline from its peak. After several major disturbances, the Hall of Immortality began to decline even more, and gradually lost control of the catered dynasty. The Dark Judgment and many other warlock groups in the catered dynasty were originally controlled by the Hall of Immortality, and could only develop their strength in secret. But once the Hall of Immortality declined, they began to develop and grow. In the modern era, they have become a huge warlock group comparable to the Hall of Immortality. Ol's words have just fallen when he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a level 6 secret treasure ghost skull armor engraved with countless sinister heads suddenly flew out and enveloped him. After Ol put on the ghost skull armor, sharp bone spurs pierced into his body and extracted his blood and life force. Ol's body twisted, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall evil ogre covered in the ghost skull armor, with 2 horns on his head and a red horn on his forehead, and exuding advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. That's a red-horned evil god ogre. One of the strongest ogre. Red-horned evil god ogre, a ferocious evil ogre that feeds on other ogre evil gods. Even the dragon species and ghost species were no match for him. It's a terrifying ogre that can even fight gods. Amazing, as expected of a super genius of the Dark Judgment, to be able to transform into such an ogre. The warlocks around the arena recognized at a glance how powerful the red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into is. With advanced moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, the red-horned evil god ogre can even suppress many feeble divine force rank gods. After Ol transformed into the red-horned evil god ogre, he issued a world-shaking howl, and tremendous sound waves converged and turned into a sound wave cannon barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed into the sound wave cannon like a meteor. With his tyrannical fleshly body, he forcibly penetrated the sound wave cannon, appeared in front of Ol, and slammed a fist into the abdomen of the red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into. The red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into suddenly spewed out a blood arrow, slammed into the edge of the barrier of the arena like a meteor, trembled slightly, and collapsed to the ground. I concede. After Ol spewed out a large mouthful of blood, he dispelled the red-horned evil god ogre, stared at Yang Feng with an incredulous look on his face, gnashed his teeth, and uttered, enunciating each syllable. Yang Feng's punch has shattered most of the bones of the red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into. Even though the red-horned evil god ogre's recovery ability is astonishing, but it cannot recover from its injuries and fight Yang Feng. Chapter 540. There was silence. The eyes of the warlock geniuses from the other world flickered with astonishment. The red-horned evil god Ogre Ol has transformed into can suppress quasi-glorious dawn warlocks and fight gods of the same rank. Yet such a powerful existence was insta-killed by Yang Feng. Even though Almas was insta-killed by Yang Feng, but the hearts of the warlocks were still filled with shock. So strong. He's really strong. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng is so strong. After today's fight, his name will surely shake the world. Amazing. Every time the Time Sky City competition assembly is held, several freakish powerhouses who formed a virtual world will be born. However, the gap between the freakish powerhouses in the previous Time Sky City competition assembly isn't that great. This time, the gap between the freakish Yang Feng and the other freakish monsters is really too big. So strong. If he doesn't die in the future, he may become a Holy Spirit warlock. After a while, a wave of discussion broke out around the arena. Whether it was the warlocks from the Eastern world or the Western world, they looked at Yang Feng standing in the center of the arena with awe in their eyes. The eyes of the warlocks from the Western world focused on Cresno and the other supreme geniuses. Cresno and the other supreme geniuses from the Western world are silent as they quietly watched Yang Feng in the arena. They have no intention of fighting him. Ol and Almas are freakish geniuses who stood out from the trillions of people of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties and have formed a virtual world in the Starry Sky warlock realm. With just quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, they can already display terrifying power to contend against advanced moonlight warlock rank powerhouses with the help of secret treasures. For Yang Feng to defeat these 2 freakish warlock geniuses with a single punch naturally left the supreme geniuses from the Western world apprehensive. Why isn't anyone going up? There are so many warlock geniuses from the Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Catered dynasty. Is there no one who has the courage to go up and fight our great Cloud dynasty's Yang Feng? Just now, all of you were flaunting your prowess here. I thought you were strong. It turns out that you're just a bunch of bullies. Do you see that? This is the strongest genius of our great Cloud dynasty. If you have the ability, go and defeat him. Just a moment ago, I don't know who said that in his eyes, Yang Feng was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog. Now that that useless person was in the arena, why didn't anyone dare to go up? The warlock geniuses of the 3 great dynasties only have good mouths. Mockery and ridicule came from the warlock geniuses of the great Cloud dynasty. Not long ago, after Angelico easily defeated Yi Yuanyang in the arena, the warlocks from the Western world ridiculed the warlocks from the great Cloud dynasty. Now that they have this opportunity, the warlocks from the great Cloud dynasty naturally won't miss it. The figure of a blonde warlock with a tall and sturdy figure shook slightly, and at once appeared in the center of the arena. The blonde, burly warlock shouted, "Western world's Brest dynasty's 5 Rings Red Tower's Culford is here to fight you." 5 Rings Red Tower was a powerful warlock group in the Brest dynasty that wasn't inferior to the Battle Demon sect. Culford was the #1 Starry Sky warlock rank genius of 5 Rings Red Tower. Yang Feng said flatly, "Please." Culford silently chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. A level 6 secret treasure, the giant's skin, engraved with strange runes and made of the skin of an unknown extraordinary creature, suddenly flew out and covered his body. A queer light shone, and a 100-meter-tall giant engraved with queer runes and shrouded in a gale appeared in the arena and exuded junior moonlight warlock rank might. Wind giant. That's a wind giant that can manipulate wind elemental particles. Wind giants can manipulate wind elemental particles. They don't have the weakness of ordinary giants. But a mere junior moonlight warlock rank wind giant isn't Yang Feng's opponent. What the hell is Culford thinking? A trifling wind giant can't be that monster's opponent. When the warlocks around the arena saw Culford transform into a wind giant, they commented spiritedly. The wind giant Culford transformed into was a bit weaker than the ancient gold dragon transformed into by Achilles. Although this wind giant could defeat more than 90% of the warlock geniuses in the lobby, but compared to Yang Feng, it wasn't worth mentioning. When the wind giant completed its transformation, it was suddenly enveloped in a gale and rushed towards Yang Feng with a tyrannical aura. Too slow. The wind giant had just moved, when Yang Feng strangely appeared in front of it and slammed a fist into it. A vast and terrifying force slammed into the wind giant's abdomen in an instant, and the 100-meter-tall wind giant turned into a stream of light and slammed into the barrier of the arena. It spewed out an arrow of blood, slid down powerlessly, and collapsed on the ground, unable to budge. The wind giant dispelled its transformation and revealed Culford's human form. He coughed for a while and spewed out an arrow of blood, and then said with a pained expression, "I concede." Sure enough. He was insta-killed. It can't be helped, Yang Feng is too strong. One-on-one, apart from Almas and them, no one can withstand a full blow from him using secret treasures. The warlocks around the arena showed an, as expected, look in their eyes, and they commented spiritedly. They looked towards the 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world. For an expert who formed a virtual world like Yang Feng, taking turns to wear him down was meaningless. Unless it was an expert on par with Yang Feng, and they fought him with all their strength, Yang Feng would be injured and consume a great deal of power. Otherwise, after each battle, Yang Feng could absorb a trace of world force from the virtual world inside him and recover all his consumption. Cresno took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked towards the interior of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. Most of the warlocks from the Brest dynasty followed Cresno into the depths of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. No matter how the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty provoked them, they didn't reply. Angelico took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then silently led the warlocks from the Bajor dynasty into the Hidden Dragon Hotel. The geniuses of the Catered dynasty also silently followed the 4 supreme geniuses into the depths of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. After Yang Feng saw the top supreme geniuses of the 3 warlock dynasties leave, his figure shook slightly, and he also left the arena. Except for the top supreme geniuses of the 3 warlock dynasties, the ordinary warlocks from the Western world were not Yang Feng's opponents, and defeating them was meaningless. Yang Feng, do you still remember me? Yang Feng had just returned to the demonic fighting sect's camp, when a voice sounded. Yang Feng turned his head, showed a smile at once, and greeted the person enthusiastically, "Kong Feng Ao, it's you. Long time no see." At the time when Yang Feng dominated a part of the Tarandit subcontinent, it was Kong Feng Ao who guided him to the Great Cloud dynasty and gave him a lot of help. If Yang Feng had stayed in the Tarandit subcontinent at that time, then his current strength would not be so formidable. Kong Feng Ao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He followed Yang Feng to the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School's camp, and was introduced to the disciples of the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School by Yang Feng. After Yang Feng left, many warlock geniuses from the Western world and the Eastern world started fighting in the arena. Just now, when the geniuses ridiculed and provoked each other, the warlock geniuses were extremely arrogant. After a few words, they became even angrier, and then entered the arena to exchange pointers. Without the supreme geniuses like Yang Feng, Yuanyang, and Almas, the fights between the other warlocks did not attract much attention. In the lobby, everyone returned to their seats. The warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families also sat in different places according to their relationship. Yang Feng, Zhang Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, Zhou Feng, Kong Feng Ao, Wang Shulan, Zhang Zhiqiao, and Zhang Tian also sat around a big table. Wang Shulan, Zhang Zhiqiao, and Zhang Tian were personal disciples of the Bright Moon School's 3 great elders, and their status was the same as that of Yang Feng and the others. As for Kong Feng Ao, he originally didn't have the qualifications to sit here. But since he was Yang Feng's friend, he also obtained the qualifications. A handsome young man dressed in a white scholarly attire with his hair tied up in a bun, exuding the temperament of a descendant of an aristocratic family, walked over with a gentle smile on his face and said courteously, "I am Song Zishi, and this is my good friend Jiang Xian." I wonder if I can make the acquaintance of senior disciple brothers and sisters from the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School. Beside Song Zishi stood a peerless beauty with long black waterfall-like hair, a fiery and tender body comparable to that of Western warlocks, an extremely exquisite appearance, and the temperament of an iceberg. She was Jiang Xian, the daughter of one of the 8 great clans. Wang Shulan smiled slightly and said very enthusiastically, "So it's Song Zishi of the Song family and Jiang Xian of the Jiang family. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. Please take a seat." As disciples of prestigious righteous sects, Wang Shulan and the others made friends. Song Zishi and Jiang Xian were peerless geniuses of the 8 great families, so they were qualified to become friends with them. Chapter 541. 2 days later, in the center of the Time City's hidden dragon temple, in a huge square that can accommodate more than 100,000 people, warlocks from the Eastern world and the Western world gathered. On a dais in the huge square, there are 12 chairs, each of which is occupied by a bright world warlock rank powerhouse. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the Breast Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Catered Dynasty are powerful dynasties of the same rank. Even though the Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than any of the other 3 dynasties, but it still only has 3 chairs. Above the dais, there is a palace that is difficult to see with the naked eye suspended in the air. That is the Time City's floating palace. Inside the floating palace, there are several infinity warlocks sitting. The warlock geniuses of countless forces from the Eastern world and the Western world are gathered in the Time City. If all the warlock geniuses here die, it will be a big blow to the warlock groups from the Eastern world and the Western world. It is for this reason that the Western world and the Eastern world have sent infinity warlocks to guard this place. The infinity warlocks won't bat an eye no matter how many ordinary warlock geniuses die. However, the death of outrageous geniuses like Cresno and Angelico is a huge loss to a major force. With their talent, as long as they don't die, they can grow into glorious sun warlocks or above in the future. For a force, every glorious sun warlock or above powerhouse is an extremely important and precious fighting force. Many places need to be guarded by enough people in order to be completely occupied and obtain a steady stream of resources. Although infinity warlocks are extremely powerful, but they also have their own things to do. If it's just them, they won't be able to take care of everything and control a huge force. At noon, a bright world warlock dressed in a green warlock robe holding a huge mirror-like secret treasure in his hand silently recited an incantation and pointed it at the sky. An incomparably resplendent black light shot out from the demonic mirror, transforming into a black pillar of light that soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. As soon as the black pillar of light entered the clouds, it immediately set off waves of strange ripples in the air. A huge star suddenly appeared in the void, completely blocking the sunlight and appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Yang Feng looked at the huge celestial body in the sky, and shock welled up in his heart. How extravagant, to refine a celestial body into a venue for the battle for the key of time. Sure enough, the most powerful warlocks can pluck the stars and the moon and refine a plane. The bright world warlock in a green warlock robe silently recited an incantation, and the magic mirror in his hands suddenly released brilliant light that enveloped Yang Feng and them. Illuminated by the resplendent light, Yang Feng and his party blurred and disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he found himself in a world with verdant hills and limpid waters. There were all kinds of precious extraordinary plants growing everywhere, and the air was rich in life magic energy. Yang Feng stepped on the ground and exerted a bit of force, leaving a footprint on the ground. The density of this world is the same as that of the Zhangji Plains continent. The density of a world is different, and so is the power that can bear a fight between powerhouses. A subcontinent like the Tarandit subcontinent is the least densely populated part of the Zhangji Plains continent. A fight between infinity warlocks is enough to split the Tarandit subcontinent into pieces and sink it. In low-grade planes such as Grade 9 planes, battles between glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are enough to cause landslides, collapse continents, and sink continents of low-grade planes. It is because of this that the plane origin of low-level planes has restrictions on the strength of life forms of the plane, making it impossible for them to break through a certain limit. This is the self-protection mechanism of the plane origin at work. Only the Tsangji Plane's main world can withstand a battle between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, so that the continent won't collapse from the fight between Warlock Emperor rank experts. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. It's a pity that we can't use Assembly's secret treasures. Otherwise, we would be able to gather everyone now. Assembly's secret treasures are secret treasures that can gather everyone when exploring a secret realm where random teleportation will occur. Such secret treasures are forbidden to be used in secret realms. If such secret treasures can be used, then rogue cultivators will have almost no chance to make a name for themselves. Warlock geniuses backed by major forces are much stronger than rogue cultivators to begin with. If they gather together to form a force, rogue warlocks will have no chance. At the Time Lord wanted to cultivate human warlock geniuses of the younger generation, not those from major warlock groups, which is why he set such a restriction. Yang Feng, that's Yang Feng. Run! When the warlocks who were randomly teleported to a place not far from Yang Feng saw him, their faces changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods to escape in different directions. Once you enter this secret realm, everyone is an enemy. Everyone is shrouded in a magic barrier. Once the magic barrier is broken, you will be teleported out of the secret realm immediately. The warlock geniuses who are eager to obtain the Key of Time are naturally unwilling to be sent out by Yang Feng at the beginning. Yang Feng smiled, looked up, and trod on air, step by step, towards the sky. This is the limit. After all, this isn't the real world. When Yang Feng flew to an altitude of 3,000 meters, he felt a powerful magic barrier in the sky, preventing him from continuing to fly higher. Although this world looks no different from an ordinary world, but after all, it is a celestial body that has been refined by alchemy. In this celestial body, many phenomena are different from the real world. Yang Feng opened his eyes and operated the transcendent pupils. Countless runes appeared in his eyes and formed a pair of heart-shaking gold pupils. Thanks to the gaze of the transcendent pupils, the scenes within 1,000 kilometers of Yang Feng's eyes were captured. Not long after, a beam of light rose into the sky. Within the beam of light, there is a resplendent brilliance suspended. Inside the brilliance, there is a secret treasure in the form of a key inscribed with runes containing the mysteries of time. The Key of Time. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward, entered space, and shuttled through one space after another towards the Key of Time. By shuttling through different spaces, Yang Feng crossed a distance of 10 kilometers every time he passed through a spatial gate. As if a god walking in space, he walked towards the Key of Time. With Yang Feng's current understanding of the law of space, a distance of 10 kilometers is already the limit for a spatial gate. After he promotes to an infinity warlock, he will be able to use the law of space to cross a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers through a spatial gate. Yang Feng. It's him. It's Yang Feng. When the warlocks around the Key of Time saw Yang Feng, their countenance changed dramatically. Many people clenched their teeth and fled into the distance. There are still some who are unwilling to give up and continue to fly towards the Key of Time. Spatial disorder. All of a sudden, streaks of space disruption spell flew into the sky from a hidden forest. Under the interference of the spatial disorder, the surrounding space became chaotic, the void distorted, and Yang Feng was forced to appear in the void. He glanced at the hidden forest below, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine winds suddenly erupted and slashed towards the forest below. Stop! Yang Feng, I am Qin Yu of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Qin family. We are both warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, you can't do this to me. A roar of shock and anger came from the forest below, and a quasi-moonlight warlock flew out of the forest. A level 5 secret treasure in the form of a gold shield floated above the quasi-moonlight warlock and resisted the violent 9 revolutions divine wind. There was a flash of indifference in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and the wind blades formed from the 9 revolutions divine wind instantly formed a large wind blade that slashed at the gold shield and cut it in two. Chen Yu issued a heart-wrenching scream, "No, my gold glory shield." A level 5 secret treasure defensive shield is extremely important for Starry Sky warlocks. Yang Feng destroying Chen Yu's gold glory shield is equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. After the 9 revolutions divine wind cut through Chen Yu's golden glory shield, it took the opportunity to cut his body. A transparent membrane suddenly appeared and wrapped Chen Yu up, teleporting him out of the secret realm. Yang Feng grabbed the wreckage of the secret treasure gold glory shield, threw it into a storage ring, and flew towards the key of time. When the rest of the warlocks saw how fierce Yang Feng was, their faces changed dramatically, and they scattered, no longer daring to cast spells to stop Yang Feng. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and the 9 revolutions divine wind formed a pair of wings of wind behind him. With a flap of the wings of wind, a violent wind enveloped him, and he flew towards the key of time. At this moment, more than a dozen warlocks flew around the key of time and cast elemental spells, blood meridian metamorphosis, extraordinary plants, extraordinary life forms, and other spells. A dozen warlocks unleashed their own means and frantically fought over the key of time. Yang Feng is here. A voice suddenly sounded around the key of time, and the faces of the warlocks fighting suddenly flickered. They looked into the distance and saw Yang Feng riding a gust of wind flying towards them like a demon god. Chapter 542. Damn it, it's him. It's Yang Feng. The complexions of the dozen-plus warlocks changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with apprehension as they looked at Yang Feng flying over from afar. Without hesitation, 3 warlocks broke away from the battle and fled into the distance. A warlock suggested, "Let's first join forces to break the magic barrier of the key of time, and then compete for the key of time. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against Yang Feng." The key of time is shrouded in a magic barrier, which is comparable to a level 6 defensive spell. However, the magic barrier doesn't have a steady stream of life force provided by Moonlight warlocks. Even Starry Sky warlocks can wear down the magic barrier through continuous attacks, and eventually break it. Okay. Let's do that. The remaining dozen or so warlocks also nodded slightly, agreeing with this warlock's proposal. They are all very smart people. After thinking for a while, they realized that they can't compete with Yang Feng on their own. Only by joining forces will they have a chance of winning. It's a good plan, but unfortunately, you're too weak. Spatial ripples surged around the dozen-plus warlocks, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and easily pulled the dozen-plus warlocks into the spatial mirrors. The space around Yang Feng rippled, and more than a dozen warlocks flew out of spatial mirrors that strangely appeared around him. Berserk wind blades formed from 9 revolutions divine wind swept towards the dozen-plus warlocks. Slashed by the berserk wind blades, the life force fields around the dozen-plus warlocks were shredded, and then they were teleported out of the secret realm. What a scary guy. Only when you really face him can you feel how scary he is. What a monster. When the warlocks peeking from the sidelines saw this scene, they felt a slight chill in their hearts, inhaled a mouthful of cold air, and fled in different directions. There are 108 keys of time. They don't want to be driven out of the secret realm by Yang Feng now. It feels good to be strong. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. If not for his tyrannical strength, he would have to deal with the continuous sneak attacks of the warlocks. But now, as long as he appeared, those warlocks would retreat, not daring to fight him. Yang Feng looked up at the key of time shrouded in a barrier of light and punched the barrier of light. The barrier of light shattered, and Yang Feng grabbed the key of time. This is the key of time. The key of time contains the mysteries of the laws of time. When Yang Feng grabbed the key of time, he immediately felt a trace of the law of time flowing inside the key of time. If he hadn't studied the time text for a period of time, he wouldn't have noticed that the key of time contains the mysteries of the law of time. Yang Feng's eyes blossomed with a scorching light. Getting more keys of time will be of great benefit to my comprehension of the time text. The law of time was the most profound and incomprehensible law in the world, and it was even far superior to the law of space. In the countless years of research of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, only the Time Lord has mastered the strongest secret method of time. In the era of the first warlock dynasty, there were countless human warlock supreme geniuses. Each of the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks was extremely powerful. Even the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord may not be the opponent of the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks. Before the Time Lord became a warlock emperor, his physique, alchemy, spirit force, and life force didn't hold any advantage over the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks, and he was even at a disadvantage. However, the law of time was extremely mysterious. By relying on the mysteries of the time text, the Time Lord suppressed everyone and became the first human warlock emperor of the Tsangji Plain, becoming unparalleled in the world. After the death of the Time Lord, several human supreme geniuses of the Tsangji Plain comprehended the law of time from the time text and became almost invincible in the same rank. Yang Feng didn't comprehend the time text in order to fully master this secret method, but hoped to master a way to counter it by studying this secret method. If Yang Feng didn't know anything about the secret method of time, then he would be at a disadvantage against the user of this secret method in the future. Katrina was far weaker than Yang Feng, but she still almost defeated him because of the power and strangeness of the warlock's secret method. Yang Feng flew into the sky with the key of time in his hand and unleashed the transcendent pupils to search for traces of the key of time. Suspended high in the sky, Cornell was surrounded by flickering stars that evolved into a world of stars, and boundless moonlight warlock rank might spread from him. Countless profound runes flashed in Cornell's eyes, and wisps of wisdom diffused from his eyes, making him look like an omnipotent transcendent full of wisdom. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Rays of starlight shot out in all directions. A ray of light shone, and Angelico flew over from afar following the guidance of the starlight. He came to Cornell's side, looked at the starry world, and exclaimed in admiration, "Bajor astrology is really one of the most wonderful and mysterious secret methods. It can even be used in such a secret realm." Not long after, the Bajor warlock with a bare upper body engraved with strange runes flew over from afar and landed beside Cornell. After a while, Cresno and the other 3 supreme geniuses from the Brest dynasty as well as Ol and the other 3 supreme geniuses from the Catered dynasty were drawn here by the starlight. Although Almas, Ol, Angelico, and Katrina were seriously injured by Yang Feng at first, but within the past 2 days, they have recovered about 80% of their strength. After all, it wasn't a life and death battle in the arena, so Yang Feng didn't act ruthlessly. Otherwise, even if the 4 of them were lucky enough to escape, their soul origin would be damaged, and they wouldn't be able to recover in 2 days. The Catered dynasty's expert Brea, who had long silver hair and exuded a monarch's temperament, took a deep look at Cornell and said unhurriedly, "Bajor astrology is really extraordinary." A peculiar glint streaked past the eyes of the other supreme geniuses, and they took a deep look at Cornell as well. In fact, astrology was a branch of divination warlocks. Their battle prowess was very high, and the most frightening thing was that they could peer into the past and use countless materials to make predictions about the future. The past had already been determined and could not be changed. The future had countless branches. Some future branches could be changed, but the main branch of the river of the future was unshakable. Divination warlocks like astrology warlocks could peer into the future, which allowed them to seek good fortune and avoid calamity according to the evolution of the future. They were extremely difficult to kill, and at the same time, they reaped great benefits. Divination warlocks who practiced astrology had two weaknesses. The first was that they were a bit weaker than supreme geniuses of the same rank in terms of battle prowess. The second weakness was that whether it was peeking into the past or the future, it required a huge amount of resources and the lifespan of the caster. Therefore, these divination warlocks who practice astrology are basically short-lived ghosts. The fourth warlock dynasty's Star Lord didn't break the destiny of divination warlocks. He only ruled the fourth warlock dynasty for thousands of years before he died. He was the shortest-lived human warlock emperor. Even so, being enemies with a living divination warlock is also a very troublesome matter. Because as soon as a warlock with the prophecy system encountered danger, they would feel a sense of alarm. It was very difficult to force them into a situation of certain death. Cresno said solemnly, "Have you found Yang Feng's traces?" These supreme geniuses from the Western world were all proud and arrogant. Originally, they wouldn't act together. But in order to defeat Yang Feng, these supreme geniuses from the Western world finally put aside their pride and joined forces. Cornell's eyes flickered with runes formed from starlight, and he said indifferently, "I have found Yang Feng. He is in this direction, 9,000 kilometers away. I will be here, guiding you with the light of the stars." Brea's eyes shimmered with a gloomy gleam, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The 10 of us besieged Yang Feng. Even if we win, it will be a disgrace." Brea, Cresno, and the other 11 experts were peerless supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties who have formed a virtual world in the starry sky warlock realm. Each of them had their own pride, and they disdained to besiege others. But Yang Feng's strength was simply despair-inducing. Brea and the others had no choice but to abandon their pride and gather together to besiege Yang Feng. The Time Sky City was a place where the Time Lord cultivated the young generation of warlock geniuses. Every warlock genius who could enter the Time Sky City would obtain tremendous benefits. Yang Feng was already so strong that he was virtually invincible in the same rank. Brea and the other supreme geniuses didn't allow him to continue to grow. Otherwise, the gap in strength between them and Yang Feng would only widen in the future. Cresno's eyes flashed with determination, and he uttered, "There is a proverb in the Eastern world, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. As long as we win and enter the Time Sky City, the gap between us will only widen. Besides, we're doing this for the Western world. A monster like Yang Feng must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, the Western world will once again be shrouded in the shadow of the Eastern world." Under the leadership of the Dawn Lord, the Western world finally escaped from the shadow of the Eastern world. We must not return to the era when the Eastern world controlled everything. Chapter 543. Before the emergence of the Dawn Lord, the Eastern world's human warlocks were the rulers of the Zhangji Plain. If the Western world hadn't given birth to several great holy steppe powerhouses and followed the 7 warlock emperors and made outstanding contributions, it would have been annexed a long time ago. Even so, in the era of the 7 warlock dynasties, the Eastern world's human warlocks were extremely proud. Many people called the Western world's human warlocks barbarians. This contempt made the Western world's human warlocks very dissatisfied. However, in the era of the 7 warlock dynasties, the Eastern world's human warlocks were extremely brilliant. They occupied countless planes, grasped countless secret methods, and grasped endless resources. The Western world's human warlocks could only endure. The emergence of the Dawn Lord allowed the Western world to develop rapidly and suppress the Eastern world's human warlocks. After the collapse of the Dawn dynasty, the Western world's 3 dynasties, which have been divided into 3, are still far stronger than the Great Cloud dynasty. This is all thanks to the Dawn Lord. Although the Western world's human warlocks will join forces with the Eastern world's human warlocks to resist the attacks of powerhouses from other planes, but they are absolutely unwilling to see the birth of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse in the Eastern world. After listening to Cresno's words, the supreme geniuses from the Western world fell silent, and then nodded. If Yang Feng was only a little stronger than any of them, they wouldn't have made such a decision. Instead, they would rely on their own strength and efforts to find a way to surpass Yang Feng. But the strength Yang Feng displayed far exceeded that of the Western world's supreme geniuses, so they made the decision to contain Yang Feng. He's in this direction. The starlight turned into an arrowhead and flew towards Yang Feng. The figures of the 10 warlocks from the Western world fluttered, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light flying into the distance. Good luck. Looking into the distance, runes formed from starlight flashed in Cornell's eyes, and he frowned slightly. A look of worry flashed on his face, and he sighed slowly. I hope you can defeat that unimaginable monster. Yang Feng, who easily seized the 5th key of time, suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Oh, they're here? 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world are here. Interesting, really interesting. This way, it won't be boring. In the Time City Competition Assembly, only Yi Yuan Yang, the Saint Demon Sect's Holy Son, Cresno, and other geniuses who have formed a virtual world are qualified to fight Yang Feng. In Yang Feng's eyes, the rest of the warlock geniuses couldn't withstand a single blow and could be defeated at will. In the floating palace, there is a human infinity warlock sitting on a chair. If an infinity warlock goes to another plane, they can easily dominate a plane and rival strong divine force rank gods. Powerful life force fields diffused from the infinity warlocks, interwove and collided with each other, formed strange phenomena, and then disappeared. There are a total of 10 infinity warlocks sitting in the floating palace. 4 of them are from the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the other 6 are from the Western world's 3 dynasties. Although the 10 infinity warlocks haven't fought, but their life force fields interwove and collided with each other, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. If it wasn't for the powerful purification force field in the floating palace, the life force they emitted would be able to kill all life forms below the level 1 warlock rank in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. If an infinity warlock rank powerhouse wants to, they can easily blow up a grade 9 plane and kill countless life forms in it. They are such terrifying existences. The infinity warlocks releasing their life force fields without concealment is a kind of test for other infinity warlocks. Some newly promoted infinity warlocks can't accurately control their life force fields, and their life force fields will be suppressed by other infinity warlocks. The suppressed infinity warlocks are like soft persimmons among infinity warlocks, and will fall into a disadvantageous position. The life force fields of the 10 infinity warlocks interwove and intertwined, carrying out a battle that ordinary people can't imagine. Yet the outcome of the battle has yet to be decided. Clearly, the 10 infinity warlocks aren't soft persimmons. Without fighting for real, there is no way to decide the outcome of the battle. A man dressed in a scarlet-red robe looked at a huge crystal ball and snorted coldly. 10 people actually ganging up on one person. Is this how the Brest, Bajor, and Catered dynasties do things? You've disgraced the warlocks. The huge crystal ball is a special crystal ball. Through the crystal ball, the infinity warlocks can clearly see the entire scene in the competition. The scene of the 10 warlock supreme geniuses from the Western world besieging Yang Feng was naturally seen by the infinity warlocks. In the lobby of the Hidden Dragon Temple Hotel, although the Infinity Warlocks weren't present, but the battle between Yang Feng and Angelico couldn't be hidden from them. Seeing the 10 Warlock Supreme Geniuses from the Western world besieging Yang Feng, there was a flash of embarrassment in the eyes of the Infinity Warlocks of the 3 dynasties. A white-haired Infinity Warlock of the Brest dynasty, who looks like a sage, said lightly, "Zhang Yuele, this is just a spar between the younger generation. Fighting with numbers is a tactic in war. They know how to gather their strength to fight the enemy. I can only praise them for their intelligence. When we human warlocks fight powerful enemies from other planes, don't we often join forces to defeat them? The Zhangji Plains human warlocks are best at fighting together. With the help of secret treasures, several pinnacle Bright World warlock rank powerhouses can even contend against a weaker junior Infinity warlock rank freak. In the history of the Tsangji Plain, human warlocks have often joined forces and used secret treasures to defeat and seal many powerful existences. Zhang Yuele's eyes flashed with anger, and he said coldly, "Barbossa, you're twisting words and forcing logic. This competition is a trial run by the Time Lord to select the geniuses of the younger generation. This isn't a war with other races. In war, you can use any means, but in a trial run, fighting with numbers is too despicable." Among the 4 Infinity Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, a handsome man dressed in a green warlock robe, with 2 strokes of mustache above his lips said lightly, "Zhang Yuele, Barbossa is right. In this competition, there are no restrictions on joining forces. Fighting together is the foundation for us human warlocks to defeat powerful existences from other planes." Zhang Yuele's face sank, and he said coldly, "Yi Xuanlong, why are you speaking up for them?" Yi Xuanlong's gaze swept the crystal ball, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes, and he said flatly, "I'm just telling the truth." Inside the secret realm, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and a set of white Battle Demon armor quickly covered his body. Then he pinched the ruler magic cube, and the ruler armor quickly covered his body. Kresno, Almas, and the other 11 supreme geniuses are quasi-moonlight warlocks who formed a virtual world. Their fighting strength is astonishing. Without the help of secret treasures, even someone as strong as Yang Feng will be defeated by them if he isn't careful. After equipping the ruler armor, Yang Feng operated the law of space, took a step, and stepped into a spatial gate. A spatial ripple surged beside Ol, and Yang Feng flew out of the spatial gate and slammed a fist into Ol. A strange membrane enveloped Ol and instantly teleported him out of the secret realm. Primal Chaos Finger. Yang Feng pointed with a finger at Almas, and a distorted beam containing the aura of primal chaos and annihilation shot out of his finger and stabbed Almas in the head. A strange membrane instantly devoured Almas and teleported him out of the secret realm. Both Ol and Almas were seriously injured by Yang Feng not long ago. They haven't recovered their full strength yet, which is why they were killed by Yang Feng's surprise attack. 9 Revolutions Divine Wind. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and violent 9 revolutions divine wind turned into fearsome wind blades containing the law of wind that slashed towards the remaining 8 supreme geniuses. Eternal Holy Armor. Kresno silently chanted an incantation and pointed a finger. Rays of incomparably resplendent light enveloped his body, condensing into an eternal holy armor that covered his entire body. The Eternal Holy Armor is one of the strongest defensive secret methods of the Hall of Eternity. In terms of defensive power alone, it is above the Battle Demon secret method. Moreover, the Eternal Holy Armor can protect the soul of the caster and resist various illusions and soul attacks. In this respect, it is far superior to the Battle Demon secret method. However, the Eternal Holy Armor doesn't have the heaven-defying effect of the Battle Demon secret method. When the 9 revolutions divine wind slashed Kresno's eternal holy armor, they collapsed, unable to injure him. Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then her figure fluttered, and she collapsed and disappeared, as if she disappeared from this space. Extraordinary Courtyard. The eyes of Brazzoni from the Brest Dynasty's warlock group Green Sea Forest shimmered coldly, and he silently recited an incantation, took out a wooden secret treasure engraved with countless mysterious runes, and pressed it against his heart. Countless dazzling green lights suddenly shone and formed a courtyard filled with countless strange and mysterious extraordinary plants in the void. An extraordinary plant wind-stabilizing chrysanthemum bloomed, and its petals fluttered in the wind. The petals of the wind-stabilizing chrysanthemum curled up, and the 9 revolutions divine wind collapsed, and the wind elemental force inside was absorbed by the wind-stabilizing chrysanthemum. Chapter 544. Chipiko, a warlock from the Bajor dynasty's dark demonic mountain, who is engraved with queer runes and has a bare upper body, silently recited an incantation and swallowed a secret treasure evil ogre monarch bead. Light shone, and he turned into a 500-meter-tall evil ogre monarch engraved with queer runes, exuding an ancient aura, a green face, 2 horns, and advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. When the 9 revolutions divine wind turned into a wind blade, it cut open the evil ogre monarch's skin, and blood flowed out of the evil ogre monarch's body and scattered on the ground. A black aura swept out, and the injuries on the evil spirit king's body instantly healed. There were no traces of injury on his body. When Angelico released the Truth Empyrean imprint, the surrounding space distorted, and the wind blades entered the distorted space and disappeared. The warlock genius Correa from the Catered dynasty's elemental hand, with long crimson hair and an unruly expression, pointed with the level 6 secret treasure flame scepter in his hand, and elemental flames containing the law of fire gushed out and purified the 9 revolutions divine wind. At the same time, the elemental flames turned into a fire dragon that swept towards Yang Feng. Elemental warlocks specialize in elemental spells. Elemental spells can mobilize the various elemental forces of heaven and earth and erupt with elemental spells that are 10 times or even dozens of times more powerful than the caster. They are among the warlocks with the strongest offensive power. In terms of destructive power alone, they even exceed bloodline warlocks by far. The black-haired, green-eyed warlock hybrid beauty from the Catered dynasty's warlock group 6-star circle in Lin took out a secret treasure sea god trident. The law of water surged, and endless seawater suddenly surrounded her and formed a sea world. When the 9 revolutions divine wind blades slashed into the sea world, they cut open a large area of the sea water, and then collapsed and dissipated. Brea, who came from the Immortal Hall, held a level 6 secret treasure, Dawnlight Scepter. A sacred and powerful aura emanated from his body. Light of dawn shot out from the dawn scepter and, as if it can purify all filth and evil in the world, shone on the wind blades. In the light of dawn, the wind blades formed from the 9 revolutions divine wind collapsed in an instant. In an instant, the 8 warlock supreme geniuses easily shattered the 9 revolutions divine wind Yang Feng cast. At the same time, elemental flames slammed into Yang Feng in a flash. Black whirlpools appeared in front of Yang Feng and sucked the elemental flames that can burn moonlight warlocks to ashes into the small world inside him. Countless devourers turned into a black swarm of mechanical bugs and pounced towards the elemental flames, devouring them frantically. Soon, the elemental flames were devoured and converted into high-energy crystals. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he instantly appeared in front of Angelico and Angelo, and red flames. Punches devoured insect giant gourd ele flame sorry. Fire Angelo. Translated horn, and Lin continent realm editor and spirits suddenly, and Magad, and Venade warped. Yang red, a young demon saint god. Suddenly, a transparent membrane appeared, wrapped around Angelico, and teleported him out of the secret realm. When Yang Feng saw Angelico disappear, he revealed a smile, got rid of a troublesome guy. Angelico's Truth Empyrean imprint can freely manipulate the power and innate abilities of the 9 transcendents. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Feng isn't afraid. But in a group fight, even if he is injured, his threat to Yang Feng is second only to Cresno and Brea. Die! Chipico's incarnation of the evil ogre monarch opened his maw, and a black beam containing the law of evil ogre shot towards Yang Feng. Void Ancient Vine. A cold look in his eyes, Bruzzoni silently recited an incantation, and an extraordinary plant Void Ancient Vine suddenly flew out, pierced into the void, and sealed the space. Void chains invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared around Yang Feng. Even if a moonlight warlock wants to destroy the void chains, it will take them a split second. That split second is enough for the evil ogre monarch's all-out attack to hit the target. Yang Feng extended his right hand, and a huge black whirlpool suddenly appeared and swallowed the black beam fired by the evil ogre monarch in an instant, and then sent it into his small world. After all, the evil ogre monarch was an advanced moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form. even with the ruler armor and the battle demon armor weakening most of its power, but it still injured Yang Feng a little. The black beam fired by the evil ogre monarch slammed into Yang Feng's small world, sent the devourers rushing at him flying, and finally slammed into the world ring. The world ring trembled slightly, and then collapsed, and the remaining power was devoured by the devourers. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he slammed into the void chains like a meteor. Countless sharp blades ejected from the ruler armor and cut the void chains, and he flew towards the evil ogre monarch like a meteor. Absolute freeze. Lin's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident. A blue aura containing the law of ice surged out of the sea god trident. The blue aura faintly carried a trace of the terrifying aura of an ancient god, as if the ancient god that controlled the law of ice was slowly awakening and releasing a trace of his aura. Wherever the blue aura passed, everything would be frozen into ice. It was as if a long road of ice and snow extended towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't pay any attention to the blue aura. When the blue aura approached him, huge whirlpools suddenly appeared and attempted to devour it. When the blue aura hit the huge whirlpool, it froze together with Yang Feng. Shit, my judgment was wrong. The power of absolute freeze unleashed by Lin is too strong, it exceeds the limit of my devour transmission. A terrifying ice-cold aura continued to extend, as if wanting to freeze Yang Feng's soul, causing him to be slightly startled. Originally, Yang Feng planned to devour the blue aura, but the power of the blue aura exceeded his expectations by far. He miscalculated and was frozen. Eternal Holy Spear. Cresno pointed at Yang Feng with the level 6 secret treasure Eternal Holy Spear engraved with countless mysterious runes, and the Eternal Holy Spear turned into a stream of light stabbing towards Yang Feng. The Eternal Holy Spear art was a strange magic art that contained a trace of the law of karma. The execution of this magic art was extremely harsh, and cultivating it was also extremely difficult. But once it is launched, the Eternal Holy Spear will hit the enemy. No matter what evasive spells or spatial spells you use, you can't avoid the attack of the Eternal Holy Spear. Because after the spell is launched, it is destined to hit the enemy. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who aren't proficient in the law of karma can't destroy this karma spell. 7-color Skyfire. All of a sudden, a violent 7-color Skyfire broke out. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles rapidly transformed, and violent fire elemental particles entered the 7-color Skyfire. The 7-color Skyfire erupted in an instant and burned the ice encasing Yang Feng, and the violent law of fire burned a large hole in the ice. Lin was taken aback, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. What a scary guy. The virtual world inside him is so powerful, I'm afraid it's more than twice as powerful as my virtual world. Absolute Freeze is a powerful ice-type spell Lin released with the help of the secret treasure Sea God Trident. She is very confident that once an advanced Moonlight Warlock is sealed in ice, they won't be able to escape. But now, Yang Feng had forcibly broken this spell. Yang Feng's strength once again filled her heart with shock. Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist. Just after shattering the weird ice force, Yang Feng had to face the Eternal Holy Spear. His eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he frantically extracted World Force from the World Ring and sent a fist containing Primal Chaos and Annihilation barreling into the Eternal Holy Spear. Primal Chaos Force erupted in an instant and sent the Eternal Holy Spear flying. A huge bloody hole appeared on Yang Feng's right hand, and a steady stream of blood flowed out of the huge bloody hole and dripped to the ground. If it wasn't for the protection of the ruler armor and the battle demon armor, Yang Feng's right hand would have been pierced through and crippled. To break a karma spell like the Eternal Holy Spear, you can only clash head-on and destroy or blast the Eternal Holy Spear away with absolute power. Cresno was slightly shocked. To be able to blast my Eternal Holy Spear away, amazing. Since Cresno cultivated the Eternal Holy Spear, he has been able to inflict heavy damage to the enemy once he successfully cast the spell. He had never failed before, and this was the first time he had failed. After blasting away Kresno's eternal holy spear, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and light shone, and thousands of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out and flew towards the remaining 7 warlock supreme geniuses along with the rumbling of engines. Without the help of external forces, Yang Feng may really be defeated by the 7 warlock supreme geniuses if he is careless. A bunch of ant-like mechanical golems. Elemental fire. Correa pointed at the starry sky rippers with the flame scepter in his hand, and elemental fire instantly split into countless fireballs barreling towards the starry sky rippers. Hit by the fireballs of elemental fire, the starry sky rippers burned wildly and exploded in midair. Chapter 545. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Correa, who was casting a spell, and sent a lightning-like fist barreling towards him. "I've been waiting for you." Elemental flame storm. Correa smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation, and a flame storm constructed from elemental flames that could easily burn moonlight warlocks to ashes instantly appeared around him and engulfed Yang Feng. Correa didn't want to believe what happened next. When the flame storm that could easily burn moonlight warlocks to ashes landed on Yang Feng, it was swallowed by whirlpools and disappeared into Yang Feng's small world. Elemental warlocks are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, I can restrain your power. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited in his heart, and punched Correa in the head. A membrane suddenly appeared, wrapped around Correa, and teleported him away. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest again, and thousands of starry sky rippers flew out and turned into meteors shooting towards Kresno and the other 5 supreme geniuses. Unless the starry sky rippers numbered in the millions, it would be impossible to kill a supreme genius like Kresno. However, the thousands of starry sky rippers had the destructive power to destroy the life force field of these supreme geniuses, forcing them to go all out to destroy the starry sky rippers. Flame flower. Bruzzoni silently recited an incantation, and a 100-meter-long extraordinary plant flame flower engraved with countless runes and burning with white flames opened its petals from the extraordinary courtyard. A pillar of fire shot out from the flame flower and swept towards the starry sky rippers. In the wake of the pillar of fire, a large number of starry sky rippers exploded. While the other supreme geniuses were fighting the starry sky rippers, Yang Feng's body blurred, and he appeared in front of Enlin. Sea Guardian. Enlin turned pale with fright and pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident, and endless sea water gushed out of the sea god trident and formed a huge sea. She was in the center of the sea, and the huge amount of water elemental particles formed one barrier after another. Primal Chaos Finger. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a beam of primal chaos and annihilation aura suddenly flew out and turned into a meteor barreling towards the evil ogre monarch transformed from Chipiko. The evil ogre monarch that Chipiko has transformed into was destroying the starry sky rippers. Caught off guard, the primal chaos finger hit him in the face, and a membrane wrapped around him and swept him out of the secret realm. What a terrifying fellow! His battle prowess was simply too heaven-defying. Looks like I can only use that move. Brea's heart shook when he saw this scene, and he silently chanted an incantation before spreading open his palm. A golden coin that was inscribed with countless profound runes suddenly flew out, and then countless runes condensed into chains that flew out from the golden coin. It was a peerlessly strange sight. When Yang Feng turned around and saw this scene, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. The Hall of Immortality's most powerful sealing spell, Immortal Seal. Sealing was also a type of magic. Each of those sealing techniques was extremely strange. Once certain conditions were met, they would have the strange power to defeat the strong. Human warlocks used sealing techniques to defeat the strong, sealing many formidable and strange existences. Using sealing techniques, a dozen-plus glorious sun warlocks could even seal a bright world warlock rank freak. The sealing technique was extremely powerful, but at the same time, there were great limitations to using this sealing technique. First, there weren't many human warlocks who could master sealing techniques. Second, to cast sealing techniques, you basically had to consume your soul origin force. Some top sealing techniques even had to burn your soul origin to be cast. If Brea burned his soul origin to cast a sealing technique, then even someone as strong as Yang Feng would find it difficult to resist. With a flick of his wrist, the level 7 secret treasure lightning all suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and a tremendous attractive force poured out of the lightning all and extracted the life force inside him. In less than a breath of time, the life force inside Yang Feng was almost drained by the level 7 secret treasure lightning all. Sure enough, level 7 secret treasures aren't something that I can use freely at present. Yang Feng clenched his teeth, and the world ring frantically extracted the power of the small world inside him and poured it into the level 7 secret treasure lightning all. Suddenly, the lightning all shone brightly. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined and danced like silver snakes. Thunder and lightning roared, and with a slight blur, it blasted towards Brea with endless lightning. Don't even think about it. Magic steel thorns. Bruzzoni barked, and countless magic steel thorns, which were a dozen times harder than diamonds, extended from the extraordinary courtyard and formed a wall of thorns blocking in front of Brea. Shield of ice. Inlin pointed with the sea god trident into the distance, and a huge ice shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Brea. Holy shield. Cresno silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a holy shield constructed from eternal light blocked in front of Brea. Elemental shield. Katrina also conjured a defensive spell to block in front of Brea. Accompanied by endless lightning, the lightning all slammed into the magic steel thorns and instantly tore them to shreds. Along the magic steel thorns, lightning force stabbed into Bruzzoni's extraordinary courtyard and blasted the extraordinary courtyard to pieces, and countless extraordinary plants collapsed. After the lightning all broke through the magic steel thorns, it tyrannically smashed the 3 defensive spells Shield of Ice, Holy Shield, and Elemental Shield in a row, and instantly engulfed Brea. A membrane suddenly appeared and teleported Brea out of the secret realm. What a fearsome fellow! Is this his trump card? Level 7 secret treasure. To be able to use the power of a level 7 secret treasure, this fellow is really fearsome. Seeing Brea engulfed by the lightning all, Cresno and the other 3 supreme geniuses felt their hearts palpitate. The power required to operate a level 7 secret treasure is extremely terrifying. As warlock geniuses cultivated by major forces, they have 1 or 2 level 7 secret treasures. However, even with their cultivation base, if they want to use those level 7 secret treasures, their life force will be nearly drained, and they will have to burn their soul origin to launch a single attack. Yet Yang Feng could now operate the level 7 secret treasure lightning all to launch an attack, which deterred the 4 supreme geniuses. If Yang Feng could freely operate the level 7 secret treasure lightning all, then even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would still be hunted down one by one. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and thousands of starry sky rippers were released. A starry sky ripper grabbed Yang Feng, pushed its engine to the limit, and flew into the distance. The power of the lightning all was terrifying, but the consumption was also enormous. It drained all the life force inside him. For a short period of time, his fighting strength dropped drastically, and he couldn't even cast a level 5 spell. Cresno's mind stirred, and he immediately grasped the truth of the matter and shouted, "He's exhausted. This is our only chance. We don't have much time. We have to get rid of him before he fully recovers." Although Yang Feng's life force was almost drained because he operated the level 7 secret treasure lightning all, but world force still gushed out of the world ring to nourish his body and restore his strength. After a period of time, he would be able to recover 70 to 80% of his battle strength. This was the strength of a powerhouse who formed a world inside them. Usually, they could store world force by nurturing a world. Once in battle, they could draw world force continuously to fight. Such a powerhouse could contend against gods who burned divine force crystals and maintained their peak state practically at all times. How can it be so easy to operate a level 7 secret treasure? Void Ancient Vine. With a cold look in his eyes, Bruzzoni pointed at Yang Feng, and Void Ancient Vines stabbed into the void and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and space disruptors suddenly flew out and released spatial disruption fluctuations, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. The Void Ancient Vines were lost in the chaotic space, unable to lock onto Yang Feng. Absolute freeze. Enlin pointed at Yang Feng with the Sea God Trident, and a blue breath of ice froze everything in the surroundings and extended towards Yang Feng. The same spell won't have any effect on me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and distorted perception filled the surroundings and blocked all probing black fog. Countless devourers flew out of the world ring and covered him. The blue breath wrapped around Yang Feng, and the berserk cold air immediately froze Yang Feng along with the devourers. In just a breath of time, the devourers devoured the blue breath of ice. Eternal Holy Spear. Cresno reached out, grabbed the Eternal Holy Spear, and threw it. The Eternal Holy Spear turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards Yang Feng. As expected of the Western world's most powerful supreme genius. There's no way to avoid the Eternal Holy Spear. Yang Feng glanced at the Eternal Holy Spear, frowned, and suddenly stabbed with the Primal Chaos finger with his left hand, and a beam of light formed from Primal Chaos Chi shot towards the Eternal Holy Spear. The Eternal Holy Spear pierced through the beam of light formed from the Primal Chaos finger and stabbed into the fingers of Yang Feng's left hand, pierced through the Ruler Armor and Battle Demon Armor, and shattered 2 of Yang Feng's fingers. Yang Feng's right fist and left hand, which were pierced by the Eternal Holy Spear, kept dripping blood, and showed no signs of healing. Eternal Heal was the spell enchanted with the Eternal Holy Spear. Chapter 546. Under the effect of the Never Heal enchantment, powerhouses stabbed by the Eternal Holy Spear would bleed until they ran out of blood and died in battle. The might of the Never Heal enchantment was terrifying. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng had to concoct a special elixir, take the elixir, and then combine it with his tyrannical life force to dispel the Never Heal enchantment. In battle, the enemy wouldn't give Yang Feng this chance. Yang Feng glanced at his scarred hands and mused, it seems that the ruler armor alone isn't enough. I have to get a weapon-type secret treasure. It's too disadvantageous for me to contend against other weapon-type secret treasures with my bare hands. Previously, Yang Feng had been concentrating on manufacturing the ruler armor and improving his strength, and hadn't refined his own weapon-type secret treasure. Now that he was fighting a top warlock like Cresno, Yang Feng discovered the shortcomings of his lack of weapon-type secret treasures. The Never Heal enchantment attached to the Eternal Holy Spear wasn't the most powerful spell. Among the weapon-type secret treasures, there were still some enchantments like the God Armament Shadow Dagger that were enchanted with various curses and sealing spells. Once the skin was scratched by a weapon-type secret treasure, you would be seriously injured. Of course, weapon-type secret treasures that could enchant these spells were very rare, but it wasn't that they didn't exist. In the world of warlocks, if you want to be invincible, you must have no shortcomings. Otherwise, if you're a little careless, you'll be defeated or even killed by someone stronger than you. It's no wonder that the 8 warlock emperors were so powerful, yet they were defeated and left battered and exhausted. Each of the 8 warlock emperors was extremely powerful and suppressed countless peerless geniuses of the same era. However, before the 8 warlock emperors reached the summit, each of them had failed. Each time they failed, they would transform and become even more powerful, even more perfect. In the end, they would become invincible, suppressing the world. Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Cresno. A Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist, which shattered the vacuum and annihilated all things, slammed towards Cresno. What a fast recovery! Kresno's expression suddenly changed, and he crossed his arms in front of him. Magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped his body. The Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist, carrying violent Primal Chaos Chi, pierced through one magic shield after another, and finally slammed into Kresno's arms. A violent force erupted in a flash, and Kresno was blasted into the ground, blasting open a huge hole. A dignified glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He wasn't killed. What a powerful Eternal Saint armor technique! Without using a level 7 secret treasure, the offensive secret method Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist recorded in the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body was the strongest offensive secret method Yang Feng grasped. When he stimulated the force of the world inside him, he was virtually invincible. No warlock of the same rank could resist his all-out blow. The Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist is a powerful offensive secret method. Yang Feng can only use it 20 times a day at his best. Any more and it will put a tremendous burden on his body. Kresno was hit by Yang Feng's punch, yet he wasn't teleported away on the spot, which greatly exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. Illusion Demon Flowers. Bruzzoni silently recited an incantation, and illusion demon flowers with the faces of beautiful women in the extraordinary courtyard bloomed with enchanting light. One peerless beauty after another flew out from the illusory demon flowers. Every peerless beauty exuded a soul-stirring charm. Every frown and smile contained the power to captivate one's soul and bewitch one's heart. The peerless beauties danced gracefully on the illusion demon flowers. The beautiful dance seemed to suck in people's minds, making them unable to extricate themselves. Illusion demon flowers, the dance of this extraordinary plant can bewitch moonlight warlocks, and even some glorious sun warlock rank freaks. If careless, they will be completely attracted, and eventually devoured by the illusion demon flowers. The extraordinary courtyard is really extraordinary. Transcendent pupils. Yang Feng glanced at the illusion demon flowers, and the misty look in his eyes faded in an instant. He operated the transcendent pupils secret method, and countless runes suddenly appeared in his eyes. As if a transcendent, he looked at the illusion demon flowers. The peerless beauties dancing on the illusory demon flowers let out shrill screams one after another. They withered, turned into a pile of dust, and disappeared from this world. Sea's fury. Enlin pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident, and violent sea water suddenly condensed into a fearsome sea barreling towards Yang Feng. Ignoring the endless sea, Yang Feng took a step forward, stepped into Bruzzoni's extraordinary courtyard, and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Bruzzoni. Magic steel thorns. Gold ancient vine. Dragon tooth ancient tree. Man-eating ghost vine. In the extraordinary courtyard, countless powerful extraordinary plants capable of devouring moonlight warlock rank powerhouses suddenly emerged and attacked Yang Feng. The Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist, which contains the power of primal chaos and annihilation, shook slightly, and the extraordinary plants collapsed in an instant. In the end, the fist containing the power of primal chaos and annihilation smashed into Bruzzoni's abdomen, and the violent power of primal chaos and annihilation engulfed Bruzzoni in an instant. A membrane suddenly appeared and teleported Bruzzoni to the outside world. At the same time, the sea containing the law of water engulfed Yang Feng. As if a mountain pressed down on him, Yang Feng felt his body sink, and he had to resist the tremendous pressure brought by the sea at all times. Even though he was a moonlight warlock, when resisting the tremendous pressure brought by the sea at all times, he would consume a lot of power, and it would be difficult for him to display his strength. This is indeed a powerful spell, but unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and huge whirlpools suddenly appeared, frantically devoured the sea, and teleported it into his small world. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and the sea shrouding him was split in two and split open a huge passage. He crossed the huge passage, arrived in front of Enlin, and pointed with a finger on her forehead. Countless rays of light shone and formed a rune that sealed Enlin's power. Enlin's pretty face suddenly turned ashen, and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew very well that she was far from being Yang Feng's opponent, but she never expected that the difference in combat power between them would be so great. In fact, Lin wasn't a weakling among the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world. However, the spell Sea Fury she cast was completely restrained by Yang Feng's spell, and she was defeated in a single exchange. If it was another warlock, even a moonlight warlock, they would consume their power frantically when shrouded by the endless sea. If they couldn't get out of the sea, they would be exhausted to death. You want to mount a sneak attack? How foolish. All of a sudden, Yang Feng sneered and extended his left hand, which was missing 2 fingers, grabbed Katrina's snow-white neck, and pulled her out of that empty place. Black rune chains gushed out of Yang Feng's left hand and engraved themselves on Katrina, sealing her firmly and suppressing her. Yang Feng tossed Katrina and Lin aside, and his eyes locked on Kresno. Without giving Kresno a chance to speak, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he arrived in front of Kresno and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards him. Kresno crossed his hands and relied on the eternal holy armor to block Yang Feng's second punch. Rays of light containing the power of primal chaos bombarded Kresno again and again. On the 6th punch, the eternal sacred armor on Kresno's body finally collapsed. It was enveloped by the membrane and devoured, disappearing from the secret plane. After dealing with Kresno, Yang Feng turned around and his gaze fell on the 2 beauties Katrina and Lin. Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she barked, "Yang Feng, what do you want? With the gaze of an infinity warlock here, if you dare to do those things to me, they won't let you go." Lin choked slightly. Katrina had said exactly what she wanted to say, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "I just want a kiss from the 2 beauties. I won't do anything else to you." Yang Feng showed a wicked smile, beckoned with his hand, and pulled Lin and Katrina into his embrace. He lowered his head and gave them a deep kiss on their cherry lips. After being kissed by Yang Feng, Lin's beautiful eyes shimmered, and she roared furiously, "You bastard, I won't let you go." Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with joy, yet she said with an angry expression on her face, "You bastard. I won't let you go." Yang Feng smiled unbridledly and pointed with a finger, and magic light shone and withdrew the binding spells on Lin and Katrina. "Haha, you're welcome to take revenge. However, if there's a next time, I won't be sending you out." Lin and Katrina glared hatefully at Yang Feng, then blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew into the distance. The opportunity to enter the Time-Sky City and comprehend the Time-Sky Pillar is extremely rare. For Lin and Katrina, this is very important, which is why they had to endure the humiliation and leave. Chapter 547. In the floating palace, violent life force fields churned wildly and vibrated violently. Once they rush out, even great warlock rank powerhouses will be seriously injured or even killed. Barbossa said with a cold smile, 1 against 10, and yet he still won. Haha, the Battle Demon sect has such an outstanding genius, how amazing. The breaths of the other 5 infinity warlocks from the Western world surged. Clearly, they are not calm. Each of the warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world is a supreme genius of the world of warlocks, a terrifying existence that can challenge those of a higher realm. Warlocks who haven't formed a virtual world will be at a disadvantage when facing powerful existences from other planes, such as gods, evil gods, dragons, and ogre-type extraordinary life forms. Warlocks who have formed a virtual world, on the other hand, can contend against gods, and can even challenge those of a higher realm. By using secret treasures far beyond their current realm, they can exert terrifying power. For the 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world to be defeated by Yang Feng alone, even the Infinity Warlocks are shocked. The life force fields of the 4 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty shook violently. Clearly, they are not calm either. Zhang Yuele sighed in his heart and looked at Yi Xuanlong with worry in his eyes. That's amazing. This Yang Feng is really amazing. Unfortunately, He's from the Battle Demon sect. Yi Xuanlong is an infinity warlock from the Tai Yi sect. Although the relationship between the Tai Yi sect and the Battle Demon sect isn't irreconcilable, but it is still extremely bad. Legend has it that several infinity warlocks born in the Battle Demon sect mysteriously died not long after their promotion, and the Tai Yi sect is behind them. If the Battle Demon sect hadn't given birth to Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, two quasi-infinity warlock rank powerhouses who formed a virtual world, the Battle Demon sect would have already been annexed by the Tai Yi sect. Even so, Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian are still trapped in the Battle Demon sect, unable to easily leave. Zhang Yuele glanced at the other two infinity warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty and frowned. In addition to Yi Xuanlong, I'm afraid that the two of them harbor ill intentions towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strength was too formidable. Even the Western world's top 10 supreme geniuses are not his opponent. Such a genius makes the infinity warlocks of the other forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty feel somewhat troublesome. If Yang Feng could grow up smoothly, then the future era would belong to Yang Feng. All the forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty will tremble in fear of his prestige. The Battle Demon sect would naturally do its best to nurture and protect such a peerless genius, and the other forces would also harbor malicious intentions. Within the secret realm, he really lost. The 21.3% of miracles did not occur. Cornell withdrew his star world and sighed slightly. His eyes shone with wisdom. It seems that I have to change the way I get along with him and make the necessary investments. For Cornell to be able to cultivate Beijing astrology to this level, he was definitely a person of astonishing wisdom. He foresaw that the probability of failure in besieging Yang Feng was too high, that's why he didn't participate in besieging Yang Feng. Strange starlight shone, and queer runes appeared all over Cornell's body and converged his aura. As if he had turned into an ordinary person, he fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The Time Sky City competition assembly lasted for a total of 15 days. During those 15 days, Yang Feng operated the transcendent pupils and, like a god overlooking the secular world, seized the keys of time in the Time Sky City without the slightest scruple. The reckless warlock geniuses who competed with Yang Feng for the keys of time were defeated and teleported out of the secret realm. Just like Conrath, many warlock geniuses immediately cast secret methods to hide their auras as soon as they got the key of time. Each of these warlock geniuses mastered various concealment methods, some of which even came from other planes. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng couldn't ferret out the warlock geniuses who held the keys of time. During these 15 days, Yang Feng seized a total of 63 keys of time, found Zhu Yifan, Zhou Feng, Kong Fangao, Wang Shulan, Zhang Zhiqiao, Zhang Tiantian, and other friends, and gave them a few keys of time. On the 15th day, in the secret realm where the competition assembly was held, the sky suddenly split open, and white beams of light descended and shrouded the human warlocks down below. The targets of the white beams were the warlock geniuses who held the keys of time. Enveloped by 58 white beams of light, tremendous life magic energy poured into Yang Feng and frantically improved his cultivation base. If it was an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock, they wouldn't be able to bear the life magic energy of 58 white beams of light. But Yang Feng was a powerhouse who established a small world inside him. The part of the life magic energy that he couldn't absorb was directly sent into his small world. The world origin of the small world inside Yang Feng eagerly absorbed the tremendous amount of life magic energy and expanded rapidly. Every complete plane had a plane origin, or rather, a world's will. The stronger the plane origin, the more powerful the world, and the more powerful experts it could accommodate and the more bizarre and powerful rare treasures it could produce. For a world origin, life magic energy was equivalent to food. A complete plane would automatically absorb all kinds of free energy in the universe and transform it into life magic energy for its survival. The plane origin that couldn't absorb life magic energy would slowly wither and die. The Zhangji plane's plane origin force was extremely powerful. At all times, through the strange power of law, it extracted all kinds of strange forces in the vast universe and transformed them into life magic energy, which gave birth to all kinds of rare treasures as well as magic stones and magic crystals. The world origin of the small world inside Yang Feng hadn't fully matured yet, and couldn't absorb all kinds of forces from the universe. He could only use massive amounts of magic stones and magic crystals to feed the world origin. Once the small world inside Yang Feng transformed into a complete true spirit world, it would devour all kinds of energy in the universe at all times, transform them into life magic energy, and nourish Yang Feng's body and soul. It would no longer need to feed him. Under the illumination of the 58 beams of light, Yang Feng's cultivation base quickly advanced from the pinnacle starry sky warlock to the great circle, and then to the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. As soon as he advanced to the quasi-moonlight warlock realm, Yang Feng sent the tremendous amount of life magic energy into his small world, and then no longer absorbed it. According to the division of the Feisua plane, the evolution from a starry sky warlock to a moonlight warlock was a step from a demigod to a true god. In the Zhangji plane, this was the most important step. With Yang Feng's current cultivation base, he could transform his starry sky core into a moonlight core. But to perfectly transform it and lay the strongest foundation, he still needed to make some preparations. Under the illumination of the 58 beams of light, Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. With a flash of light, Yang Feng opened his eyes and found himself in a vast space. In the vast space, a quasi-moonlight warlock rank rock wolf covered in rocks appeared in front of him. Should I kill it? A thought rang in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. He smiled and flicked his hand, and wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind suddenly slashed the rock wolf and chopped it into pieces. When the rock wolf was chopped into pieces, a white ray of light flew out of the rock wolf and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng's mind stirred, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. My soul force has improved a bit. Sure enough, the Time Sky City is a great opportunity that can't be missed. The fleshly body was easy to cultivate, but the soul was difficult to refine. If warlocks want to improve their soul force, they can only improve their cultivation base. With every increase in realm, the warlock's soul will be stronger by a fraction. Except for soul warlocks who exist as soul bodies, other warlocks can hardly find any secret methods to cultivate the soul. Although soul warlocks who have abandoned their fleshly bodies have mastered all kinds of weird soul secret methods, but they can never practice cultivation above the warlock monarch realm. Moreover, even soul warlocks will one day have their soul decay and eventually die. Therefore, there aren't many soul warlocks who specialize in soul cultivation. To be able to obtain a bit of soul force by killing the rock wolf in this strange space, Yang Feng was naturally very happy. The corpse of the rock wolf blurred, and before long, 6 quasi-moonlight warlock rank rock wolves appeared in the space. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The monsters in the space were killed one after another, and then appeared one after another. The strength of the monsters kept increasing. After the 36 rock wolves were killed by Yang Feng, junior moonlight warlock rank rock wolves appeared. After the 6 junior moonlight warlock rank rock wolves died, an intermediate moonlight warlock rank rock wolf appeared. After Yang Feng killed the first quasi-glorious sun warlock rank rock wolf, he absorbed the soul force exuding from the rock wolf and finally perfected his starry sky core, and it began to transform toward the moonlight core. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and intermediate moonlight warlock rank aura full of wisdom slowly spread from him. His small world is full of the remains of countless high-grade magic crystals. Yang Feng's accumulation is very strong. Taking advantage of the opportunity of perfecting his soul, he broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and advanced to the intermediate moonlight warlock rank. Chapter 548. So this is the power of a moonlight warlock. It's comparable to the power of gods and demons. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered brightly, as if he could distort space and destroy a person's soul with a glance. With a thought, he saw that half of his soul core has completely integrated with the small world's world origin, while the other half is suspended in the small world, emitting moonlight-like light and nourishing the small world. Moonlight Warlock was a realm named by the Time Lord. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, the top human warlocks were powerhouses who formed a small world inside them. The soul core of the small world's powerhouses would split into two, with one part fusing with the world origin and the other part becoming a star emitting moonlight. Once a warlock with a small world inside them promoted to a glorious sun warlock, the soul core inside them would transform into a sun and release dazzling sunlight to nourish the life in the small world. Yang Feng opened his eyes and looked around, only to see that the monsters that could provide soul force had disappeared. With a flash of resplendent light, Yang Feng disappeared, and then appeared in a small world with 108 towers stretching as far as the eye could see. In front of Yang Feng, there is a huge pillar of light piercing straight into the sky, flickering with countless runes and changing at all times, as if it exists in the past, present, and future. Yang Feng just looked at the huge pillar of light, and a boundless amount of knowledge together with the original time text entered his mind. The optical computer in Yang Feng's mind frantically recorded the mysteries and quickly recorded them into the database. The square shone brightly, and one warlock after another was teleported to the square. That's Yang Feng, he's comprehending the secret method recorded on the time sky pillar. As soon as Yi Yuanyang appeared on the square, his gaze fell on Yang Feng, and killing intent shimmered in his eyes. He took a few steps forward in an attempt to cast a spell to interfere with Yang Feng's comprehension of the secret method recorded on the time sky pillar. Yi Yuanyang has just taken a few steps, when a strange fluctuation surged. He returned to the state he was in a few seconds ago. This is a magic restriction set up by the Time King. We can't fight here. Yi Yuanyang's heart surged with a trace of enlightenment. He sighed slightly and looked towards the time sky pillar and began to comprehend the mysteries contained within it. Legend has it that the Time Lord used a peerless technique to cut off a piece of time and refined it into a treasure. The Time Lord contained countless secret techniques and endless profundities. So that's how it is. The law of time is boundlessly profound. Unfortunately, my physique isn't as close to the law of time as the Time King's physique. If I want to comprehend the law of time, I'll have to work twice the effort for half the result. This heavenly pillar of light is extremely profound. It's extremely beneficial for condensing one's own Tao path. I'll try to comprehend my own Tao, the Tao path of the Devour, Tao. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and he no longer focused on the profound time text. Instead, he began to comprehend the path he chose, the path of Devour. The Shizu were a mechanical civilization, and one of the cores of that civilization was energy science. The Shizu grasped energy science and had a profound understanding of the interconversion of energy. The Eternal Power Furnace, the strongest technology of the Shizu, was a technological device that could extract various kinds of energy from the universe and interconvert them. With the power of the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's wisdom has been elevated to an incredible level. Thanks to his hard work, he has fully grasped the principles of the Shizu's energy science and began to integrate with the Zhangji Plains warlock civilization. Once the power of the two civilizations can be fully integrated, Yang Feng's strength will rise to an incredible level, and he will create his own secret method and embark on the Warlock Emperor path. The Time Sky Pillar was a top treasure with countless mysteries recorded inside. At the same time, it had extraordinary power to help others comprehend various secret methods. The time text was an Empyrean-grade secret method left by the Time Lord, and it was extremely profound. Even though Yang Feng ate the Apple of Wisdom, he still couldn't comprehend the original time text. However, with the help of the Time Sky Pillar, he could comprehend the time text. This was the terrifying power of the Time Sky Pillar. Yang Feng stared at the Time Sky Pillar, and countless mysteries flashed in his eyes. A strange and mysterious rune that seemed to contain the power to devour everything slowly condensed in his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, in the huge square in the center of the secret dragon temple, light shone, and the warlock geniuses who obtained a key of time suddenly appeared. Moonlight warlocks, they have all promoted to moonlight warlocks. The Time Sky City is really a great opportunity. No wonder countless people are fighting over it. Yang Feng glanced at the surrounding warlocks and found that Zhang Hanshan, Zhou Feng, Zhui Yifan, Kong Feng Ao, and the other warlock geniuses who he gave a key of time to enter the Time Sky City have already promoted to junior moonlight warlocks. Their faces revealed looks of joy. The promotion from the Starry Sky Warlock realm to the Moonlight Warlock realm was a huge hurdle. In the Starry Sky Warlock realm, the more profound the accumulation, the more difficult it was to break through the bottleneck and promote to the Moonlight Warlock realm. In the Zhangji Plains prosperous warlock civilization, great warlocks were only ordinary soldiers, Starry Sky warlocks were experts, and Moonlight warlocks were experts. Many Starry Sky warlock geniuses were stuck in bottlenecks all their lives, unable to break through, and eventually died. The Time Sky City contained endless mysteries. Once you entered, you could smoothly break through the bottleneck and promote to the Moonlight Warlock realm. This was a great opportunity for any Starry Sky Warlock. Kong Feng Ao was born into an intermediate family in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Originally, the Starry Sky Warlock rank was his limit. But after entering the Time Sky City, not only did he promote to a Moonlight Warlock, but his evolution potential was also much greater than that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. Gazes full of anger came from afar and fell on Yang Feng. Following the angry gazes, Yang Feng saw Cresno and several other supreme geniuses from the Western world. After Cresno and the other supreme geniuses were knocked out of the secret realm by Yang Feng, they didn't get the great opportunity of the Time Sky City. Naturally, they were filled with anger and even killing intent towards Yang Feng. Cresno and them were peerless geniuses who formed a virtual world. Their battle prowess was far greater than that of other warlocks of the same rank, and they could even kill Moonlight warlocks. However, like Yang Feng, it was very difficult for them to advance, and they needed to consume countless resources. After losing the opportunity of the Time Sky City, they fell behind a lot. The three supreme geniuses Cornell, Katrina, and Enlin were originally slightly inferior to Cresno, Angelico, and Brea. But after gaining enlightenment in the Time Sky City, their strength was now far above that of Cresno's group of three. Such a huge contrast naturally enraged Cresno and the other supreme geniuses, and killing intent surged in their hearts. Yang Feng glanced at Cresno and company, and then ignored them. After advancing to the Moonlight Warlock rank, Yang Feng's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, even without using any secret treasures, he can easily kill Cresno and them. The surrounding warlock geniuses who participated in the contest over the Keys of Time looked enviously at the dozens of geniuses who have advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank in the center of the square. The geniuses who have advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank looked at each other, and then formed small circles and left for the Hidden Dragon Hotel to have a joyous gathering. At night, the Hidden Dragon Hotel, in Yang Feng's luxurious room, an array flickered, and the sexy and beautiful Katrina flew out of the array. "Darling, I really want to see you." As soon as Katrina flew out of the array, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she threw herself into Yang Feng's arms, a fragrance wafting from her. She looked at Yang Feng infatuatedly, and her crystal-clear eyes overflowed with love. Yang Feng looked at Katrina in his arms, and a chill welled up in his heart. The goddess of love fantasy is really fearsome, to be able to turn a warlock genius into this. Ever since Yang Feng transmigrated to the Zhangji Plain, he had a lot of women. However, most of them were conquered by him with absolute strength and authority. Even though there were a few women who sincerely loved him, but they all maintained their ego. None of them loved him wholeheartedly like Katrina. As long as Yang Feng said the word, Katrina would commit suicide and betray her warlock group without hesitation. She would serve him wholeheartedly for no reason at all, treating him as her god. If he died, she wouldn't hesitate to commit suicide after getting her revenge. Yang Feng knew that Katrina suffered from the backlash of the goddess of love fantasy, which was why he let her go in the secret realm. Moreover, for Katrina's sake, he didn't even hesitate to portray himself as lustful and let Lin off. After all, a Moonlight Warlock rank holy maiden of the Hall of Eternity was much more valuable than Lin. Yang Feng embraced Katrina, kissed her deeply, and said with a smile, "I need Bamhagra stone. Do you have any information on this stone?" After Yang Feng became one of the 4 rulers of the Fusos subcontinent, he obtained countless precious ores and collected most of the ores needed to promote the stronghold to a level 3 stronghold. Now, he only lacked a rare ore called Bamhagra stone. Bamhagra stone was originally very common in the Tsangji plain. However, the 3rd Warlock Emperor, the demonic Divine Lord, discovered that Bamhagra stone could be used as the main material of a secret treasure to control demonic gods. As a result, human warlocks madly mined it and created many powerful secret treasures to control demonic gods. Chapter 549. Bamhagra stone was simple to process. Only Moonlight Warlock rank alchemists were needed to refine Glorious Sun Warlock and Bright World Warlock rank transcendence into secret treasures. Therefore, it was frantically mined in the 3rd Warlock dynasty. Since the beginning of the 3rd Warlock dynasty, Bamhagra stone has been frantically mined as a strategic resource. By now, Bamhagra stone was rarely seen in the Tsangji plain. Yang Feng knew that Bamhagra stone must exist somewhere in the Tsangji plain, but he had no way to get his hands on it. The Battle Demon sect had obtained some Bamhagra stone in the past, but they were immediately used to refine various powerful secret treasures. Although Yang Feng has sent many subordinates to collect traces of Bamhagra stone, but there was very little news. The only place where Bamhagra stone clearly existed was the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal treasury. However, the royal treasury was extremely heavily guarded. Even if an Infinity Warlock went inside, they would only end up dead. Only by making enough meritorious service for the royal treasury would it be possible to exchange for some Bamhagra stone. Yang Feng has already made plans. If it really didn't work, then he would join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and find a way to get some Bamhagra stone. Katrina showed a cute contemplative expression, clapped her snow-white hands, and revealed a smile. Bamhagra stone? By the way, among the planes I have traveled to, there is a grade 6 plane, the Andrak plane, that produces Bamhagra stone. Apart from that, the 36 prime material planes all produce Bamhagra stones. Yang Feng asked, the grade 6 plane, the Andrak plane? What's the situation on that plane? In the Andrak plane, the upper limit of power is weak divine force rank, that is, the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. When we warlocks enter the Andrak plane, we will be suppressed by the plane force. The stronger you are, the greater the suppression. When Moonlight Warlocks enter the plane, their strength will be suppressed to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. However, if you condense a virtual world inside you, you can erupt with your true strength for a short period of time. The Andrak plane can accommodate 9 gods. At present, there are a total of 7 gods. 4 feeble divine force rank gods and 3 weak divine force rank gods. The 7 gods each control 7 countries. The 7 countries are the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, Ice Blue Nation, Daffodil Federation, Gutama Kingdom, Scarlet Flame Nation, Grand Nation, and Norton Nation. The 7 gods are the god of ice, the god of fire, the god of war, the god of death, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder. Among the 7 great gods, the god of war, the god of death, and the god of justice are weak divine powers. The other 4 great gods are weak divine powers. The Andrak Dimension's god of fire, god of ice, god of death, and god of war are not our human gods, but the gods of other races from other dimensions. The 7 great gods are constantly fighting against each other, and there's no end to it. Katrina introduced. An enigmatic ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he asked, Who else knows the coordinates of the grade 6 plane? Katrina revealed a sweet smile and said, I obtained the coordinates of the grade 6 plane from an ancient ruin during one of my travels. I'm the only one who knows. Every plane, even if it was just a grade 9 plane, was a huge fortune. Although a grade 9 plane couldn't give birth to experts above the legend rank, and its resources were very poor. However, the souls of intelligent life forms of grade 9 planes were very precious. Some warlock groups with a bit of conscience and inclined towards the lawful alignment would generally use grade 9 planes as talent training bases. Cruel and merciless warlocks would use evil secret methods to refine the intelligent life forms of grade 9 planes into soul stones, and then trade them with abyssal fiends and infernal devils to purchase all kinds of treasures. Every warlock who knew about the plane coordinates would hide them in their hearts, and wouldn't easily share them with others. Yang Feng also had a grade 9 plane that he seized from the Shadow Prince Mecha, but he didn't tell anyone in the demonic fighting sect about the plane coordinates. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Perhaps one day, the grade 9 plane would become Yang Feng's trump card. As long as a god reached the feeble divine force rank or a warlock above the moonlight warlock rank, they would be very difficult to kill. Even if they were killed on the spot, they could be resurrected through all kinds of strange methods. Yang Feng knew that the demonic fighting sect recorded several methods of resurrection for moonlight warlocks. As for gods, even if they died on the spot, as long as there were believers who kept praying and calling their god's name, they could resurrect. The reason why there were so many treasure troves and relic sites in the Great Cloud Dynasty and other primary material planes. They were the trump cards left behind by gods, archgods, warlocks, and other formidable existences. But due to the erosion of time, the magic restrictions on these relic sites collapsed one by one, and the treasure troves appeared in the world. Katrina naturally had her own reasons for not telling the Hall of Eternity the coordinates of the grade 6 plane. Yang Feng thought about it from another perspective. If he obtained the coordinates of a grade 6 plane, he wouldn't easily tell the demonic fighting sect. Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she said with a sweet smile, Dear, how about we go conquer the grade 6 plane together? Yang Feng responded with a gentle smile, Okay. After you return to the Hall of Eternity, we'll meet again in the Andrak plane. Katrina stared at Yang Feng's face with her beautiful eyes overflowing with affection, Yang Feng looked at the charming Katrina in his arms. She could be called the #1 beauty of the Western world's younger generation, and his eyes revealed a look of regret. It's a pity that I can't eat such a delicacy now. What a pity. Katrina was a holy maiden of the Hall of Eternity, a supreme genius of the Western world whom the Hall of Eternity cultivated with all its might. Naturally, Yang Feng couldn't expose his relationship with her. Otherwise, Katrina would be consigned to eternal damnation. Once Katrina lost her chastity to him, Yang Feng would have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Hall of Eternity. The Hall of Eternity was a powerful warlock group comparable to the Tai Yi sect. It had many experts. Before Yang Feng fully matured, he didn't want to offend this huge warlock group unless necessary. The next day, the demonic fighting sect's huge flying vessel flew out of the Time City and flew towards the demonic fighting sect. During this trip to the Time Sky City, the demonic fighting sect obtained 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. This was a great harvest. They had to go back as soon as possible and hold the Moonlight Ceremony. Who's there? Get out here. On the huge flying ship, Zhao Hong, one of the 3 glorious Sun Elders, suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with dazzling divine light as he shouted. The huge flying vessel that was originally flying at a terrifying speed suddenly stopped. Runes shone on the huge flying vessel, and a huge level 7 barrier opened. The other 2 glorious Sun Warlocks Lin Yichuan and Mo Hengxing looked at the empty void with dignified looks in their eyes. TSK, as expected of the elders of the demonic fighting sect, their perception is so keen. A wave of nauseating, fishy winds suddenly blew, and a tall, withered, and extremely ugly man with tumors on his body flew out from the fishy wind and revealed a ferocious smile. He was a strange man with a withered face, and his body was covered in tumors. There were countless secret methods in the world of warlocks. Some bloodline secret methods could make warlocks handsome, beautiful, and full of charm. At the same time, some weird secret methods could make warlocks become more and more hideous. In order to pursue power and longevity, many warlocks don't care about their appearance, even their form, or their race. Zhao Hong uttered coldly, "Old monster corpse poison, you dare to block our way, do you want to die?" As a glorious sun warlock rank monster, the old monster corpse poison is shrouded in a layer of corpse poison. 300 years ago, he massacred a city with a population of more than 10 million and collected corpse poison. He was a monster ranked in the top 100 on the Great Cloud Dynasty's wanted list, and countless warlock experts died at his hands. However, the old monster corpse poison is far stronger than ordinary glorious sun warlocks. He is not the opponent of any of the battle demon sect's glorious sun warlocks, Zhao Hong, Lin Yichuan, or Mo Hengxing. There was a sinister gleam in the eyes of the old monster corpse poison, and he laughed wildly. "Tisk tsk, the people who are going to die today are you damned lackeys of the imperial court." A black hurricane blew past, and a bald, handsome young warlock wearing all kinds of secret treasures made of human skulls walked out of the hurricane with a smile. He was exuding an evil aura, and he was wearing a variety of secret treasures made of human skulls all over his body. Zhao Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. Skeleton Demon Monk. Reportedly, the Skeleton Demon Monk was a warrior monk who was captured by human warlocks from another plane. After being transformed by several inhumane spells, he rebelled against his master. Then, he had one fortuitous encounter after another, and finally became a glorious sun warlock rank monster. The number of Zhangji Plains humans who died at his hands exceeded 10 million. A mirror suddenly flew out of the void, and a stunning beauty with a sexy and fiery figure, dressed in a transparent muslin, exuding an alluring charm flew out of the mirror. With an enigmatic smile, her gaze fell on Yang Feng in the crowd. Zhao Hong's eyes congealed, and he uttered, "Mirror Witch." The Mirror Witch had a mysterious origin. As soon as she made her debut, she appeared in different places as a mirror. She had enmity with many small sects in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and she slaughtered 2 small sects whose strongest experts were Moonlight Warlocks. She was a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse with unfathomable strength, and she was the most difficult to kill. She had been defeated a dozen times, but she escaped easily each time. She was the most difficult glorious sun warlock to deal with. Chapter 550. Zhao Hong said coldly, "Skeleton Demon Monk, Mirror Witch, are you here to become enemies with the Battle Demon sect?" The Skeleton Demon Monk and the Mirror Witch are both glorious sun warlock rank experts. But Zhao Hong and the other 2 glorious sun warlocks have absolute confidence in defeating them. The geniuses of the 10 great sects were not existences that those rogue cultivators could compare to. What is the Battle Demon sect? Today, all of you will die here. The sky suddenly darkened, and almost endless dark clouds extended from afar, as if to shroud the entire world in darkness. Amidst the distorted darkness, a man exuding a terrifying aura, as if it was the end of the world, walked out of the darkness and looked down at the many battle demon sect powerhouses with a mocking expression. On the big ship, the warlock geniuses with Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base seemed to have lost their use. They couldn't see the terrifying man exuding doomsday-like aura. One of the characteristics of Bright World Warlocks is to distort light. Even Bright World Warlocks who aren't proficient in the law of light are shrouded by a strange life force field that distorts light. As long as they didn't want to, any powerhouse below the Moonlight Warlock rank couldn't see their true bodies. This is the innate ability of Bright World Warlocks, a terrifying ability that doesn't require any consumption. If a Bright World Warlock wants to, when they kill a Starry Sky Warlock, the Starry Sky Warlock won't be able to resist. North Mountain Black Devil. It's you. When Zhao Hong, whose expression had not changed since the beginning, saw the man shrouded in endless darkness, his expression changed drastically and fear flashed in his eyes. The other two glorious Sun Warlock elders of the Battle Demon sect revealed fear in their eyes. The further a warlock cultivates, the more difficult it becomes. Once a few of the major barriers were broken through, the difference in strength would be like heaven and earth. The first hurdle was to promote from an apprentice warlock to an official warlock, the second hurdle was to promote from a great warlock to a Starry Sky Warlock. The third hurdle was the promotion from Starry Sky Warlock to Moonlight Warlock. The fourth hurdle is the promotion from a Glorious Sun Warlock to a Bright World Warlock. The fifth hurdle is the promotion from a Bright World Warlock to an Infinity Warlock. The sixth hurdle was the promotion of a Warlock Monarch to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The seventh hurdle is the promotion from a Holy Spirit Warlock to a Warlock Emperor. Although Zhao Hong and them are warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon sect with Glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base and level 7 secret treasures. But compared to a Bright World Warlock, the gap in strength is still huge. Although the Beishan Black Devil is just a warlock who has promoted to a junior Bright World Warlock by a fluke, but he is still very powerful. He can crush everyone on the flying vessel. Unless Zhao Hong and them were inside a formidable warlock pagoda, only then would they be able to contend against the Northern Mountain Black Devil with the help of the warlock pagoda and secret treasures. In the wilderness, it would be very difficult for them to escape from the Bright World Warlock rank Beishan Black Devil. Yang Feng looked at the Beishan Black Devil in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes, so this is a Bright World Warlock, so strong. He is just a junior Bright World Warlock, yet he is already this powerful. I'm still too weak. When he saw the Beishan Black Devil, the little bit of pride Yang Feng had when he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock was shattered, and his determination to pursue greater power was aroused. Zhao Hong took a deep breath and said solemnly, Beishan Black Devil, if you dare to kill people from the Battle Demon sect, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the great elders? There was a flash of ridicule in the Beishan Black Devil's eyes, and he said, well, your Battle Demon sect's old Huang is indeed very strong. How about this, as long as you hand over Yang Feng, we'll invite him back as a guest. Then we'll forget about today's matter, and I'll let you leave here alive. Yang Feng. On the huge flying vessel, several Starry Sky Warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon sect unconsciously looked at Yang Feng. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered, and he uttered, Beishan Black Devil, who hired you? I can pay you twice the reward for you to help me kill him. There was a sinister flash in the Beishan Black Devil's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, you must have guessed who my employer is. Besides, I'm a trustworthy person, so how can I betray my employer because of the reward? Moreover, if your glorious sun cores can be sold, you will definitely be able to fetch a good price. Glorious Sun Warlocks were extremely powerful, and they were the foundation of every major sect. With tens of thousands of years of inheritance, the Battle Demon sect had no more than 20 Glorious Sun Warlocks. Once 3 Glorious Sun Warlocks died, it would be a huge blow to the Battle Demon sect. Beishan Black Devil, you dare to attack the people of the Battle Demon sect, what a bastard. A voice filled with boundless anger and killing intent suddenly rang out. Almost at the same time, a chain formed from countless runes pierced through space and suddenly shot out from behind the North Mountain Black Devil, piercing into his body. The Beishan Black Devil's face fell, and pitch-black skulls that look like they contain the resentment of hundreds of millions of life forms appeared around him. In the wake of the black chain, the black skulls exuding endless evil were crushed and suppressed. The black chain directly pierced into the North Mountain Black Devil's body, completely sealing all of his power. Monarch of Seal's Chain, you are. Huang Yihe, an Infinity Warlock, you have promoted to an Infinity Warlock. The Beishan Black Devil turned his head and saw Huang Yihe sitting in the void with a black chain in his hand, looking like a transcendent exuding immortal breath. A look of despair suddenly welled up on his face. Originally, Huang Yihe was a quasi-infinity warlock rank powerhouse who could contend against infinity warlocks. Although the Beishan Black Devil was not Huang Yihe's opponent, but he prepared several targeted secret treasures that could allow him to escape from Huang Yihe. But now that Huang Yihe has promoted to an infinity warlock, coupled with his sneak attack, he suppressed the Beishan Black Devil with one strike. The Monarch Grade Secret Treasure Monarch of Seal's Chain is a secret treasure that suppressed all the Beishan Black Devil, making it impossible for him to escape. The old devil corpse poison's face fell, and his body swelled. The tumors hidden on his body burst in an instant and turned into a putrid and insidious black pus that swept towards the flying vessel carrying the battle demon sex warlocks. As long as Huang Yihe is distracted by the flying vessel, the old devil corpse poison will have a glimmer of hope of survival. The Bones demon monk gritted his teeth, tore off a skull necklace from his neck, and threw it towards the flying vessel. 9 skeletons exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power rushed towards the flying vessel. The mirror witch drilled into her mirror and tried to escape through the space inside the mirror. A bunch of scum, you dare to attack my battle demon sect. Today, only death awaits you. With an indifferent look in his eyes, Huang Yihe flicked the Monarch Grade Secret Treasure Monarch of Seal's chain in his hand, and tiny black chains stabbed towards the old devil corpse poison, the Bones demon monk, and the mirror witch. When the black mist was pierced by the black chains, it violently shrank and condensed back into old devil corpse poison's body, which was then pulled towards Huang Yihe. The mirror witch discovered to her horror that the magic mirror, which has never failed her and has even allowed her to escape from Bright World Warlock several times, couldn't enter. A black chain stabbed into her and pulled her towards Huang Yihe. The Bones demon monk was also stabbed by the tiny chain, and was forcibly pulled towards Huang Yihe. A look of horror on his face, the old devil corpse poison screamed miserably, "Don't kill me, please spare my worthless life. I'm willing to make a Styx oath to serve the battle demon sect forever. Please spare my worthless life." The lifespan of glorious sun warlocks is more than 3,000 years. The old devil corpse poison has only lived for 2,300 years. He doesn't want to die here. Huang Yihe glanced coldly at the old devil corpse poison, and the latter's forehead burst open, and a glorious sun core flew into his hand. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I've lived for so long that I've had enough fun. Even if I die now, it'll be worth it." As soon as the Bones demon monk's words fell, the space between his eyebrows burst open, and a glorious sun core flew into Huang Yihe's hand. The mirror demoness trembled as she knelt on the ground and begged, "I was wrong, Supreme Elder Huang Yihe, I beg you, please spare my lowly life. I'm willing to be your slave and let you engrave a rune on my soul core. Please spare my life. I'm willing to do anything." Huang Yihe glanced at the mirror witch, and regret flashed in his eyes. "I originally planned to make you my disciple's female slave. Unfortunately, you cultivate a secret method to absorb men's yang qi. You yourself are just a withered willow. You don't even have the qualifications to be my disciple's female slave." Huang Yihe's words have just fallen, when the mirror witch's forehead burst open, and a glorious sun core flew into his hand. At the same time, a magic mirror also flew into his hand. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Every glorious sun warlock was an extremely powerful existence. Many glorious sun warlocks were people of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Except for some wicked path sects, no one dared to rashly attack a glorious sun warlock with official status of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Glorious sun cores were extremely rare on the market, and each one was very precious. Huang Yihe obtained 3 glorious sun cores at once, which was not a small amount of wealth. After easily killing 3 powerful glorious sun warlocks, Yang Feng felt deeply how powerful his teacher was. Huang Yihe glanced at the Beishan Black Devil with an indifferent gaze and said frigidly, "Beishan Black Devil, who sent you? What a pity. In a secret room that was shrouded in endless darkness, a cold sigh was heard, and a pitch-black dagger was stabbed into a statue that looked exactly like the Beishan Black Devil. Chapter 551. The Beishan Black Devil's face twisted, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Suddenly, his body split into pieces, and his soul shattered, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that splattered in all directions. The pieces of flesh and blood squirmed, as if to transform into various evil creatures. But as soon as they were born, they turned into black fog and turned into dust. When Huang Yihe saw the Beishan Black Devil die in an instant, apprehension streaked past his eyes, and he whispered, "Soul extinction curse." Apprehension streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed a bitter smile. "It's actually the soul extinction curse. As long as certain conditions are met, this evil spell can even curse infinity warlocks to death. It seems that my performance in the Time Sky City competition assembly was too dazzling and aroused the killing intent of some people." In the Time Sky City competition assembly, Yang Feng defeated the 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world. The battle prowess and talent he displayed made some powerhouses feel uneasy. If Yang Feng promotes to an infinity warlock in the future, the power structure of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty will change dramatically. Yang Feng looked at the Beishan Black Devil, who turned into ashes with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. However, there are many benefits to being from a great sect. If a rogue cultivator was in the limelight in the Time Sky City, they would have either been incorporated or killed. If a rogue cultivator with no background defeated the warlock geniuses from the Western world in the Time Sky City and drove them out of the secret realm, then the warlock geniuses from the Western world would definitely die. They would have been killed by now. Only a great sect like the Battle Demon sect can withstand all the backlash. Huang Yihe grabbed the Beishan Black Devil's bright world core, took a deep look at the void, and snorted coldly. An undisguised infinity warlock rank aura soared into the sky and spread in all directions. Infinity warlock. He promoted to an infinity warlock. With this guy promoted to an infinity warlock, the Battle Demon sect is much stronger. The strange and powerful consciousnesses hidden in the void dissipated as soon as they sensed Huang Yihe's aura. When Huang Yihe was in the Bright World Warlock realm, he was able to defeat a junior Infinity Warlock who hasn't formed a virtual world. Now that Huang Yihe has advanced to an Infinity Warlock, he has entered the ranks of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The powerful existences hiding in the sidelines naturally don't want to fight Huang Yihe under such circumstances. Huang Yihe retracted his Infinity Warlock rank life force field and landed on the flying vessel. "Greetings, Great Elder Huang." Zhao Hong and the other 2 elders stepped forward and bowed respectfully towards Huang Yihe. Huang Yihe nodded, came to in front of Yang Feng, and showed a satisfied smile. "Feng, you did a great job on this trip to the Time Sky City. You greatly increased the prestige of the Battle Demon sect." When Yang Feng defeated the supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties in the Time Sky City, although it aroused the covetous eyes of countless potential enemies, but it also greatly increased the prestige of the Battle Demon sect and raised its reputation. The rise in Battle Demon sect's fame means that it can attract more warlock geniuses to be selected. The Tai Yi sect, known as the #1 great sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, has a great reputation. The number of warlock geniuses who choose to join the Tai Yi sect is far higher than that of the other 9 great sections. Fame is extremely important for powerful sects like the 10 great sects. Yang Feng has gained face and fame for the Battle Demon sect, which naturally made Huang Yihe very satisfied. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "It's all thanks to your teachings, teacher." Huang Yihe felt gratified, and then laughed heartily. "Haha, well said." Although Huang Yihe hasn't given Yang Feng much pointers, but he has given Yang Feng great authority, allowing him to freely read the information on spell models and mysterious secret methods of the Battle Demon sect. The information on the various spell models and mysterious secret methods of the demonic fighting sect was either comprehended by the warlocks of the demonic fighting sect themselves or obtained from other places, and was extremely precious. Ordinary warlocks of the Battle Demon sect have to rack their brains to complete various sect missions and obtain sect contribution points in order to exchange for some precious secret methods. Yang Feng has read virtually all the information in the Battle Demon sect before he was able to combine various warlock secret methods and Shizu technology to create such terrifying secret treasures as the Devourers and the Ruler armor. Moreover, he began to have a clear path of his own in the Moonlight Warlock realm. It can be said that the countless materials in the Battle Demon sect are more precious than the complete Empyrean grade secret method demonic divine text. After all, the Battle Demon sect has 1 or 2 volumes of Empyrean grade secret methods created by the 8 warlock emperors as well as archgods. Moreover, there are all kinds of secret methods created by countless warlock geniuses in the Battle Demon sect in modern times, which are an eye-opener for Yang Feng. Without the support of the Battle Demon sect's huge amount of warlock materials coupled with the assistance of the level 2 optical computer, Yang Feng's strength wouldn't have improved so quickly and his foundation would be so solid. Huang Yihe frowned slightly, saying, "However, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." "Feng, your performance this time is really amazing. It's bound to arouse the jealousy of many people." If Elder Zhao Hong hadn't noticed that the situation was anything but reassuring and notified me in time. "I'm afraid that you're in danger this time. You have to be careful." On the Feisua plane, Bright World warlocks were comparable to intermediate divine force rank gods. They were bigwigs on any plane. After all, the primary god Lolth of the Dark Elven divine system was just a Bright World warlock. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, a Bright World warlock like the Beishan Black Devil was a bigwig and a famous demonic path overlord. If Huang Yihe hadn't arrived in time, then even with the various life-saving treasures he gave Yang Feng, he would still be in danger. Yang Feng nodded, "I understand." Huang Yihe uttered, "After the Moonlight Ceremony, if you want to travel in the Great Cloud Dynasty, you have to change your identity. Of course, the best way is to explore other planes. After 100 or 200 years, when everyone has almost forgotten about you, you can appear with your original identity." The Zhangji Plains human warlocks can freely travel to different worlds. As such, it is very difficult for demonic path overlords to encircle and annihilate them. Once these demonic path overlords commit a heinous crime, they will hide in other worlds, and their traces will be hard to find. Huang Yihe wants Yang Feng to go to other worlds to gain experience for a period of time and fade out of everyone's sight before coming out again. Every Infinity Warlock is extremely busy. They can spend decades or even 100 years in closed-door cultivation. After a period of time, they will put their energy on other things. After all, Yang Feng is just a Moonlight Warlock. In the eyes of Infinity Warlocks, he is nothing. It's only out of instinct to strangle danger in advance that an Infinity Warlock will make a move. He doesn't have the value to make Infinity Warlocks wait for hundreds of years or even 1,000 years. To promote to an Infinity Warlock, a Moonlight Warlock needs to break through 3 major secret realms. In history, many geniuses who formed a virtual world have been stuck in a certain secret realm their entire life, unable to advance. There have even been those who forcefully advanced and died. Only after Yang Feng reaches the Bright World Warlock rank will Infinity Warlocks regard him as a potential enemy. Yang Feng responded, "Yes, teacher." With the Infinity Warlock Huang Yihe holding the fort, the journey was uneventful, and Yang Feng returned to the Battle Demon sect smoothly. The Battle Demon sect began to prepare for the Moonlight Ceremony of Yang Feng's group of 4. For the entire Battle Demon sect, it is a joyous occasion that Yang Feng's group of 4 advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank at the same time. Therefore, the Battle Demon sect wants to make the Moonlight Ceremony even more grand. The Tyrannid subcontinent's 3rd floor, in a forest. Experts of the fiendish demon clan were hiding in various parts of the forest, staying vigilant. The Pantheon Hellion monarch, the undying Hellion Monarch, and the myriad beasts Hellion Monarch, the three great warlock rank powerhouses of the Tyrannid subcontinent, are sitting aside covered in wounds. The undying Hellion Monarch gritted his teeth and cursed, the encirclement is getting stronger and stronger. That damned Joanna, that repulsive dark elf, that lowly whore, that damned bitch raised by Yang Feng. The Pantheon Hellion Monarch said with a gloomy expression, everyone, it's time to make up your mind. Since the appearance of the new golems, our living space has been getting smaller and smaller. That is, unless we completely rely on Joanna like the evil eyes. Otherwise, we only have one path to take. That path. The faces of the three Hellion monarchs became extremely gloomy, their eyes shimmered with fear, and they fell silent. That path might be even more dangerous than being Joanna's dog. Greetings. We meet again. Following a burst of laughter, the forest around the three Hellion monarchs swayed and parted. The extremely beautiful dark elf Joanna with traces of a heroic aura walked out with a smile on her face and looked at the three Hellion monarchs with a ridiculing expression on her face. Times have really changed. Joanna swept the three Hellion monarchs with a glance, and then looked around her. Starry Sky Rippers, Space Disruptors, and other battle robots had already appeared around the forest, surrounding the Demon Clan's experts. Originally, Joanna's strength was slightly inferior to any one of the three great Demon Kings, but with her 1,000 main battle robots, the three great Demon Kings and countless demonic clan masters could easily chase her to the ends of the earth. She could only hide in a corner and shiver in fear. The undying Hellion Monarch said solemnly, Joanna, we are all darkness races of the underworld. Why do you want to exterminate us for Yang Feng? Let us live, and we will repay today's kindness 100-fold in the future. Chapter 552. Joanna smiled faintly and said, it's a pity. Master said that the influence of your demonic clan is too strong. If they don't surrender, we'll have to kill them all and leave no one alive. The fiendish demon clan, in addition to the offspring of natural unions. They could also use their own blood, flesh, and body parts to contaminate ordinary humans, turning them into demons. If there wasn't the restriction of human warlocks, and if there was enough food, then it would only take a month for the Hellion clan to easily transform all of Tyrannid subcontinent's humans into Hellions. Hellions were like a malignant virus rooted in the human race. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't allow such monsters to exist. Therefore, he sent Joanna to command the Dark Elves and a large number of battle robots to encircle and annihilate the Hellions. The fiendish demons had no way to escape, and no door to hell. You forced us to do this. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. A look of despair flashed across the Pantheon Hellion Monarch's eyes. With a flip of his hand, he took out a black plate-like artifact and placed it on the ground. Strange runes lit up on the black plate-like artifact one after another before disappearing into the void and opening a gate. A vast and seemingly endless amount of demonic chi gushed out from the gate. Jie, Tyrannid subcontinent, the great demon Emperor Cartman has returned. Following a ferocious laugh, a claw covered in black fur extended from the gate, and moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out of the gate and filled the space. Joanna's pretty face changed. Demon Emperor Cartman. Damn it, this is the demonist plane, a terrifying existence comparable to a weak divine power. We absolutely can't let him out, otherwise Tyrannid subcontinent will be finished. The gunner robot wielding the super electromagnetic gun shone brightly, and beams of light bombarded the huge claw covered with black fur. A copious amount of blood splashed, and the huge claw covered in black fur was covered in countless small wounds. But with a surge of demonic chi, the small wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demon race's vitality was incomparably tyrannical. If it wasn't an injury from a nomological attack, they could recover very quickly. Some special demons would even have their heads chopped off and their hearts dug out. As long as their magic cores were not destroyed, they could recover. A pair of claws covered in black hair stretched out from the gate and pushed against it. Then, a 10-meter-tall demon Emperor Cartman with the head of a gorilla, a horn on his head, and countless natural runes engraved all over his body, covered in black hair, and shrouded in thick demonic chi walked out of the gate. Joanna's figure flickered as she turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. She could clearly sense that she was just like an ant in front of Demon Emperor Cartman. As long as he wanted to, he could kill her at any time. Dark elves, top quality goods. Stay here and be my toy. Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes shrouded in demonic chi saw the fleeing Joanna, and he smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a stream of black demonic chi shot towards Joanna as if it had a life of its own. In a breath of time, the black demonic chi hit Joanna, sealed her power in a flash, and eroded her fleshly body. Curses! Joanna clenched her teeth and with a flip of her hand, a black Rubik's Cube appeared in her hand. With a dazzling radiance, the black Rubik's Cube turned into a black armor that covered her body. After Yang Feng developed the ruler armor, he developed more magic cube bodies and gave them to Joanna and the other women. The body Joanna got was called Dark Walker, which was a body specially used in the underground world. It was embedded with a precious moonlight core and equipped with many high-energy crystals. When the Darkwalker magic cube covered Joanna, frightening moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash and dispelled the black demonic chi. When the demon Emperor Cartman felt the fearsome aura, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Moonlight Warlock." The Tsangji Plains human warlocks had an illustrious reputation in many planes. When the demon Emperor Cartman sensed the fearsome aura, his heart turned numb. This time, he came to this world with his true body. If he died, then he would truly perish. At this time, the 1,000 battle robots rushed towards Demon Emperor Cartman one after another. A fierce glint flashed past Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes, and he bellowed, turned into a black stream of light, and rushed towards the 1,000 battle robots. After a moment of fierce fighting, the 1,000 battle robots were completely smashed by Demon Emperor Cartman, and countless wreckage scattered on the ground. There were some wounds on Demon Emperor Cartman's body, but demonic chi surged, and the small wounds quickly healed. While Demon Emperor Cartman was entangled with the battle robot, Joanna had already quietly disappeared with the help of the Darkwalker. There was a flash of greed in Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes. It's not a true Moonlight Warlock. It's just a secret treasure that imitates a bit of Moonlight Warlock might. It's really a good treasure that can let a trifling human great warlock imitate a bit of Moonlight Warlock might. It's definitely a god armament grade secret treasure. Greetings, Your Majesty Demon Emperor Cartman. The 3 Hellion Great Warlock rank experts arrived in front of the Demon Emperor Cartman and saluted him respectfully. This emperor needs to replenish some blood. The Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes narrowed slightly, then he opened his ferocious maw and inhaled. A terrifying attractive force enveloped the entire forest, and one Hellion powerhouse after another flew into his mouth. The 3 Hellion monarchs could only watch helplessly as one Hellion expert after another was sucked into Demon Emperor Cartman's seemingly bottomless maw. Watching their clansmen being devoured by Demon Emperor Cartman, the 3 Hellion monarchs felt grief in their hearts, yet they didn't dare to show it on their faces. In the demon race, the strong were revered, and there was endless slaughter. To be able to stand out and become a Demon Emperor rank expert, they were definitely ruthless characters. So long as the 3 Hellion monarchs made any strange moves, then the Hellions would be wiped out. After devouring almost half of the monstrous demon clan's powerhouses in the forest, Demon Emperor Cartman closed his mouth and showed a trace of satisfaction. His aura also continued to strengthen. The 3 great demon kings of the monster race had used an artifact to bring Demon Emperor Cartman over from the demon world, but the power of that artifact was unable to completely bring Demon Emperor Cartman over. As a result, Demon Emperor Cartman had to consume a huge amount of his own strength to forcibly cross over from the demon world. Demon Emperor Cartman took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a look of intoxication. So this is the Tsangji plane. As expected of one of the most powerful planes. Here, I don't feel any plane suppression. This is great. This is the most suitable plane for us demons to inhabit. Different planes can accommodate different levels of powerhouses. For example, a grade 9 plane can only accommodate legend rank, great warlock, powerhouses at most. Any powerful existence, even if it is an infinity warlock, will be suppressed to the legend rank if they enter a grade 9 plane. If an infinity warlock wants to descend to a grade 9 plane with their true body, they must completely destroy the plane origin will of the grade 9 plane. Once the plane origin will of a grade 9 plane is destroyed, the entire plane will die. The land will become desertified, the various elements will dissipate, and the plane will eventually become an abandoned plane full of deathly stillness. Apart from the 36 primary material planes and the Tsangji plane, many planes find it difficult to accommodate powerful races. Therefore, the Tsangji plane has attracted the coveting and competition of so many powerful races. Demon Emperor Cartman glanced at the 3 Hellion monarchs and sneered, "From now on, I am your master. You have to do everything in your power to assist me in opening a planar passageway to the demonic plane, understand?" The 3 Hellion monarchs smiled bitterly and responded helplessly, "Yes, your majesty." Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he uttered coldly, "Tyrannid subcontinent. I'm back. Yang Feng, you damn little ant, you dare to kill my clone. How dare you kill my clone? I'll tear you to shreds." The city of dark elves, inside a large temple. The great matriarch of dark elves, Cheyenne, knelt on the ground. Behind her, there were countless beautiful dark elven girls prostrating themselves on the ground and reciting prayers. In the center of the large temple, there was an idol with a 70% resemblance to Yang Feng's. This idol was Yang Feng's avatar on the Feisua plane, the god Ian. With the top-notch warp gate that could freely cross space, Yang Feng's women could use the warp gate to shuttle to different places. After Cheyenne finished dealing with the matters of the Fuso subcontinent, she would return to preside over the affairs of the Dark Elves. Bang! Along with a blare, the gate of the temple was pushed open, and the pale-faced Joanna strode inside. Cheyenne creased her eyebrows slightly, then waved her hand and said, "You can all withdraw." The young but charming dark elven priests got up one by one and retreated. Cheyenne said lightly, "Joanna, what's going on? Aren't you besieging the Hellions? With 1,000 mechanical golems, you shouldn't be unable to take down a few trifling great warlock rank Hellions, right? If that's the case, then you're too incompetent." At the time, it was Joanna who betrayed Cheyenne. Although both sides were now Yang Feng's women, but their relationship was still very poor. Chapter 553. Joanna said with a dignified expression, "The demon Emperor Cartman was summoned by the Hellions from the demonic plane." As if she had heard a trivial matter, Cheyenne said tranquilly, "Oh, that's it?" Joanna was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger and she barked, "Cheyenne, why aren't you gathering the people? Immediately disperse the clansmen and let them escape on their own. The demon Emperor Cartman is a moonlight warlock rank expert. Even human moonlight warlocks aren't his match. Even if all of us dark elves join forces, we still won't be his match." Cheyenne swept Joanna with a ridiculing glance and said faintly, "This matter isn't something we can handle. We should inform Master and let him handle it." Joanna creased her eyebrows slightly and said, "Master? He's just a trifling starry sky warlock, his strength can't compare to that of the demon Emperor Cartman." The demon Emperor Cartman didn't come with an avatar this time, but with his true body. He's a moonlight warlock rank demonic god. Even if Master's mechanical golems are stronger, they still won't be his match. When Joanna was captured and forcibly subdued by Yang Feng, although she didn't dare to resist him, but she was still very unwilling. She had been leading troops to besiege Hellions in the underworld, and rarely served Yang Feng with other beautiful women. Joanna didn't explain. She smiled faintly, took out a palm-sized communicator, and pressed it. After a while, Yang Feng's voice came from the communicator. "Joanna, what's the matter?" Joanna said in a coquettish voice, "Master, the demon clan in the third layer of Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world used their clan's final trump card to summon Demon Emperor Cartman from the demon clan's plane. Reportedly, the demon Emperor Cartman's true body came in person, and his strength is intact." Yang Feng said, "I know, I'll go and handle this matter." A vast and terrifying demonic might suddenly swept in from outside and shrouded the entire city of Dark Elves. Under the pressure of the vast and terrifying demonic might, the complexions of the Dark Elves below the level 1 warlock rank turned pale, and they were either kneeling or lying on the ground, almost unable to budge. The Dark Elves with level 1 to level 3 warlock rank strength also felt as if a boulder was pressing down on them, their eyes flashing with fear. "This is the main city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng's harem city, good, good. After I've conquered the city of Dark Elves, I'll use the cruelest method to kill all the Dark Elves in the city of Dark Elves and let that scoundrel Yang Feng know the consequences of offending me, the Demon Emperor Cartman." A mass of black demonic cloud floated over from afar. Demon Emperor Cartman's arrogant and savage laughter rang out from within the cloud. When the Dark Elves within the city of Dark Elves heard that extremely sinister voice, they trembled all over. Even the level 3 warlocks turned pale, and they couldn't even display 30% of their strength. God-fiend powerhouses all had innate pressure. Gods had divine might, dragons had dragon might, and demons had demonic might. Under the envelopment of all kinds of pressure, all beings below the demigod level who were not divine beings would be oppressed by the terrifying pressure, and they wouldn't be able to exert even 30% of their abilities. It was precisely because they possessed all kinds of innate pressure that God-fiend rank experts were aloof, and didn't fear the siege of experts below the great warlock rank. In ancient times, during the era of the 8 great warlock dynasties, a great warlock rank expert was a qualified ordinary soldier. Only with enough great warlock rank soldiers using all kinds of arrays and secret treasures, could they threaten God-fiend rank experts above the Moonlight warlock rank. When Joanna felt the terrifying demonic might, her complexion suddenly changed greatly, and she shouted, "Yang Feng, don't throw away your life. After you practice cultivation until the Moonlight warlock rank, then come and take revenge for us. The Demon Emperor Cartman is already here." What a surprise. I didn't expect that you would also worry about my safety. Yang Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the reception hall. The space distorted, and he walked out of the distorted space. He looked at Joanna with a merry smile, reached out, and pulled her into his embrace. Of the 3 legend-rank Dark Elves, Joanna had long since submitted to Yang Feng and offered her everything. Both Joanna and Romulage were very proud. Joanna chose to lead her troops into the underworld to besiege the dark races. Romulage, on the other hand, was an assassin who walked in the darkness and also assassinated the dark race experts. The 2 beautiful women weren't willing to wag their tails towards Yang Feng and beg for his favor in exchange for resources. Yang Feng thought that they didn't have a trace of affection for him. However, it was clear that Joanna was still somewhat concerned about his safety. Joanna embraced Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes misted up, and tenderness surged. "Idiot, what are you doing here? Moonlight warlock rank experts aren't existences that you can contend against. Even human Moonlight warlocks aren't the opponent of the Demon Emperor Cartman. He's a top demon expert." "Idiot." The Demon Emperor Cartman was a top demon expert. Although his realm was the same as that of a human Moonlight warlock, but unless it was a human warlock who formed a virtual world, or an expert who cultivated a variety of formidable secret methods, had deep accumulations, or possessed frightening secret treasures, it would take at least 3 human warlocks of the same rank to defeat him. Cheyenne looked at Joanna in Yang Feng's embrace, and a glint of jealousy streaked past her beautiful eyes. Don't worry. Watch me. Yang Feng smiled slightly, took a step forward with Joanna in his arms, and set off ripples in the space that swallowed him. In the sky above the city of dark elves, spatial ripples flashed, and Yang Feng walked out with Joanna in his arms, looking like a pair of immortals. It's him. The great god Ian. He's Yang Feng, the ruler of our race. Damn it, I'm so envious of Joanna. The beautiful dark elven warriors looked up at Yang Feng and Joanna with envy in their beautiful eyes. Under Cheyenne's leadership, the entire Tyrandot subcontinent's dark elves began to believe in the god Ian, completely abandoning the goddess Lolth. Of course, the dark elves' belief in Yang Feng was shallow, there wasn't a single true believer among them. However, this didn't hinder their worship of Yang Feng, which was the innate worship of the strong among dark elves. That's Yang Feng. How did he comprehend the law of space? Yang Feng, isn't he a level 2 warlock? How could he comprehend the law of space? When the undead Hellion monarch and the other 2 Hellion experts saw Yang Feng, they were immediately dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. A few years ago, Yang Feng was still a level 2 warlock. The information the undead Hellion monarch and them obtained was only from a few years ago. Ever since they were chased by Joanna, it became increasingly difficult to obtain information. They had no idea that Yang Feng had already broken through to the Starry Sky warlock rank. The demonic cloud churned and surged, and the demon Emperor Cartman slowly walked out of the black demonic chi and stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. A dignified expression on his face, the demon Emperor Cartman uttered solemnly, Yang Feng, you actually promoted to a moonlight warlock. The eyes of the undead Hellion monarch and the other 2 Hellion experts suddenly flashed with astonishment, and they trembled, full of fear, moonlight warlock. Joanna's beautiful eyes erupted with an extraordinary splendor in an instant. Staring at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable joy. Moonlight warlock, you actually promoted to a moonlight warlock. Dark elves respected the strong and worshipped the strong. At the time, Joanna was forced to submit to Yang Feng. Deep in her heart, she looked down on Yang Feng, a puny human warlock who relied on mechanical golems to defeat them. This was why she led the dark elven experts to kill and suppress the dark races in the underground world. Only after Yang Feng promoted to a great warlock and Starry Sky warlock did she have a favorable impression of him. Now that she heard that Yang Feng has promoted to a moonlight warlock, Joanna's heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable joy. She felt that Yang Feng was 10 times more handsome than before. Yang Feng smiled slightly. An intermediate moonlight warlock rank might spread in all directions with him as the center. Although the moonlight warlock rank might wasn't as powerful as demonic might, but it still suppressed the undead Hellion monarch and the other 2 Hellions, and their eyes shimmered with fear. They didn't expect that a puny human warlock from back then would grow to this point in just a dozen+ years. Intermediate moonlight warlock. You're actually an intermediate moonlight warlock, you're really a genius. Your cultivation speed is terrifyingly fast. But the more it's like this, the more I can't let you live. Yang Feng, today is the day you die. The eyes of the demon Emperor Cartman flickered with madness, and he smiled malevolently. Advanced moonlight warlock rank demonic chi surged inside him, and sharp blades emerged from his joints. As if a terrifying transcendent descended to suppress the secular world, he suppressed the secular world. Yang Feng willed, and a white, transparent battle demon armor covered him. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and suppressed the demon Emperor Cartman. A dignified look in his eyes, the demon Emperor Cartman slammed a fist containing violent demonic chi into the true god Empyrean imprint. Countless strange chains suddenly shot out from the true god Empyrean seal and pierced into demon Emperor Cartman's body. They forcefully pulled demon Emperor Cartman into the true god Empyrean seal and suppressed him. After the true god Empyrean imprint suppressed the demon Emperor Cartman, it vibrated continuously, and finally, a strange imprint appeared on its surface. The demon Emperor Cartman's appearance could be vaguely seen. Chapter 554. Joanna was dumbstruck. Her cherry lips parted slightly, an incredulous expression on her face, suppressed. The demon Emperor Cartman was actually suppressed just like that. So strong. So strong. In the city of dark elves, when the countless dark elven beauties saw this scene, their hearts trembled, their beautiful eyes sparkled, their tender bodies trembled, their slender legs rubbed against each other, revealing intoxicating expressions. Dark elves struggled to survive in the underworld where the strong preyed on the weak, and the goddess Lolth was even more sinister and ruthless. Only the strong could survive among dark elves. So long as they were strong, the dark elves had to obey their orders. In such an environment, the concept of the strong being respected had already been engraved in the bones of the dark elves. Seeing Yang Feng defeat the demon Emperor Cartman with a single spell was more useful than any aphrodisiac for the dark elven beauties. Go to hell. Yang Feng swept the 3 Hellion monarchs with a glance, then flicked his finger, and a speck of 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, turned into a berserk fire dragon, and swept towards the 3 Hellion monarchs. 3 fireballs suddenly appeared in the void. After struggling for a while, they turned into ashes and sprinkled down from the sky. Amazing, when did he become so amazing? Joanna watched as the 3 Hellion monarchs, whom she regarded as great enemies, were casually crushed by Yang Feng as if ants, and her heart trembled. She looked at Yang Feng as if honey was about to drip from her beautiful eyes. Joanna's beautiful eyes sparkled, tender as water, revealing an indescribable charm. With a touch of a fragrance, she whispered in Yang Feng's ear, "Take me back to my room, I want you." Joanna, who originally had a heroic temperament, became even more beautiful and dazzling, making Yang Feng's appetite stir. He laughed heartily, took a step into the void, and disappeared. In the city of dark elves, from a dark corner, Romulage walked out. Looking in the direction in which Yang Feng disappeared, her beautiful eyes rippled, and she whispered, "Moonlight Warlock, his rate of progress is really frightening." Tyrannid Subcontinent, Rose Garden. The gorgeous Carolina with a noble temperament sat in the garden and looked at the colorful extraordinary plants enchanted with spells. After a long time, she sighed faintly with complicated emotions. Moonlight Warlock, he has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Carolina was originally the #1 female genius in Tyrannid Subcontinent. In such a resource-poor place like Tyrannid Subcontinent, she forcibly cultivated to the pinnacle Great Warlock realm. At the time, relying on the resources provided by Yang Feng, Carolina broke through in one fell swoop and became one of the 2 female Starry Sky Warlocks of the Tyrannid Subcontinent. But now Carolina was still a junior Starry Sky Warlock, while Yang Feng was already a Moonlight Warlock. The gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger, making her jealous. Carolina thought about it, adjusted her mood, and revealed a smile. Moonlight Warlock, only a Moonlight Warlock is worthy of being my man. Carolina mused, it seems that I have to be more proactive, or else Cordelia will get ahead of me. Unlike the proud, reserved, and noble Carolina, Cordelia, like Cheyenne, completely lowered her status to serve Yang Feng. Disregarding her status, she even served Yang Feng together with Eunice and Judy. Moreover, she was exceptionally bold and was willing to play in any position. Naturally, she was doted on by Yang Feng. With Yang Feng's support, Cordelia's cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds, and she could break through and promote to a Starry Sky Warlock at any time. Ever since Cordelia had betrayed Carolina, the 3 most beautiful roses in Rose Garden were no longer as close as they could be. Currently, Carolina could still rely on her Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base to suppress Cordelia. But once Cordelia broke through and became a Starry Sky Warlock, Carolina might be suppressed by Cordelia instead. On the contrary, Carolina might be suppressed by Cordelia. After all, Cordelia was much more favored by Yang Feng than Carolina. If it wasn't for the support of her ally Clarissa, Carolina would have been forced into a sorry state by Cordelia. After all, in Yang Feng's eyes, a trifling starry sky warlock was nothing. Yang Feng spent a rose-colored vacation in the Turandot subcontinent. After his body and mind were greatly relaxed, he returned to the demon-fighting sect. This trip to the Turandot subcontinent strengthened Yang Feng's determination to climb to the top. Before, in Yang Feng's eyes, the demon Emperor Cartman was a nearly invincible transcendent. If Yang Feng had stayed in the Turandot subcontinent at that time without making any progress, by now, he would have definitely died at the hands of the demon Emperor Cartman. At that time, as soon as Yang Feng heard about the continent, he immediately went to the continent because he was well aware that if he didn't have the strength, then a disaster might befall him at any time. The Turandot subcontinent was indeed barren, and cultivation resources were very scarce. Here, a low-grade magic crystal would be regarded as a treasure. But this was a subcontinent after all, with a population of more than 10 billion. In the eyes of evil warlocks, fiends, hellions, and devils, the population of more than 10 billion was a big fat piece of meat. Without formidable strength, then the position of the master of the Turandot subcontinent would not be stable. A few months later, the invitations sent by the Battle Demonic sect had spread throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty. Countless forces of all sizes rushed over from all directions and converged on the Battle Demonic sect. After the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, Yang Feng's reputation spread to many prefectures of the Eastern world along with the countless Starry Sky Warlock-ranked geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Before the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, Yang Feng's name was only known by some great families and forces that attached great importance to intelligence gathering. After that, many warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty's prefectures learned of Yang Feng's existence and deeds. The Battle Demonic sect's reputation expanded along with Yang Feng's. Compared to Shi Shui's moonlight ceremony, the forces of all sizes who received the invitations prepared more sumptuous gifts to congratulate him. On the day of the moonlight ceremony, bells rang in the Battle Demonic sect, announcing the official start of the moonlight ceremony. In the Battle Demonic hall, Lu Wuchen, sitting in the seat of honor, looked at the many powerhouses in the hall, and revealed a smile in his eyes. In the last moonlight ceremony, most of the forces sent moonlight warlock rank representatives. This time, however, there were 6 glorious sun warlock rank warlock leaders. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, the moonlight ceremony this time was far superior to Shi Shui's moonlight ceremony. When Yang Feng's group of 4 stepped into the Battle Demonic hall, countless eyes focused on them. He's here. Yang Feng. Yang Feng is here. Is he Yang Feng? Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 were personal disciples of the other 3 great elders. They were peerless geniuses who could challenge junior moonlight warlocks while in the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. However, in the Battle Demonic hall, countless people focused their gazes on Yang Feng, full of curiosity, apprehension, and jealousy. Very few people looked at Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 geniuses. The leaders of the forces that came from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty all possessed moonlight warlock rank cultivation bases or above. In their eyes, ordinary moonlight warlocks were nothing. However, Yang Feng, a freakish powerhouse who could defeat 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world who formed a virtual world while in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, was the one they paid the most attention to. There was a flash of disappointment in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes. These people don't have us in their eyes. They are all looking at junior disciple brother Yang Feng. The pressure is really great to walk together with a freakish genius. There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of Zhu Yifan and Zhou Feng. The moonlight ceremony was the most glorious moment for every moonlight warlock. Once they stepped into the moonlight warlock realm, they would become gods and demons. Therefore, the 10 great sects would hold a moonlight ceremony for every moonlight warlock to celebrate. It was extremely difficult to promote to a moonlight warlock. Even with the Battle Demonic Sect's foundation, it may not be able to promote to a moonlight warlock in 100 years. If it wasn't for the trip to the Time Sky City, Zhang Han and them would have gained tremendous benefits. If they wanted to promote to a moonlight warlock, it would take them at least 200 to 300 years to make thorough preparations and smoothly advance to a moonlight warlock. Of course, they could also advance by force. However, that would bring the risk of death and failure. Originally, the protagonists of the Moonlight Ceremony were Yang Feng's group of 4. However, although Zhang Hanshan's group of 3 were personal disciples of the great elders of the Battle Demonic Sect, but they didn't have any outstanding accomplishments. Naturally, they weren't as dazzling as Yang Feng. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Feng's group of 4 sat down next to Lu Wuchen and looked at the leaders of the major warlock forces. The inner sect disciples and true disciples of the Battle Demonic Sect looked enviously at Yang Feng's group of 4. Once they stepped into the Moonlight Warlock realm, they would become gods and demons. Moonlight Warlocks were transcendent rank experts. Every Moonlight Warlock was the pillar and upper echelon of a sect. Any Moonlight Warlock was qualified to establish their own meridian in the Battle Demonic Sect. They could form a peak and obtain great authority. A fragrant wind blew, and a beautiful woman dressed in purple strode into the reception hall with 4 disciples dressed in the Bright Moon School's uniform. She was Elder Meng Yunhan of the Bright Moon School. Meng Yunhan smiled sweetly and said, "Well met, senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on the addition of 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. In less than 10 years, your esteemed sect has gained 5 Moonlight Warlocks. This is a sign of great prosperity for the sect." Lu Wuchen said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Meng, please take a seat." Meng Yunhan took a seat with the 4 disciples of the Bright Moon School. When her gaze fell on Yang Feng, a complicated look flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she sighed in her heart, in less than 3 years, he has advanced from a great warlock to a moonlight warlock. There are really despairing monsters in this world. Chapter 555. Once you stepped into the Moonlight Realm, you would become a transcendent. Moonlight Warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. No matter where they went, they would be valued. Even in the 8 Warlock dynasties, where human warlocks were at the peak of their glory, Moonlight Warlocks were powerful existences that rarely produced 1 in 100 million ordinary people. Meng Yunhan was also a genius at the time. It only took her 20 years to cultivate from an apprentice warlock to a starry sky warlock. This cultivation speed was enough to make Carolina, the #1 female warlock genius in the Tarandit subcontinent, feel ashamed. However, it took Meng Yunhan 368 years to cultivate from a starry sky warlock to a moonlight warlock. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, an ordinary moonlight warlock's cultivation time was more than 700 years. When Meng Yunhan thought that it took Yang Feng less than 3 years to promote to a moonlight warlock from a great warlock, she couldn't help but feel jealous inside. Shortly after Meng Yunhan took her seat, a glorious dawn warlock rank elder from the Star River sect, the Golem Gate, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate brought people to congratulate her. A beautiful woman in yellow and a handsome young man followed by 4 men and 4 women entered the reception hall. Among the 4 men and 4 women, there was a young man with an unruly expression. There was a snake-like imprint on his forehead, and he exuded a violent and unruly aura. That's the Scarlet Fire demonic snake Shengguan Luo of the Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars. It's him. Sure enough, the Tai Yi sect won't let go of this opportunity to attack the Battle Demon sect. Yang Feng's performance in the Time Sky City was too dazzling. Now, most of the warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty know his name. After all, he's a peerless genius who fought against 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. The Tai Yi sect must suppress his edge. When they saw the young man, the complexions of the leaders from different warlock groups changed at once, and they commented spiritedly. Yang Feng stared at the young man with a dignified glint in his eyes, a Moonlight 10 Heroes expert. The Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars were recognized as the 17 strongest warlock geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The 7 Stars were arranged according to the Big Dipper and were above the Moonlight 10 Heroes. This ranking was a tradition left behind by the 4th Warlock Dynasty, the Star Dynasty, and had been carried on until now. In the era of the Star Dynasty, there were only 7 stars. The 10 Heroes was a tradition added by the Magic Note Dynasty. As the most powerful warlock dynasty in the Tsungji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty had many experts, including many Moonlight Warlock rank experts. Every Moonlight Warlock was a genius among geniuses. Who knows how many hardships they have gone through to reach this step? Many peerless geniuses among Starry Sky Warlocks are stuck at the step of breaking through to the Moonlight Warlock realm, and until they die of old age, they are only quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. For the Moonlight 10 Heroes and the 7 Stars to be able to stand at the apex of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight Warlocks, the strength and potential of each of them can be imagined. After Yang Feng promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, he can easily kill some rogue quasi-glorious Sun Warlocks. However, against an opponent on the level of the Moonflower 10 Heroes, he didn't have certainty of victory either. After all, it hasn't been long since he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. The beautiful woman in yellow said lightly, St. Lotus Sect's Xiao Ilian greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. The handsome young man said with a smile, Tai Yi Sect's Zhang Xiancheng greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. Lu Wuchen frowned imperceptibly, looked at Shengguan Luo, and said lightly, Thank you. Please take a seat. Zhao Ilian and Shengguan Luo took their 8 genius disciples back to their seats. In the reception hall, gazes focused on Zhao Ilian and Shengguan Luo. The conflict between the Tai Yi sect and the Battle Demon sect was well known. Experts of the Moonlight 10 Heroes like Shengguan Luo basically had their own things to do. If they weren't presiding over a plane and suppressing the riots of the aboriginals, they were carrying out various research experiments, adventuring in dangerous secret realms, or conquering other planes. Experts of the Moonlight 10 Heroes and the 7 Stars basically wouldn't waste time appearing in other people's moonlight ceremonies. Now that Shengguan Luo came here, he clearly harbored malicious intentions. Under the gazes of the crowd, Shengguan Luo's gaze focused on Yang Feng and carefully sized him up. The atmosphere in the reception hall became very strange. Right at this moment, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man who emanated a gloomy aura between his brows, and half of his face was inscribed with strange runes strode into the hall with large strides. Behind the middle-aged man followed 4 young warlocks dressed in the Saint Demon Sect's attire. One of them had a jade-like complexion, starry eyes, an extraordinary temperament, a smile on his face, and exuding dazzling self-confidence and a formidable aura. He wasn't the least bit inferior to Shengguan Luo. The 3rd hero of the Moonlight 10 Heroes, the fiend noble young Master Suali. Why is he here? Why is someone from the Saint Demon Sect here? When the warlock leaders saw this scene, their faces flickered, and they commented spiritedly. The Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect, one used archfiends, archdevils, evil ogres, kindred, and shadow life forms. The other was a sect that dug up the corpses of powerful beings and used them to conduct taboo spell research. The behavior of these 2 sects was extremely cruel and strange, so they were ostracized by the other 8 great sections. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the reputation of these 2 sects wasn't good. However, the ancient devils, ancient demons, and other powerful beings were all extremely powerful. As long as one could gain their favor, offer enough sacrifices, and understand the rules of trading with them, one's cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Although the Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect had a bad reputation, but they were very powerful. In terms of the number of Moonlight Warlocks alone, the Saint Demons sect had more Moonlight Warlocks than the Battle Demons sect and the Bright Moon School combined. However, when dealing with ancient devils and ancient fiends, they would be restricted by their power. As a result, powerhouses above the Bright World Warlock rank were very rare. The Saint Demons sect only had one Infinity Warlock and two Bright World Warlocks. Even so, by virtue of its huge number of Moonlight Warlocks, the Saint Demons sect occupied many planes and possessed tremendous power. Its ranking among the 10 great sects was even higher than the Battle Demons sect. The Saint Demons sect had never participated in any sect's Moonlight ceremony. But now it sent people to participate in the Battle Demons sect's Moonlight ceremony. This was naturally surprising. The warlock with half a face engraved with strange runes smiled and said, "Saint Demons sect's Kai Xing greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect." Lu Wuchen responded coldly, "Thank you. Please take a seat." Kai Xing didn't care. He took his people to the Saint Demons sect seats and said with a faint smile, "Senior disciple Brother Lu, this is a good-for-nothing disciple of my sect named Suali. I heard that your sect's Yang Feng defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world in the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, greatly increasing the prestige of the Great Cloud Dynasty. This stupid disciple is unconvinced and wants to exchange pointers with Yang Feng. Since Yang Feng is here, why don't we let them exchange pointers?" Lu Wuchen's face sank, and he said coldly, "Yang Feng has just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Suali is already the 3rd hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes. I don't agree with their exchange of pointers. Each of the Moonlight 7 stars could defeat weaker Glorious Sun Warlocks. Each of the Moonlight 10 heroes could easily defeat quasi-Glorious Sun Warlocks and contend against some weaker Glorious Sun Warlocks. Yang Feng had just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. According to common sense, no matter how strong he was, it was practically impossible for him to defeat a bottom feeder of the Moonlight 10 heroes. After all, the Moonlight 10 heroes were warlock geniuses who have promoted to Moonlight Warlocks more than 100 years ago, and each of them possessed amazing battle prowess. As the Battle Demons sect's sect master, Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want Yang Feng to be humiliated by Suali. In the Zhangji Plain, many proud and arrogant warlock geniuses were humiliated to the point of committing suicide on the spot after a defeat. Some were ruthlessly attacked during a spar, and their soul origin was damaged. Unable to break through for the rest of their lives, they were reduced to trash, and died of depression. Suali came to challenge Yang Feng with ill intentions. Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want to see Yang Feng defeated and seriously injured. There was a sinister flash in Suali's eyes, and he said provocatively, "Yang Feng, do you want to be a coward? If you don't dare to accept my challenge here, then get lost and shout, 'The Battle Demonic sect is inferior to the Saint Demons sect' 3 times. If you don't do that, then I'll challenge your Moonlight Warlocks one by one and cripple them all. I'll show everyone what kind of trash the Battle Demonic sect's Moonlight Warlocks are." With a furious look on his face, Kai Xing barked, "Impudent. Suali, you're too impudent. The Battle Demonic sect's Yang Feng is a peerless genius who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world. How could he be a coward? How could he refuse our challenge? You dare to spout nonsense in the Battle Demonic sect, that's too impudent. After returning to the sect, I'll report this to the sect master and have him punish you with 10 years of reflection." Even though Kai Xing berated, but his words were aimed at Yang Feng. Everyone understood the meaning behind his words, but no one said anything. Lu Wuchen was just about to reprimand Suali, when he was choked by Kai Xing's words. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. The Saint Demons sect was a bit stronger than the Battle Demonic sect. Since Kai Xing has already berated his disciple, he couldn't fall out and get angry. "Yes, Elder Kai. Suali lowered his head slightly, and then looked up at Yang Feng with an unruly and provocative look on his face. Clearly, he didn't take Kai Sheng's words to heart. Chapter 556. Yang Feng looked at Suali and suddenly said with a faint smile, "Interesting. Since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. I accept your challenge. Let's fight right here." Lu Wuchen's face changed dramatically. "Yang Feng." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Sect Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. He's just a good-for-nothing who hasn't even formed a virtual world. His cultivation base is just a little stronger. In my eyes, he's nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, nothing to fear. Even though I've just promoted to a moonlight warlock, such a good-for-nothing is not my opponent." Suali's face twitched, and he became furious at once, and his eyes radiated frigid killing intent. Although Suali's battle prowess was astonishing, and he could contend against some weak junior Glorious Sun warlocks, but he still hadn't formed a virtual world. However, he had never been able to condense a virtual world. This was the greatest scar in his heart. Warlocks who hadn't formed a virtual world were bound to not be invincible in the same rank. The standard of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars was that one had to be an expert who had formed a virtual world. Although Suali's battle prowess was astonishing, and he was once infinitely close to the Alcade Star, but he still couldn't become one of the Moonlight 7 Stars. In the end, he was surpassed by the rising geniuses one after another. This was the biggest scar in Suali's heart and his greatest taboo. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Feng tore open his biggest and most painful scar, filling his heart with anger and killing intent. Lu Wuchen frowned slightly and waved his sleeve. "Since you've decided, I won't try to persuade you." Rays of resplendent light surged out of the hall and entered the center of the hall. Waves of spatial fluctuations formed an arena. A gloomy expression on his face, Suali's killing intent surged, and he blurred into motion and flew into the arena. Yang Feng also stepped into the arena. "Yang Feng, you're really stupid. If you were a well-behaved tortoise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But now, you've come to throw away your life, how foolish. I'll let you experience the power of the Moonlight 10 heroes." Suali's face was ferocious. He spread his fingers, and a suit of armor engraved with countless strange runes and inlaid with 9 demon skulls suddenly flew out and covered his body. As soon as the armor of the 9 fiend skulls attached to Suali, the eyes of the fiend skulls turned, as if coming to life, and the 18 eyes stared at Yang Feng. The 18 eyes turned continuously, and a gloomy, strange, and ferocious aura diffused from Suali. With a flick of Suali's wrist, a blade as black as ink, inlaid with 9 evil ogre skulls, engraved with countless runes, and refined from the spine of a Glorious Sun warlock rank evil ogre appeared in his hand. 9 demons armor, evil ghost demon saber. Suali is actually serious. The 9 fiend armor is a level 6 secret treasure refined from the essence of 9 moonlight warlock rank fiends. The evil ghost demon saber is a level 6 secret treasure refined from the corpses of 9 moonlight warlock rank evil ogre and the spine of a Glorious Sun warlock rank evil ogre. These 2 level 6 secret treasures are full of evil and curses. Any one of them can curse moonlight warlocks to death. Dozens of moonlight warlocks have already died at the hands of these 2 ferocious secret treasures. For Suali to be able to subdue them, that's really scary. There was once a quasi-glorious sun warlock who was cut by the evil ghost demon saber. Plagued by the evil ogre curse, he was cursed to death. Yang Feng pressed the fingers of a hand, and the ruler magic cube changed and turned into a set of black armor that covered him, making him look like a black god of war. Go to hell. A fierce expression on his face, Suali slashed out with his sword, and freaks with twisted and malevolent faces gushed out of the evil ogre fiend's sword and rushed towards Yang Feng. The freaks with twisted and malevolent faces are strange phenomena formed after the evil ogre fiend's sword slayed enemies and devoured the souls of their masters, plus the life force of warlocks. As soon as those strange monsters appeared, the entire Grand Colosseum darkened. The surrounding scenery seemed to have frozen, no longer changing. A strange and incomparably icy chill pervaded the entire arena. The surroundings were silent, and all sounds disappeared. The sky and the earth were dim, and the space seemed to distort. The entire grand arena seemed to have turned into a strange and twisted domain. A strange aura that made one despair and madness spread out from this domain. The freaks were best at creating some strange and terrifying phenomena, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, and scaring the victims. By absorbing the despair and fear of the victims, they would grow stronger, and eventually kill the victims. In the strange ogre domain, glorious sun warlocks who didn't know how to resist the ogre domain would be ground to death. Yang Feng clearly felt wisps of frigid aura pass through his ruler armor, but 90% of it was blocked by the battle demon armor. Nevertheless, the remaining wisps of frigid aura almost froze his blood. If it was before he promoted to a moonlight warlock, Yang Feng would have been eroded by the frigid aura, unable to move. What an amazing ogre domain! Unfortunately, the person you ran into is me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, radiated resplendent light, and chains formed from countless runes stabbed towards the distorted and weird space. Miserable screams came from the surrounding space, and distorted and transparent freaks were pulled out of the void by the rune chains and absorbed into the true god Empyrean imprint. The true god Empyrean imprint, which inherited the various powers of the transcendent Empyrean imprint, could suppress countless gods, demons, and evil ogres. Even secret methods such as 7-color skyfire and 9 revolutions divine wind were far inferior to the true god Empyrean imprint in terms of restraining freaks. The distorted space collapsed inch by inch, revealing a frightened Suali. Yang Feng pointed at Suali, and the true god Empyrean imprint turned into a stream of light shooting towards Suali's head. A fierce glint flashed in Suali's eyes, and he suddenly slashed at the true god Empyrean imprint with his sword. Countless faces emerged from the evil ogre fiend's sword and formed a river of filth that eroded and polluted the true god Empyrean imprint. The level 6 secret treasure evil ogre fiend's sword has slain countless fiends and evil ogres and absorbed their souls. The river of filth it condensed can pollute many level 6 secret treasures. Even level 7 secret treasures will be polluted and eroded into scrap iron when touched by the river of filth. With the support of Yang Feng's life force, the true god Empyrean imprint shone brightly, and the side engraved with demon Emperor Cartman suddenly twisted, opened its maw, and swallowed the river of filth. Rune chains ejected from the true god Empyrean imprint, wrapped around the evil ogre fiend's sword, twisted wildly, and tore the evil ogre fiend's sword into pieces. Evil ogre souls were extracted and absorbed into the true god Empyrean imprint. After losing the evil ogre souls, the evil ogre fiend's sword suddenly decayed and shattered. Suali issued a heart-wrenching scream, "My evil ogre fiend's sword!" Chapter 557. Even though human warlocks imitated many powerful existences and created all kinds of powerful secret methods, but after all, they were still secret methods created by imitating those powerful existences. But after all, it was a secret method created by imitating those formidable beings. Among experts of the same rank, the physical constitution of human warlocks was much weaker than that of those formidable beings. Even supreme geniuses with a special constitution like the first Warlock dynasty's Time Lord were weaker than archgods of the same rank who were famous for their tyrannical fleshly bodies. Human warlocks racked their brains to create secret treasures. They were treasures with all kinds of outrageous powers. With the help of secret treasures, human warlocks defeated one powerful race after another and became the pinnacle existences of the world. As the third hero of the Moonlight 10 Heroes, 30% of Soali's strength rested on the evil ogre fiend blade. Now that the evil ogre fiend blade was destroyed, his strength fell to the bottom, and he fell outside the ranks of the Moonlight 10 Heroes. He could no longer contend against Glorious Sun warlocks. When Kai Shing saw this, he was furious at once, and Glorious Sun warlock rank aura seeped out of him, and he wanted to kill Yang Feng, little bastard. Fiend warlocks and devil warlocks used the bloodline of fiends, devils, and other evil creatures to practice cultivation. Their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people, their lifespans were longer than that of ordinary warlocks, and their combat strength was far greater than that of ordinary warlocks. But at the same time, there were also great flaws. One of them was that it was difficult to control their emotions, and it was very easy for them to get angry and lose their reason. Within the sphere of influence of the Saint Demon sect, Kai Shing was like an emperor who could kill anyone he wanted to die. He controlled the lives of countless warlocks and ordinary people, and he would kill people in a fit of anger. Now that he saw the evil ogre fiend's sword destroyed by Yang Feng, his eyes immediately filled with killing intent. The evil ogre fiend's sword was a level 6 secret treasure, but it had all kinds of strange and evil powers. If used well, it could even slay some Glorious Sun warlock rank freaks. There weren't many such treasures in the Saint Demon sect. Now that it was destroyed, Kai Sheng was naturally furious. Humph! Lu Wuchen snorted coldly, and then released Great Circle Glorious Sun warlock rank aura in a flash and enveloped the entire hall. He released killing intent and locked Kai Sheng from afar. If Kai Sheng dared to make a move in the Battle Devil Hall, Lu Wuchen would definitely kill him on the spot. The Battle Demon Hall is enchanted with countless spells. Here, even if a Bright World warlock comes, they will be easily suppressed by Lu Wuchen. Kai Sheng was alarmed by Lu Wuchen's aura and killing intent. The scarlet color in his eyes slowly receded and he regained a trace of clarity. He looked at Lu Wuchen with incomparable fear before turning his gaze back to the arena. After the true God Empyrean imprint devoured the evil ogre fiend's sword, the chains formed from countless runes continued to extend and stab into the 9 fiend armor on Soali. One after another, sinister and strange power shadows formed by the demonic power flew out of the 9 demons' armor and were forcibly pulled into the real God Empyrean seal. No! My 9 demons' armor! Soali's face was filled with despair, and he let out another extremely miserable and shrill cry. The 9 demons' armor on him cracked, shattered, and fell to the ground. After losing the 9 fiend armor and the evil ogre fiend's sword, Soali's demonic chi, which seemed capable of covering the sun, suddenly disappeared, and he only exuded the aura of an ordinary pinnacle moonlight warlock. Tears of blood flowed out of Soali's eyes, and he roared like a devil, "Yang Feng, you dared to destroy my 9 demons' armor and the evil ogre fiend's sword. I want you dead, I want you dead. I want you to die a horrible death." The Saint Demon sect's warlocks like to use the power of fiends and evil gods. But at the same time, they are easily eroded by the evil power, become cruel, bloodthirsty, and easily lose their reason. If it was a warlock from the 10 great sects, even if they were defeated by Yang Feng, they wouldn't be so stupid as to start a fight in the Battle Demon Hall. Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor of Hell, I am willing to offer my flesh and blood, soul, and everything else. Soali's eyes were scarlet red as he chanted a strange incantation. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. A black, twisted tunnel slowly appeared, and an aura that contained great terror and despair gushed out from that twisted tunnel. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying aura, his face flickered at once. This isn't something I can deal with. Is this great sacrifice, a spell that sacrifices everything to a powerful existence from another plane in exchange for that existence's help? The infernal realm is the 9th floor of hell formed by devils from the endless abyss that runs through countless planes. There are countless devils living in the infernal realm. The devils living in the infernal realm are somewhat different from the archdevils of the ancient demon plane. They are existences created by using the soul of an infinity warlock rank archdevil Grand Duke of the Nine Demons plane as a blueprint. The Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank existence. In the 7th floor of hell, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may not be his opponent. Even if such a powerhouse sends a clone to Soali, it isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend against. Stop, Soali, you idiot. We concede. Kai Shing's face fell, and he bellowed and spread the fingers of a hand, and black gas flew out of his hand, enveloped Soali, and formed black runes that sealed Soali, pulled him out of the arena, and flew to Kai Shing's side. Once Soali completes the great sacrifice, he will die. Everything will be devoured by the Devil Grand Duke Batista. His soul will fall into Batista's hands, and he will reincarnate into a devil with great potential. If Soali's great sacrifice could kill Yang Feng, Kai Shing wouldn't mind perishing together with him. But this is the Battle Demon Hall. Even if the Devil Grand Duke Batista summons a clone here, it will be easily killed, and everything will become the Battle Demon Sect's spoils of war. Soali's death would be tantamount to his contribution to the Battle Demon Sect. Kai Shing naturally won't let this happen. After Soali lost the 2 level 6 secret treasures that were most suitable for him, his strength fell to the ordinary pinnacle Moonlight Warlock realm. Even so, he was still a pinnacle Moonlight Warlock, ranking in the top 20 among the Battle Demon Sect's Moonlight Warlocks. Kai Shing naturally won't give up on such a powerhouse easily. Defeated, even a Moonlight 10 Heroes rank warlock was defeated by him, how terrifying. He has just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, yet his strength is already so terrifying, how terrifying. With his current strength, among Moonlight Warlocks, only Moonlight Warlocks of the 7 stars are his match. In the Battle Demon Hall, the leaders from different warlock groups looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Yang Feng broke through in the Time Sky City a few months ago and advanced to a Moonlight Warlock. It was for this reason that the Saint Demon Sect's Kai Shing brought Soali of the 10 Heroes to challenge Yang Feng and cast a shadow over his mind. It would be best if they could inflict heavy damage to Yang Feng's soul. The evil ogre fiend's sword's secret treasure was extremely evil and contained all kinds of incredible abilities. Once the fleshly body was slashed, even the soul would be contaminated. After the soul of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse was contaminated by the evil ogre fiend's sword, they might not be able to heal their soul for years or even decades. Standing in the arena, Yang Feng looked at the Tai Yi Sect's Shengguan Luo and said with a smile, "I'm very interested in the Moonlight 10 Heroes. Shengguan Luo, why don't we take this opportunity to exchange pointers?" Numerous gazes focused on Shengguan Luo, filled with a strange look. The Battle Demon Sect's disciples, on the other hand, showed looks of excitement. A few years ago, the Tai Yi Sect's Yi Yuanyang came to the Battle Demon Sect and virtually swept the Battle Demon Sect's younger generation geniuses. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's sudden appearance, the Battle Demon Sect's face might have been swept to the ground. Now that Yang Feng took the initiative to challenge the Tai Yi Sect's Shengguan Luo, the Battle Demon Sect's disciples showed looks of excitement. The complexions of the Tai Yi Sect's warlock geniuses, except for Shengguan Luo, suddenly changed slightly. A peculiar glint streaked past Zhang Xuancheng's eyes, and he said faintly, "There's no need to compete." Soali is the 3rd hero of the Moonlight 10 Heroes, ranking above Shengguan Luo. Since Soali was defeated by you, then Shengguan Luo is not your opponent. Originally, Zhang Xiancheng brought Shengguan Luo here with the intention of teaching Yang Feng a lesson and diminishing his prestige. But now that Soali was easily defeated by Yang Feng, he naturally wouldn't let Shengguan Luo fight Yang Feng. Yang Feng gave Shengguan Luo a slightly provocative look, only to see Shengguan Luo have a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't see Yang Feng's provocation. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and assessed in his heart, "This guy is a bit more difficult to deal with than that idiot Soali, Since Zhang Xiancheng took a big step back, Yang Feng naturally couldn't continue to be aggressive. He returned to his seat and looked down at the warlock leaders. The next part of the moonlight ceremony was very calm and peaceful. It smoothly came to an end. Just as the moonlight ceremony was about to end, a voice suddenly came from outside, "The Great Cloud Dynasty's angel has arrived." Under everyone's gazes, a middle-aged eunuch dressed in a gorgeous eunuch robe stepped into the reception hall under the escort of 20 Starry Sky Warlock rank royal guards. The middle-aged eunuch looked around with dignity and said faintly, "Who is Yang Feng? Come and receive the decree." Yang Feng got up from his seat and came to in front of the middle-aged eunuch. "I am Yang Feng." Everyone present stood up at once. Lu Wuchen also got up from the seat of honor and walked down the dais. The middle-aged eunuch took out a golden imperial edict from a jade basin beside him and unfurled it. Suddenly, resplendent golden light diffused from the imperial edict and filled the reception hall with terrifying pressure similar to divine might. Chapter 558. Under the terrifying might, the warlocks below the moonlight warlock rank were forced to kneel on the ground, and their bodies trembled. Only powerhouses above the moonlight warlock rank could contend with the terrifying pressure emitted by the imperial edict. Once you stepped into the moonlight warlock realm, you would be a transcendent. After the accumulation of power in the Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock realms, human warlocks transformed into moonlight warlocks, and their soul changed dramatically. They no longer feared divine might, demonic might, dragon might, and other such pressures. When the middle-aged eunuch saw the moonlight warlock standing upright, he frowned slightly and said with a solemn expression, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that the battle demon Sex Yang Feng, who possesses both ability and integrity, is hereby summoned to the holy cloud capital to await orders." When the middle-aged eunuch announced the imperial edict, the warlocks above the moonlight warlock rank bowed slightly to show their respect for the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial power. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the strongest force is the imperial court and the royal family, which controls most of the imperial court's strength. Unless the 10 great sects and 8 great families united, they might not be able to subvert the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Therefore, the people of the 10 great sects and 8 great families maintained a certain amount of awe towards the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Yang Feng responded flatly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After hearing the imperial edict, many warlock leaders looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Even many warlocks of the 10 great sects showed looks of envy. Apart from the 10 great sects and 8 great families who took the initiative to send their disciples to the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty also had the right to recruit 1 or 2 moonlight warlocks from the 10 great sects and 8 great families every once in a while. Under normal circumstances, the Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't use this right. After all, the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court was extremely powerful. It had more than 100 planes under its control and countless resources. Countless powerful warlocks worked for the Great Cloud Dynasty. Many powerhouses dedicated to cultivation were recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty, including many glorious Sun Warlocks, Bright World Warlocks, and even Infinity Warlocks. The Moonlight 7 Stars, the 7 most powerful Moonlight Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, served the Great Cloud Dynasty as one of its appointed officials. For His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasty to take the initiative to summon Yang Feng to the Holy Cloud Capital, it is clear that he wants to put Yang Feng in an important position. Generally, after disciples of the 10 great sects advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they would join the imperial court of the Great Cloud Dynasty, grasp part of the dynasty's authority, obtain tremendous cultivation resources, and safeguard the interests of the sect. The children of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families have a great advantage in joining the Great Cloud Dynasty. But the warlock geniuses recruited by Great Cloud Dynasty are the future pillars of Great Cloud Dynasty. The middle-aged eunuch took a deep look at Yang Feng and said, Yang Feng, please arrive in Yunjing City within 3 months. I'll go back to report. Yang Feng said, may I know how to address you, sir? The middle-aged eunuch smiled and said, my name is Lu Fu. Yang Feng, let's meet again if fate wills it. With that, Lu Fu turned around and strode outside under the protection of the 20 starry sky warlocks. As soon as Lu Fu left, the moonlight ceremony ended. Yang Feng returned to the immortal Huang Palace and told Huang Yihe everything. Huang Yihe thought for a moment, then said, His Majesty's direct conscription. It seems like your performance in the Time Sky City is too outstanding. What's your plan? Yang Feng replied, I originally planned to travel to the astral boundary and collect cultivation resources. But now that the imperial edict has arrived, I can only make a trip to Yunjing City. Yang Feng originally planned to enter secluded cultivation for a period of time to properly practice the Transcendent Pupil's secret method, and then go to the Andrak plane to get enough Bamhagra stone to make a level 3 optical computer. After that, he would travel in Great Cloud Dynasty under another name. The conscription of the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor disrupted all of Yang Feng's plans. Huang Yihe said with a smile, the holy capital Yunjing City is a good place. There are many opportunities in a place like this. Feng, you don't have to worry. You are now a moonlight warlock, which makes you completely different from ordinary low-level warlocks. Even if the court assigns you a position, it will mostly be an idle one. Or you can be provided with enough assistance. Even if you enter secluded cultivation, there will be assistants to take care of everything for you. Moonlight warlocks may spend decades or even 100 years researching an experiment or a secret method. Most moonlight warlocks who devoted themselves to cultivation were unwilling to be distracted by mundane affairs. Therefore, Great Cloud Dynasty would provide them with many assistants. Most of the matters would be handled by the assistants. Only some major matters would require moonlight warlocks to make decisions. In subcontinents like the Tarandit subcontinent, many warlock groups like to hide behind the scenes and manipulate mortal states as their puppets to collect resources for them. This was because many warlocks wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and didn't like to pay attention to mundane affairs. The main continent, however, was different from Tarandit and the other subcontinents. The main continent possessed incomparably rich resources, its territory was vast and boundless, moreover, it had experienced the 8 great warlock dynasties. Warlocks had rich experience in how to control power and practice cultivation. The greater the power, the more cultivation resources they could obtain. Naturally, their cultivation would be smoother and their cultivation base would be higher. As long as moonlight warlocks and above were provided with enough assistance, then even if the moonlight warlock entered secluded cultivation for decades or 100 years, it wouldn't affect the operation of the state. Yuan Yi spent most of his time in secluded cultivation and studying various secret methods. He wouldn't go out unless there was a major event. When Yang Feng heard this, he felt a little relieved. The Cloud Capital is the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Cloud Capital, experts are as common as clouds, and there are more than 10 infinity warlocks. Many human warlock geniuses would gather in the Cloud Capital, hoping to join Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and obtain various cultivation secret methods and resources. In the Cloud Capital, Great Warlocks, Starry Sky Warlocks, and even Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks could be seen everywhere. Even Infinity Warlocks wouldn't dare to act unscrupulously in the Cloud Capital. Otherwise, they might be suppressed. Yang Feng originally planned to travel to the Cloud Capital after he reached the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. After all, the stronger he was, the more comfortable he would be in the Cloud Capital with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and a stand-in doll engraved with countless runes flew into Yang Feng's hand. Since His Majesty issued an imperial edict to summon you to the Cloud Capital, then there is no room for negotiation. This is a stand-in doll. If someone uses the soul extinction curse on you, this stand-in doll can die in your place once. The longer the casting distance of ordinary spells increased, the less powerful they would be. An Infinity Warlock couldn't kill a Moonlight Warlock from tens of thousands of kilometers away. At most, they could crush a Starry Sky Warlock. As for the Great Soul Extinction Curse, it was peerlessly strange. The caster could curse and kill the enemy from hundreds of thousands of miles away through some casting medium, and the power of the spell would not weaken in the slightest. It was extremely strange and terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. Yang Feng took the substitute golem engraved with countless runes, and his eyes revealed a look of gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Huang Yihe smiled and handed Yang Feng a jade card engraved with more than a dozen runes. "I still have a few friends in the cloud capital that I haven't seen for many years. You can take this jade card to them and ask them to take care of you." "Yes, teacher." "Okay, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me." "Yes." Yang Feng carefully consulted the Infinity Warlock Huang Yihe about the various problems he encountered in cultivation. Huang Yihe carefully gave pointers to Yang Feng. With a few words, he dispelled all kinds of doubts that Yang Feng had encountered while practicing cultivation. As if dispelling the fog that hindered Yang Feng, Huang Yihe let Yang Feng see a further path. Cloud Province is the greater province where the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family is located. At the time, the founding emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty used Cloud Province as the foundation. With the support of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, he launched an expedition everywhere, defeated countless warlock groups, took control of the Eastern world, and founded the Great Cloud Dynasty. It was because of this contribution that the 10 great sects and the 8 great families were able to become the top forces in the Eastern world. At the same time, in order to maintain their rights, the 10 great sects and the 8 great families sent countless warlock geniuses to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and become officials. Cloud Province, in a luxurious airship port leading to the Cloud Capital. Amazing! It's possible to achieve such an effect with spells. Walking alone in the luxurious airship port, Yang Feng looked at the snow-white and smooth floor. On the huge crystal panels inlaid in the surroundings, a beautiful female celebrity was singing with all her might, and a dozen warlock girls were dancing behind her. It was a variety of images created by magic, and the huge crystal panel was the carrier of the various images, the phantom crystal. On the continent, many spells have been popularized and put to practical use. Since magic stones could already be mass-produced, there are many small and simple household secret treasures on the market that use magic stones. Magic lamps, TV-like magic crystal panels, and magic sports cars have become very popular on the continent. Even ordinary people can use them. Of course, these secret treasures with biological magic energy could only be used in cities equipped with super-large purifiers. Once ordinary people left the city, they would be eroded by the powerful biological magic energy and become strange monsters if they were careless. Only official warlocks can freely use all kinds of simple secret treasures powered by magic stones and truly enjoy the conveniences brought about by the magic civilization. Yang Feng looked around and exclaimed in admiration, apart from the lack of internet and some special electrical appliances, the conveniences brought about by Earth's technology can be realized with spells. As expected of the most advanced and powerful human warlock civilization. Chapter 559. In fact, it wasn't that spells couldn't achieve a network. On the Feisua plane, the weave network used by the goddess of the weave was more advanced than Earth's network. By using the weave's concept, a more powerful magic network could be built than Earth's network. As long as warlocks could think of it, they could use spells to achieve it. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, had developed a magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain, which was named the Magic Note First Magic Network. By relying on the Magic Note First Magic Network, the Magic Note Lord's control over the entire Tsangji Plain surpassed that of other Warlock Emperors by far. But after the collapse of the 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note First Magic Network was the first to be destroyed by the 7th Warlock Dynasty's resistance army. After the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord ascended to the throne, he also wanted to establish a magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain, but was jointly resisted by the warlock groups from the eastern and western worlds. Once the magic network was successfully established, the dynasties would use the power of the magic network to firmly control the entire Tsangji Plain. Warlock groups such as the Battle Demonic Sect and the Tai Yi Sect would slowly become vassals of the dynasties, and would no longer have their previous transcendent status. It was because of this that the magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain couldn't emerge. However, each of the major forces had also secretly established their own spell network. As an upper echelon of the Battle Demonic Sect, Yang Feng knew that several important planes of the Battle Demonic Sect had already established magic networks and firmly grasped those planes. In the Battle Demonic Sect, there was no magic network at all, and there were very few things like magic crystal boards that were similar to televisions. Unless one practiced cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, magic crystal boards and such were not allowed to be installed in the rooms of warlocks. That was because the Battle Demonic Sect was worried that warlocks would lose their will to improve due to excessive indulgence. After Yang Feng came to the Great Cloud Dynasty, he had been practicing cultivation, traveling the world, and looking for cultivation resources to improve his cultivation base. He rarely had the leisure to stroll around the most prosperous places in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Seeing the changes in the surroundings made him feel very novel. As expected of the most prosperous place in the Eastern world. The Fuso subcontinent is already very prosperous, far surpassing the Turandot subcontinent. Unfortunately, it still can't compare to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng admired the surrounding scenery along the way, and boarded a luxurious white flying vessel like an ordinary low-level warlock. Due to the fear of being assassinated, Yang Feng had already changed his identity into a person called Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan was indeed an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock. During an adventure, he tried to forcibly promote to a moonlight warlock, and eventually died. By chance, Huang Yihe obtained Zhao Fan's relics and preserved them. Only now did he give Yang Feng Zhao Fan's identity and all the information. Using a secret method, Yang Feng transformed into Zhao Fan and went to Yunjing City in Zhao Fan's identity. In this way, apart from Huang Yihe, no one could grasp Yang Feng's whereabouts. Once Yang Feng entered Yunjing City, he would be safe. Yang Feng arrived at his seat and sat down, then saw two girls sitting on the two seats to his left. There was a girl wearing a pair of sunglasses that covered her eyes and a big hat on her head. Her skin was as white as jade, and she had long black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her figure was slender and sexy. The other girl had short hair, a delicate face, a petite and exquisite figure, and was full of youthful vigor and lovely beauty. She wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and short hot pants, exposing her slender, snow-white nakedness. She looked extremely charming. Yang Feng glanced at the two girls, scanned them with his tremendous spirit force, and quickly determined their cultivation bases, level 1 Warlock and level 3 Warlock. Yang Feng was very cautious along the way. After all, he had offended a lot of forces. The short-haired girl suddenly raised her eyebrows, stared at Yang Feng vigilantly, and barked, "Uncle, don't look at me lecherously, or I'll sue you for sexual harassment. You're not allowed to scan others with spirit force. Scanning others with spirit force is not only impolite, but also illegal, understand?" The girl wearing a pair of sunglasses also raised her eyebrows, turned around, and stared at Yang Feng. A silent pressure spread from her. Yang Feng said lightly, "Sorry, it was my fault." In the Great Cloud Dynasty, it was very impolite to scan other warlocks with spirit force. After all, when the weak were scanned by the spirit force of the strong, it was like being stripped of everything and allowed to be browsed by the strong. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, this was a minor offense. In the cruel secret realms and other planes, the strong were respected and could be unbridled. However, in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the laws were strict. Even Starry Sky warlocks couldn't use their spirit force to scan ordinary people and other warlocks at will. The short-haired girl snorted coldly, took out a magic crystal plate, and fiddled with it. She no longer paid attention to Yang Feng. Humph, insincere. The girl with the big sunglasses also reclined on the spacious chair and fell asleep. Yang Feng also reclined on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. With a slight shake, the huge airship suddenly rose up and flew towards the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge tremor reverberated in the huge flying vessel. The defensive barrier of the huge airship was destroyed, and a huge hole appeared on the side of the huge airship. One after another, black-clothed warlocks exuding great warlock rank life force and dressed in black battle robes entered the huge hole. The leader was a warlock dressed in a black battle robe, had short hair, and wore an eye patch inscribed with a strange demonic curse on his left eye. A great warlock dressed in a white uniform suddenly came out of the cockpit of the airship and barked, "What do you want?" The great warlock dressed in a white uniform was one of the 3 great warlock guards of the airship. The warlock with an eye patch engraved with fiend seals on his left eye said coldly, "Kill him." A warlock in black wearing a black battle robe smiled ferociously, then twisted and turned into an abyssal fiend exuding dense demonic chi. With a blink, the warlock suddenly appeared behind the great warlock, pierced his heart with a claw, dug out the great warlock's heart and swallowed it. Murder! Help! No, don't! Screams of terror came from the huge airship. Almost 70% of the people aboard the airship were official warlocks. But most of these warlocks were ordinary research-type warlocks nurtured by colleges. Most of them were low-level warlocks who used magic stones and elixirs to advance, and weren't good at fighting. Tyrannid subcontinent's level 1 warlocks could use all kinds of strange spells and elixirs to kill level 2 and level 3 research-type warlocks. The Great Cloud Dynasty's laws were strict, and research-type warlocks might not have seen murder in their entire lives. Now that they saw someone die in front of them, they screamed in horror and lost their composure. The warlock with the eye patch said coldly with a gloomy expression, "Shut up. Those who don't shut up will die." The warlocks dressed in black uniforms twisted and turned into abyssal fiends. Exuding dense demonic chi, they stared malevolently at the passengers of the airship. Under the pressure of the 12 great fiends, the complexions of the hundreds of people aboard the airship changed greatly, and they didn't dare to make the slightest movement. The eye-patch warlock smiled coldly and strode towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and his eyes flashed with doubt. Was I exposed? Shouldn't my disguise be perfect? How did I get exposed? Besides, if I was exposed, why would Starry Sky warlocks come after me? Fuck off. The eye-patch warlock came over, swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes flashed with contempt, and he barked. Yang Feng pretended to be alarmed, his body shivering. He quickly got up and hid to one side. The short-haired beauty shot Yang Feng a contemptuous glance, her face pale, her tender body trembling, and she looked at the eye-patch warlock with fear. The eye-patch warlock's gaze swept past the short-haired beauty, and then fell on the beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, who looked like she was asleep. He said with a light smile, "Miss Murong Yuling, please get up. My lord has fallen in love with you at first sight and has invited you to a gathering." Murong Yuling took off her big sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. It was as if there were flowers blooming behind her. She was incomparably beautiful. Sitting in a corner, Yang Feng stared at Murong Yuling curiously. "Isn't this woman the celebrity I just saw?" Murong Yuling frowned slightly and asked, "Who is your lord?" The eye-patch warlock replied with a smile, "You'll know later." Murong Yuling's face turned frigid, and she uttered, "You dare to hijack the airship and kill people on it. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Demon Hunting Division?" The Demon Hunting Division was a department of the Great Cloud Dynasty that suppressed powerful criminals above the Great Warlock rank. Every warlock in the Demon Hunting Division was a powerhouse above the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The division chief of the Demon Hunting Division was an Infinity Warlock rank expert. Many Moonlight Demons and Glorious Sun Demons were arrested and suppressed by the Demon Hunting Division, thus maintaining order in the Great Cloud Dynasty. This way, powerful warlocks wouldn't dare to violate the law unscrupulously. The Demon Hunting Division's lackeys are indeed very strong. However, they still can't catch us. Miss Murong Yuling, don't delay any longer. My patience has a limit. Although I don't dare to kill you, but killing other people isn't a problem. The eye-patch warlock smiled slightly, then reached out, grabbed the neck of the short-haired beauty, and lifted her up. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.